What it look like, man?
Listen, you know what it
Real,
is.
man. I feel the same way you feel about
Word.
Word.
I ain't lying.
I just don't want
I
to
can't
rush, man.
tell.
I just want to take it one day at a time.
Me too.
That way we can reach the highest point of friendship.
What's the highest
I
point? Let me know.
Then whether you know how far to take this flight.
That's what I'm talking
Word.
about.
You don't just jump in the plane and fly and don't know where you're going
Why
first.
not?
Just chill, baby. I got you. Got you.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, but come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, but come on, let me show you.
A lot of y'all be talking about that shit. Me and my nigga, we really do it, dog. Always keep it real, dog.
Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100 every day.
A lot of y'all be talking about that shit. Me and my nigga, we really do it, dog. Always keep it real, dog.
Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100 every day of my life. Man, I gotta stay 100. That's just how it is when you coming where I'm from. Hey man, I rock my own clothes with my name on my shirt to let everybody know the L is the same and the B is for Blizzle. Yes, I make it snow, but just keep that on the lizzo. My bloodline is filthy, most of us is criminals. The jack of all trades, but the master counting decimals. Sticky situation, so I keep my heat accessible. I'd rather your peeps than my peeps looking pitiful. It's crunch time. Hey man, I do this for y'all, just in case you didn't know. Hey man, I die for my dogs. My only fear is counting too much money. The same cats they help me get it might try to take it from me. My deepest fear is goons pulling up beside me, ready to lick shots, pop, pop, and try to blind me. I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I came from a family where females were go-getters. Granddad was an alcoholic, grandma was a bootlegger. Hey man, that's where I got my hustle. Plus my Aunt Julia was never scared to bust ya. And Uncle Dan, he was a fool. He didn't care about too much. You smoke, you too. Taught us that drug dealers didn't last too long. That's why I put my all into each and every song. I see death around the corner. Lord knows, where will I be without Joanna? She helps me focus and keep my eyes on the prize. Man, your boy been 100. Man, I put that on my life. And I'm just trying to live right. I know goons that was killers that committed suicide. One thing's for certain, two things for sure. You can take my breath away, but I'll never sell my soul. And I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100.
Yo, what's going on, man? This your boy OTK, man. Open the knowledge, man. Y'all already know. Hope y'all told somebody out there that y'all love them. Somebody, someone, or something because they need it. Shouts out to all my military people for keeping us safe over here and giving us a chance in our decisions to choose whether we want to follow something or don't want to follow something. And if we choose to do whatever we want to do, thank you, man, because these other countries don't have that kind of opportunity, man. You know what I'm saying? So shouts out to y'all, man. You know what I'm talking about, but we're gonna keep it going, man.
Shit getting out of control, I mean we been there. Hate, they disguise it as love, we call it sincere. They took us to a place where ain't none of this shit clear, and we just look stupid, wondering how we get here. This government got us in chains cause they don't love us. They got us separated by gangs over some colors. What hurts more is we keep trusting these motherfuckers and putting bullshit that they say over each other. It's a bad world, many cry in this sad world. A unicorn is compared to a black girl, or any child when you mix it, making life swirl. Gems meet a diamond and dance to make the ice swirl. Nigga, don't waste your time trying to hate on me. If you can't deal with your pride, then stay away from me. I don't fuck with none of that dumb shit. You heard that? Don't believe we live on the globe, nigga. The earth flat. First you gotta love yourself, then take the earth back. Find what's really important and make it worth that. Too much time in your hands lead to a dirt nap, but niggas don't keep the same energy to exert that.
What kind of freedom is that? What kind of social or political system is it when a black man has no voice in court, has nothing on his side other than what the white man chooses to give him? My brothers and sisters, we have to put a stop to this, and it will never be stopped until we stop it ourselves.
Mind over matter, but none of that'll matter when in life you're trying to climb and a nigga pull a ladder, believing in the myth when reality is shattered. The lies never end unless you serve it on a platter. America made you a slave, then call you monster. Erase everything that we paved and say we conquered. Willie lynching is a system that really harmed us. It raped women, left children without their fathers. America, land of the free, home of the great. America, cage of the beast, home of the snake. But the fight don't stop when you gone. This shit a marathon. Everything they touched in this world, they made it terraform. The best piece of advice, stay about these pig sight. Fuck what goes on in the street. Nigga, just live life. You only get one of those, nigga. Don't play with that. Trying to dance away in the dark and never make it back. We got a lot of loving to do. Shit is getting worse. Hate run deep in these roots. It's like the shit is cursed. Murder everything you can name. The world gone berserk. Pedophilia real as fuck. It's even in the church music, we've been flaming it. No, it ain't no game with it. Just know I put my soul on the beat. When you banging it, this is for the shit that I see and won't play with it. Hood politics part 3. My name dangerous.
They attack the victim, and then the criminal who attacked the victim accuses the victim of attacking him. This is American justice. This is American democracy. And those of you who are familiar with it know that in America, democracy is hypocrisy. Now, if I'm wrong, put me in jail. But if you can't prove that a democracy is not hypocrisy, then don't put your hands on me.
Y'all already heard it. Don't put your hands on me, man. Shouts out to Dan with the hood politics, man. Shouts out to DVD music too, man. You already know we got this little commercial. You always got to pay your little bills and stuff like that. But we're going to keep it going with Dre Cobbs, man.
Who they think they better than? Ain't no comparison to the so-called black or African-American. You can drop the African, keep the American. When we say Aborigine, it make their world in. I'm going in the same dirt my ancestors buried in. I come from a god and a goddess, so what that make me? Not even Basquiat can trace me. Not even Van Gogh can paint me. The MC in me is the God MC. Equals the God in me. I'm focused in, let my mind be free. You too blind to see. The Jews I give is real. It's been real. These ain't shots, they missiles. All you gonna hear is the whistle. Lyrically, this the execution. My verses start revolutions. For my people seeking restitution. Since the beginning, fuck evolution. Or maybe my reality is all a dream. I put it together like I was sowing seeds. So it seems this is that audio dopamine. Go against the regime. We put you where nobody can hear you scream. And sing you to meet your Elohim. My nigga, this is savage mode. It's something that you can't go. It started with a spark and I'ma let it explode. I was given the cheat codes that'll let me dump and reload and go through them waves like a fucking torpedo. You dealt the cards of life. I just cut them diamonds with the ace of spades. Y'all scatter like roaches when they facing raid, or vampires when they facing blade. I'm trying to get next to terrain like I'm getting played. You still stuck as a mental slave. You still stuck in that mental cage. While I'm making easy money, pimping hoes in style. This my coming to age. Crowd roaring when I'm coming on stage. And when I'm done, they gonna be cheering my name. Drake Cobbs, and nah, I ain't quit my day job. I spit bars. I really rap on my day off. That's real shit. Just give you some tools you can build with. Aim high even if you still miss. Just keep going. It's a climb to the top, and I'ma keep flowing. Down Lake Shore, I'm Chicagoan. Yeah. You niggas is playing checkers, we playing chess. And nigga, this is checkmate. Dre be the big dog and you just a little bait. You out of Africa and we ain't got the same traits. I'm a God being and we ain't got the same fate. My granny died February 18th and I was born on the same date. The chosen one, the ancestors' chosen son. They gave me the golden gun. One shot, that's a hole in one. From the pyramid of the sun to Poverty Point. I don't think you niggas is getting the point. We still here. Who said they made the Aboriginals disappear? Your information's lagging in the rear. All you do is teach fear. We copper colored with woolly hair. Am I speaking clear? So fuck the nonsense. When I rap, I touch your consciousness. From within is when you get your self-confidence. Let's bring it back to dominance. Ain't no confining us. Gonna bring that wild Indian out of us. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. We still here.
Outside the Drake Cars, man, with the American Aborigine, man. Y'all make sure y'all go out to the Dangerous site. Log on to him, man. Plenty of fire music over there. Make sure y'all do the same for Drake Cobbs, man. But I'm gonna let Drake Cobbs back this right on up, man. We're gonna keep going, man. You know, after this small other commercial break. Damn, it's a bunch tonight, right?
This shit hit hard like Spence on the speed bag. I blow his legs off, he gon' need a knee tag. You niggas sound worse than Eminem on Relapse, and Burna Boy, he's trash. You thought I was gonna let you ease past? Running your mouth while taking our culture. Treat this nigga like brisket and slow roast him. Roll up the Akon pack. I ain't ducking smoke, I just did hell and blow. I'm on demon time and I got a hellish flow, the 40 spiritual. I make them see the Holy Ghost. Let's bury these niggas and raise a toast to the Aborigines. That's from time immemorial. A tauntaun is from the soil. Every rhyme is that cook coke, that hard boil. My energy is unattainable. And for you $5 Indians, I might have to flame a few. Run up on the res, you know what blazing through. Turn your gang into turtle soup. I aim for the head when I shoot. I take your top off like you do the coop. I took a drink from the fountain of truth. Now these bars is the burden of proof. They say the pen is mightier than the sword, so you gon' have to acknowledge the God. Drake Cobbs, I take your face off. My style is like cocaine raw. You gon' have to bow down to my Jaguar paw, or I'm coming like Leatherface with the chainsaw. I ride for my road dog like a new age outlaw. I do it to death like Chief Cornstalk. So fuck all your tough talk. You little pigeons can't fly with hawks. Better get you outlined and chalk. It's the supreme being here to electrify your chakra. Any drama is mask on like the Phantom of the Opera. I got the hunger, and you niggas looking like pasta, shrimp over the lobster, and I'm smoking like a roster. Check my posture. It's only one American, the rest of y'all imposters. Cause you don't want Dre to pop up, cause it's like boys in the hood. I'm out the window with the shoddy, nigga. When it comes to the mic, I'm like the coroner. All I catch is bodies, niggas. So look away before you come in my lane. It's what's up. I just get it and aim. Yeah.
Man, shouts out to Dre Cos, man. American Aborigine music, man. But we gonna keep it going with my dog Cosmon, man. So we can get on through this so we can get to it.
And oh yeah, put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feel it when you feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh
just that child theft, that child main, that papa bull, that towel main, since sunset in the arc of Wayne. My brain moving like towel saying, so ass above, it's so below. That up and that down thing, this flow is atmospheric. I call that a ground game. See, water is knowledge, so if I'm teaching, you're learning. So how your God make a sun without vortexing and current? See, the pattern is panic, I'm reaching out for my people. Oh, watch me flow through your speakers, you feel the force of the equals. And when the force gets the equal, I'm taking off like an eagle. Police popped the pastor yesterday for pushing put equal. My DNA is Moshe. Mix that thing with higher water. My spirit rate is OTN. It's just a higher order. Got more light than Kavita. Rap a lot just like Tila. Went from Santa to Saint. Shout out my big homie Sela. Got more torque than a sports car. Got more work than a door star. And the 4 million I make, I'm giving the Dr. Uma. Oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Super 7 in my rites and ceremonies. I'm married to Jehovah, holy matrimony. Confucius say, in the words of Caillou, before you hit the tomb, be a bridegroom. Only got one question for Miss Susan B. On how to last Ahu when it's now a ennui. Blame my inspiration, I'm just thinking thoughts. But in the way of God, we gon' keep it short. Why Jesus wanna kill me, Matthew 10:34. Just a couple questions that I'm needing to know. Oh, watch me flow, it's so potent. Set the vortex in motion. Super 7, I'm floating across the Aegean Ocean. Oh, you a Muslim now, so I guess you make it Salah. Well, I'm an Israelite. I'ma make you at the Shabbat. Got Moses on the bumper, super slap off in my spaceship photosphere. So I stay lit, peace and light to the faith is so yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah.
And shouts out to my dog Cosmon, man. Oh, shouts out to Cosmon, man. But you know we got to keep on my dog Voodoo Child way too far.
the fuck is you hustling with this grams, man? I know it's all cap. All on my face with the fake smile, yeah, you thinking no doubt. I got niggas that are shooters, all in your head like a nap. Up on the scene with them 223s and edit bitch out. No games, man, yeah, I got no time for this shit. I be the one to blame, so please don't you make me click. Hit the block like a march, yeah, it's like a parade. Drum sound and you ducking and hiding, oh, better cover your face.
Hip hop used to be so hard. Now they dressing funny, driving fancy cars. Hoes used to be hoes, but now they stars. Man, I swear this shit done went way too far. Way too far, 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 way too far. Niggas still killing niggas. Pay your partner to hit ya. Hoes still fucking with niggas, never raising their children. Cluckers still paying deals, trying to catch them a feeling. I know a bunch of people who ain't never gonna have it. Pants way up their leg, crazy colors in nigga head, mumbling rapping shit, make the niggas say what he said. I know you think I'm tripping, this boy going fed, but I'm just telling you some of the things bouncing in my head. Hip hop used to be so hard. Now they dressing funny, driving fancy cars. Hoes used to be hoes, but now they stars. Man, I swear this shit done went way too far. Way too far, 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 way too far. Man, y'all got an old nigga singing and sweating in the booth trying to get this shit heard. Way too far. Bump your brakes, partner.
Man, shouts out to Voodoo Child, man. I'm going way too far, man. You know, after you go show love to your peoples, then, man, you got to show love to your family, them from the creek, man.
Like this. Dance like that. Just up in the ground, nigga. Blowing us loud. Rolling up these checkers. It's hard to stay sober cause I can't keep signing to you. Nights like this, I wish. Nights like this, I wish. Nights like this, I wish. That I can shake all of my brother. Nights like this, I wish. That I can shake all of my brother. Made it to the top in front of the bottom. Even though they want to see me starving. Nights like this, I wish. That I can shake all of my problems. Made it to the top in front of the bottom. But these niggas rather see me starving. Nights like this. Bad bitches and gold bottles. At 17, I have more money than my role model. They always told me the more money, the more problems. But money help me get rid of my old problems. Moving and calculated, stepping gun the folks watch. Dirty motherfucker there, strip all the clothes off. The shit that I've been going through, make me go wild. I hope I make it so my son don't have the wrong father. Ay, still doing for my goddaughter. When my funds get low, I hit the block harder. Why you got your hands on me, nigga? Shit to offer. Feeling like bullshit, keep me devil lovers. Real people shit, nigga. Real people shit, nigga. Real people shit. Let's try and duck the reaper, nigga. I live my life. 2 brothers on my mind. On the daily, nigga. I got the cold for nights like this. I will. That I can shake all of my problems. Made it to the top in front of the bottom. Even though they want to see me me starving nights like this. I wish that I could shake all of my problems, beat it to the top in front of bottom. But these niggas rather see me starving nights like this.
Nights like this, nigga came up from a 20 goddamn double up. Now the dog going upright. Long flights, gotta get right. Doing more cook-ups. Got a little bit of money, but it's bonus. They keep on coming. Can't shake up for shit. I'm a little girl, she need them dollars. Little folks still watching. Old folks still talking, that bitch still talking. But I don't need them hoes. Cause the check, I still keep talking. Every time I get a good come up, gotta kick out more, gotta kick out more. Button up on the road, all alone. Trying to get this dope, there's a kick though. If my funds get low and the flow too slow, it's a draw. Then my city can't get no dough. Can't get no dough. Can't get no dough. Yeah, man. Nigga make $1,000. Gotta kick out 800. What type of shit that is, man? Nigga kicking out more than he profit out this bitch right now, man. Too much problems, man. They can't take it. Oh, man.
Nights like this, I wish that I can shake all of my problems, beat it to the top in front of bottom. Even though they wanna see me starving, nights like this, I wish that I can shake all of my problems, beat it to the top in front of bottom. But these niggas rather see me starving nights like this.
Man, shouts out to Young Screws, man, Paperboy and Bud Lock, man. Family buzz from around here in Goose Creek, man. Nights like this, man. I'm gonna drop some more for y'all coming out here in the future, man. But you know what I'm saying? After this commercial, I'm gonna drop some more stuff from some more of my family from right here in Goose Creek. Let's go.
BG to a quarter key, I've been popping bread. IGD me, nigga, I've been hitting left. I know cracking niggas, bracking niggas on that foolish shit. I stay tapped with killers, all the screamers, murder shit. BG to a quarter key, I've been popping bread. IGD me, nigga, I've been hitting left. I know cracking niggas, bracking niggas on that foolish shit. I stay tapped with killers, all the screamers, murder shit.
OZ to a whole P, I had to make a flip. First time playing with the clean, I bought the whole brick.
I've been capping, nigga, taxing, nigga, all about the flip. Nigga sent his money with the work, I ran out with that shit.
Get them shit for 22, I let you send for 27. 31 is in the city, 28 for remakes.
2K for the rap bags, 40 for the run, stacks for the gas bags, 9 get more than one.
Tan, white, purple weed, and a brown bad bitch. Blue cheese on my purple jean, red bottom cakes.
BG on my belt buckle, Louis V shoe, education in the kitchen, I ain't never went to school.
BG to a quarter key, I've been popping bread. IGD me, nigga, I've been hitting left. I know cracking niggas, bracking niggas on that foolish shit. I stay tapped with killers, all the screamers, murder shit. BG to a quarter key, I've been popping bread. IGD me, nigga, I've been hitting left. I know cracking niggas, bracking niggas on that foolish shit. I stay tapped with killers, all the screamers, murder shit. Now it's Cali trips, saran wrap, I'm packaging, saran wrap the brick, ship it out, I'm taxing them.
BG with a quarter key, I hit a lake. 654 ounce of crack till I bought a brick.
Alexander McQueen on my shoes when I'm stepping in. Gucci shade flames on my face when I'm checking in.
Come to kill trap, pat you down before they let you in. Kill ain't gon' go to war unless he got a vest on him.
20,000 turning 50,000, now it's 100,000. Everything for the cheap price, 20 bells a lot.
Stack for the clean, egg hotter for the play with. I don't give a fuck, cause I know you ain't gon' take shit.
Now I rock a little bit of ice, my diamonds bling brown. Amber money ain't taking shorts, Mr. Beam.
Back up on the scene now, cool, we can't clean now. On my piece of juice, I ain't tryna go to Green Mile.
BG to a quarter key, I've been popping bread. IGD me, nigga, I've I've been hitting them. I know cracking niggas, bracking niggas on that foolish shit. I stay tapped with killers, all the screamers, murder, murder shit. BG to a quarter key, I've been popping bricks. IGD me, nigga, I've been hitting them. I know cracking niggas, bracking niggas on that foolish shit. I stay tapped with killers, all the screamers, murder, murder shit.
Man, shouts out to my dogs, them, man. You know what I'm talking about, man. From the creek, man. You already know you got to show love, got to show love. You know what I'm talking about, to your hometown also, man. You know what I mean? Hope y'all Monday doing all right, man. You know what I mean? But drop this there too, man. I'm gonna show some more love to my dog, man. Some dog, Al Poco, Dandara. Mode 3, full
This
mode
life
3.
that I'm living right here, man. It's so crazy, man. It's like I messed around and ran across this old badass bitch, man. You know what I mean? This ain't nothing but a little, you know what I mean? This is a little outro, intro, whatever you want to call it, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna tell you about this badass bitch I met, man. All y'all know her, all y'all done fucked the bitch. Y'all probably act like y'all didn't. But this time it go right here. Check this out right here. I'm living that street life. I'm living life off in that street life. And we gotta pay the price, please, Lord. I'm too far gone off in this street life. And I can't turn back, no, 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 no. I'm too far gone off in these wicked streets. Check this out. It first started when I was young, just a little baby boy. She told me to run with her. She told me to put down the toy. Introduced me to the gang, gave me a pack, told me to slang. Even told me to sip some cane after she sucked my little thing. She had sex with my dad. She even diked my mom. Had them both sprung on dope. Where the hell you come from? Had my mama stealing out the house and food off the table. Dad kinda done lost a job, studying fighting the neighbors. Had my family fucked up. What that pussy that good? Matter of fact, you were fucking everybody from hood to hood. I finally hit the pussy raw. I couldn't turn back. You good pussy acting bitch. You had my mind off track. I was off the chain since the first sniff of the game. Couldn't let her go, even though she caught me some pain. Set me up, nasty bitch. She gave me my first beer. Call home, same thing. Now she boning my friends. When I touched down, it was the first bitch I seen. She wouldn't write a visit, even no money for canteen. I couldn't get rid of the hoe through race in the snow. She had me enticed by material things I couldn't let go. Now I'm back fucking no girl and things getting good. Lil' mama getting it now. She gave me soft heart in the wood. I'm pumping now. I got a house and cars no hood. She didn't give a fuck about the little broads I had. Long as I fucked her real good, I would flip my cash. I was on the 24/7 niggas grabbing their mask. Stuck me up for 36, but she gave it all back. Feds can catch her cause she always stayed low key. She wouldn't touch a piece of dope. She always gave it to me. Whole time I was fucked up. I just couldn't see. Now I realize I'm really trying to let it go. She got me caught up with the police at damn near caught foe. And the funny thing about it, y'all all know this broad. Only way you can get rid of her, go to the Lord. She caused me a lot of trouble, a lot of hurting, even caused me a lot of beef. I finally asked the bitch name. She said her name was Streets. Street life. I'm living life off in that street life. I can't turn back, no, 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 no. Too far gone off in these wicked streets. I'm gonna close out for y'all like that right there. If you ever run across this bitch, don't stand in the street, cross that bitch. Get to the other side and keep on moving.
Man, shout out to my dog out Poco Dada, man, from Greenville, South Carolina, man. In case y'all didn't know, this is how this is one of his first joints right here, man. I got him on, man, right here.
Hood news.
Live in peace, my dog.
Dandada.
We sit sideways.
I'm 12 years old too, you know what I'm talking about?
You can catch me sitting sideways. It's something pretty with the ratchet on me. I stay strapped because I always keep a package on me. Dirty, you get serious niggas die here. Y'all niggas had it up to now. This is my year. I'm dirty, moving coke through the turnpike. These niggas call me Michael Jackson cause they know the dawn turned white. I live the goon's life and move with the moonlight. 100 bricks in the dark will turn the room white. Greenville, we grinding around here, sitting sideways with guns assault, the diamonds, hotels. Step your swag up, I only move with smart dudes. And my trap pump more than your heart do. Fish scale, yeah, I'm scarred for life. Slanking bricks in the jungle, I got a Tarzan price. Plus the money longer than the vines he swing on. While y'all niggas breaking buds, we cutting bells with the chainsaw. Dirty, that's the clip when the cop man carbon 15. I go drones in a rock band. Riding the drop man, I got plenty raw. White on white being the same color as some dinner floss. Fuck fat fish, scared boo the big fish. I'm so bready, you can call my money fish sticks. You can catch me sitting sideways and something pretty with the ratchet on me. I stay strapped because I always keep a package on me. Dirty, it gets serious, niggas die here. Y'all niggas had it up to now. This is my year. Okay. I'm dirty and my eyes sitting real low. And the coupe doors up like I just kicked the field goal. And hop off in the Tahoe. I blow so much color purple, you can call me Hypo. Y'all niggas can't get close to the dawn. Yeah, I got more straps than your mom stuck to the dogs. Bloody dollar make the fatal, homie. If I kill you, only way they find you is they gotta cut a couple gators open. I've been gangster since I've been born, and these pussies niggas phonier than a 3-cent coin. I'm up in the game. I blow your fucking head off. Chopper so big that I can pull my fucking leg off. Sitting sideways. I gotta kill the track. I swear to God, I got my white the opposite of black. This game been mine, and y'all trying to get it back. And plus, I love all y'all haters shit. Opposite of track, and I got a red flag, and I got a red hole, and I'm grinding off in China, so I'm getting red dough. Fuck a little beaner, gotta whip a red roll, in the inside Rudolph, outside red nose. I keep talking money, you heard, I'm dead rich. That means I got more fish and bread than Jesus fed with. You can catch me sitting sideways, it's something pretty with the ratchet on me. I stay strapped, I always keep a package on me. Dirty. It gets serious, niggas die here. Y'all niggas had it up to now. This is my year. Okay, homie. Dirty. Now shit's about to get wicked. And bullets jumping out the chopper like some motherfucking crickets. Greenville, that's my home, nigga. Dirty Hill. Ain't nothing for a nigga to get murdered here. I'm moving quick fast for this quick cash and keep a package on me like a nigga with a shit bag. Fresh out of jail, so the Don joined the Conway. Hit the runway and holler fam off in Conway. This the Don way, matter of fact the Don day. And I only move 2 blocks like a pawn play. This my day off and don't feel like touching nothing. But I got some cocaine that's jumping like she double dutching. You can catch me sitting sideways, something pretty with the ratchet on. I stay strapped, cause I always keep a package on me. Dirty, it gets serious, niggas die here. Y'all niggas had it up to now, this is my year. Grown man shit.
Niggas introduce yourself first. Introduce yourself.
I already know who it is.
Now
Niggas
I'm
don't know
waiting
me.
for some
They
new
don't know
people
me.
to come
Goddamn,
in.
by
You
the
know
time
what
you
I'm
finish
saying,
listening,
man?
it's gonna be
Spread my peace, you
favorite
know.
rapper. Favorite rapper. Favorite
One
rapper.
love, little
Favorite
people,
rapper.
big brother.
Dundada.
Rapper favorite.
What's up, y'all?
Hood news.
Like goddamn.
Greenville.
Yeah,
Lord, I want to
body.
talk to you one time.
Talking about
Lord, you know you my nigga, right? They say you don't gotta come to you with no fancy prayers and all that shit. You know what's on my heart. Shit, I'm gonna tell you what's on my heart. Can you talk back to me? I'm just saying, man, please be alright with me. Cause this is my life. There's something wrong with how I'm living. Hey, BK, watch how I kill this bitch. Lord, I don't know why. Please, if I'm wrong, then Lord, forgive me. You just stop right here, okay? Now this is my life. Then why the fuck you worried about it? I ain't worrying about it. Why the fuck y'all worrying about it? I'm living. My destiny's what a cash is. Destiny's like a play, gotta be played to the last act. Matter of fact, survival was my forte. The name of the game is aggression. Fuck what the world say. My life is real. Can't look, I gotta die 9 times to live. Lord, please forgive my fuck continuous girl. Blowing purple, taking trips to the end of the world. Lord have mercy on my soul. I roll with an army. Blowing purple blunt so fat, they thought I was smoking Barney. Damu. Love it to death, died as a pit bull. Riding around serving spray raw like a skint bull. I'm a hustler, but I leave you all dead. Mr. Clean Streets, cleaner than Mr. Clean Ball here. Plus I'm all red, blooded than a motherfucker. Married to the game, so I know the streets love me. Lord, when you judge, I know my jail is hell. I'm going down to Satan with my blow drove and scales. Me and Satan gonna sniff. I'ma blow the drove with my thug homies. We don't need no lighter. We in here, homie. Pull on it. Something wrong with how I'm living. Lord, I don't know why. Please, if I'm wrong, then Lord, forgive me. Lord, can you talk to me one time? Check this out right here, though. Check this out. Now, Father, who art in heaven, please save your son. Bless me, Father, for I thank you. I ain't trying to burn. Son, you give your soul to me. You have eternal life. No more worried about the struggle. You will finally see the light. Lord, I prayed every day, but the pain don't end. Prayed before I went to court and lined up in the pen. My beloved child, faith is how the blessing come in. You gotta believe in your heart. I sent my son to die for your sin. I don't know. I don't get it, Lord. Talk to me. How can I have faith in something I just can't see? This is a small example, son. Listen very closely. You can't see oxygen, but you believe you can breathe. Help me, God. See, my situation I'm facing got me encasing, embracing. In hell is where you got place me. I give you blessing and lesson. You take my message for granted. Disrespecting my essence. I can't have you in heaven. Lord, you say you forgive for everything, and I know you don't lie. You forgive them, why we still go to hell when we die. That's a good one, Randy, because I do forgive for everything. But if you keep doing the same, then I'm forgiving in vain. My life. And I know I'm doing dirt, Lord. Only got a couple bricks. Forgive me while I get them off. Forgave you for the hair run. Forgave you for that little charge. Forgave you for that hair run. I knew you'd be a dope boy. I'm living. Thank you one more time. I had to give you a piece of my mind. If I'm wrong, then Lord, forgive me. Yo, this is my life. Just talk to the Lord one time. I'm on some grown man shit. You know what I'm saying?
Did you know you could be
yeah, man. Shouts out to my dog El Poco, the Don Dada, man. Greenville legend, man. You know what I'm talking about, man. Way too short. Way too short of a life, man. You know what I'm talking about. For real, man. I ain't gonna stop. Only got 2 more.
Rest in peace to all my homeboy. And nobody knows it. A lot of my homies done died. I cried. And I'm just thinking about the good times we had. I'm missing you. And nobody knows it but me. I love my homies. A lot of my homies done died. I cried. And I'm just thinking about the good times we had. I'm missing you. And nobody knows it but me. I love my homie. Big Goolie, I miss you. But I know you in heaven. Ain't gonna lie, I really love you. And I miss your presence. Don't got to worry, you're an angel. And God can hold you. The realest nigga ever live. When I like a soldier. Every time I get a picture, I'ma pour out some liquor. So much trouble in this world. Sometimes I wish I was with you. Tell your kids to keep their head up. Daddy's living a good life. Watch you grow every day. It's gonna be all right. So come free to give you shit. Put you down in the ground. It was time to pound. You broke your neck. You helped the fake clowns. I give all respect to that nigga, man. He kept it thorough in your life. He was true to the game. He played a major part of your funeral. On a big boy level, we drank smoke, plenty blunts. I'm on you forever. I say, a lot of my homies done died. I cried. And I'm just thinking about the good times we had. I'm missing you. And nobody knows it but me. I love my homie. Not trying to send a threat. But y'all niggas gonna feel it. Killed my homie me cold. Y'all niggas gotta get it. Now Lita Urban was my granny. She was like my homie. Could go to her anytime. When I got lonely, I'ma keep my head up. Stay strong and also stay tall. I was face to face with Ace. Damn, I miss football. Matt, K, and Big J. I love you, Dilly. Drinking teddy bear out at the club. I know you feel me. Shine real, bless your heart. Ain't nothing but love. You got caught in the crossfire by two desperate thugs. Twin got hit by a slug. I heard when I was locked up. Brother gonna hold it down. Cause baby boy, you tough. You started quarterback for 25. I miss you, Mike Hill. One of the West Greenville finest. You kept it real, my nigga. What? Nigga Putt. I remember you, dog. Remember how we smoked blunts. Devil fatter than lounge in there, rat clip. Yeah, I called you pickle with like a brother, and I love you, Lord knows that I miss you. Even though the seals killed him. And out the dwell, I wouldn't piss on them back. I see them burning to hell. Running so cricket. Baby, wanna ride solo with Gold Dolo. Ain't forgot about you, yo-yo, but even Dee Dee, she lost her life in the funky. The Lord is with you, baby. Don't you ever think you're lonely. A lot of my homies done died. I cried. And I'm just thinking about the good times we had. I'm missing you. And nobody knows it but me. I love my homie. Niggas playing for keeps. Another soldier getting done cause the soldier want to eat. Traffic Oakview. You know I list you. Come on, bring me back. Yeah, because I'm trying to put a new verse in it. I'm coming out the head. All right. And nobody knows it but me. I love my homie. You know I miss you. I never thought you would go. You one of the chosen few. My nigga Quinn, no. I hate you had to go. I picture you balling in heaven dancing on gold roads. Till pile of my nickel. You kept me on top. Even if you were still alive, I'll be pushing 2 drops. About to get mad props. Lord, stay loud. Like why Trina had to go. She was a nice young lady. She was fun, funky, free. I know Mel went crazy. When they put salt in the dirt, I almost went berserk. Still got love for Tat, cause she was down in the earth. R.I.P. the Moo Moo, you know I represent. Say when Boo Man got killed, it was an accident. Why I try to stay low. The cheek man dank. Missing a lot of y'all cats, so can't forget about Tank. Really shocked with this time. My brother Eric died. The only word for my mom says, please don't cry. Really hit me hard when they said trailer seats. Shot from watching the street. Lord know it can't be. Really love baby girl, man, she rest in peace. Even my little Woody album from the JGC. Damn G hard, baby. I cut you in it. You was a menace, and we had a lot of business to finish. Be low in heaven, oh, you see the bell today. Up there with the Father, living the bell the way. If I didn't let you, God bless you anyway. But the song goes out to my homies that passed away. I say, a lot of my homies done died. I cried. And I'm just thinking about the good times we had. I'm missing you. And nobody knows it but me. I love my home, man. My nights are lonely, my days are gone dry. And I'm just thinking about the good times we had, and I'm dying inside. And nobody knows it but me. I love my homies. Lonely nights I cry. Yeah, me. And I'm just thinking about the good times we had. I'm missing you. And nobody knows it but me. Love my homie. My nights are lonely, my days are gone dry. And I'm just thinking about the good times we had, and I'm dying inside. And nobody knows it but me. I love my homie.
And shouts out to my dog, man. So fire, man. This is the last one, man. And we about to get into some fire.
I don't know how
And this
y'all
is
live y'all life.
showing this right here, too.
I live my life like
this is what happened
these
before.
streets like so much embedded in me, homie.
In the mix
You know
of his
what I mean?
career.
It's like, this is all I know. This is all I know. Sometimes I just want y'all let y'all feel how I feel. Y'all to feel my, you know what I'm saying? So this is all I know right here. What it is, homie. I mean, I don't know how y'all live y'all life, but at the same time, I live my life like these streets like so much embedded in me, homie. You know what I mean? It's like, this is all I know. And this is all I know. Sometimes I just want y'all let y'all feel how I feel. Y'all to feel my, you know what I'm saying? So this is all I know right here. Real shit, you know what I mean? This is all I know, homie. Hey, yo. Now this is all I know. This is all I know, homie. This is all I know. This is all I know, homie. This is all I know. This is all I know. I dip my pen in plasma, write my rhyme in blood. Immortal thug with a grudge, show the world I'm love. I put my gang face on and hit the battlefield. Tattoo under my eye from gun busting, shit is real. Promise my people. Yeah, soldier when it's time to ride. Stay in gutter, I love the hustle, ain't no need to lie. Dollar a real nigga. I grew up to be a gorilla. Head busting, staying thugging, acting fool full of striller. My mama told me I get killed if I ain't slow my roll. Well, mommy, if I slow my roll, then I slow my dough. I been a big dog, I graduated from the poach. No soft ass, just hard head till my casket closed. Hell no, don't want my head bust, no, don't wanna die. I don't know what's up there in that great big old sky. I don't want to go to hell cause I don't want to fry for the rest of my life. In eternal fire. Yeah, I get my dicks up. Yeah, I like them big bucks, ride with big wheels, big reels on big trucks. If I didn't love this life, probably leave it alone. Probably get a wife and job and have a happy home. Since I ain't married or working, guess I keep moving on. Glock in a pocket full of stone, cell phone on wrong. Staying humble, moving bundles till my work all gone. The talk. She is all I know. This is all I know. This is all I know, homie. This is all I know. This is all I know. I gave my life to this game. This game is changing. I need to maintain. Who the hell I can blame? Nobody but myself. Mama, she really don't care. Daddy ain't never been there. Granny's the only one left. Granny, I love you to death. All of it falling.
Hey, 732. I'm talking about, man. Shouts out to my dog, Output John, man. You already know. Oh, man. We done did that right there. So, y'all already know, man. Let's get into this, you know.
Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it 1,000. Slow mo. Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money
Oh, mic check 1, 2. What's going on, man? Shouts out to everybody who showed me love, man. I mean, and gave me a chance out here. You already know, man. If y'all got a fire stick, or if you ain't got a fire stick, get a fire stick and do this.
Welcome to Bridge 3 TV, where simplicity starts and quality TV begins. In this ever-changing digital world, quality TV is just a step away. Minimizing bills for the things we want and the things that we need on a daily basis is something we all want. In order to save money and cut that cable bill, get an Amazon Fire Stick. Go to the app downloader and download the NetGo app. We offer a free 3-day trial and much more at a fraction of the cost for other streaming platforms. Use our free promo code to navigate our service and see if you would like it. Text 502-325-2921 for additional information and details. Enjoy your TV the way you want to.
Like I said, man, if you ain't got a fire stick, get a fire stick. And all you would need is just internet. You know what I'm talking about. You don't want the high cable bill, you get your internet. And listen, and y'all texting, man, make sure y'all put in Open the Knowledge or either OTK. You get a 3-day free trial. And if you decide to keep it, he'll give you a discount. And if he can't figure out a problem, if you having any problems with it, he can't figure it out, and you want to turn it back in and cut the service off, let him know, and I'll pay your last month bill. That's how much we guarantee it, because I know it works myself, because I personally got it myself. You know what I'm talking about. So shouts out to Bridge 3 TV, man. You already know. Shouts out to my cleanup crew family, man. Straight Smoke. You know what I mean? Bellioso, Dulcinea, Cherise. You know what I mean? Man, I hope y'all boys been checking out Legit Hustle, man. You know what I mean? For those of y'all that's in that area, that's in that type of field, man, my brother bringing real knowledge, man. Shouts out to him. You know what I mean? Always love, peace, and respect to you and the family, man. You already know. You know it ain't right unless I tell you. Shouts out to all the haters out there. Keep doing what y'all do. You know what I'm saying? Hey, man, y'all know. Mama's baby, papa's maybe. You know what I'm talking about? Matriarchic society around here. Let's go.
Shout out to the mama chief. Yeah, you be quiet when Big Mama speak. What she gave us is a part of me. It flows through my arteries. Even on that journey, that love grows how the garden be. The first to teach us when we sick, the first to heal us. Mama's boy, yeah, you know, her pride and joy. Soul food, yeah, you know, I'ma enjoy. Calm you down just by the sound of a voice. There isn't another feeling inside when they cheering you on at your game and you feeling the pride. You and your siblings fighting, she gon' make you put them feelings aside. She can't lead you down the road, but she can give you the guide. Where you think I get that blissful look in my eyes? I need a side of ice cream with Bimars apple pie. You know for sure for Mama Chief, you know I'ma ride. Cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. The greatness, the patience, the foundation, the knowledge passed down so many generations, our motivation. I just wanna thank you for my creation. Cause we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. The dedication, I seen your tears at my graduation. Now look, Ma, your boy that made it. You the reason I'm one of the greatest. Yeah, cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. Now be quiet, let Big Mama speak.
Man, shouts out to all the Mama Chiefs out there, man. Y'all already know, man. Without them, there is no us. You already know. Shouts out to the Matriarchic Society. Man, y'all know I love that song, man. Shouts out to Mama Chief Powerton. Y'all make sure y'all go like, share, subscribe to her show, man. She dropping some fire, man. She was over there with Smoke Signal today, man. You know what I mean? Always bringing something. Always got some kind of information to put something on your mind and make you think. You know what I'm talking about? Only thing I don't like about that song, man, and shout out to Drake Cars for the raw song. Only thing I don't like about that is too damn short. But that's why we can do this.
Shout out to the Mama Chief. Yeah, you be quiet when Big Mama speak. What she gave us is a part of me. It flows through my arteries. Even on that journey, that love grows how the garden be. The first to teach us when we sick, the first to heal us. Mama's boy, yeah, you know, her pride and joy. Soul food, yeah, you know, I'm an enjoy. Calm you down just by the sound of her voice. There isn't another feeling inside when they cheering you on at your game and you feeling the pride. You and your siblings fighting, she gon' make you put them feelings aside. She can't lead you down the road, but she can give you the guide. Where you think I get that blissful look in my eyes? I need a side of ice cream with Bim's apple pie. You know for sure for Mama Chief, you know I'ma ride. Cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. The greatness, the patience, the foundation, the knowledge passed down so many generations, our motivation. I just wanna thank you for my creation. Cause we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. The dedication, I seen your tears at my graduation. Now look, Ma, your boy that made it. You the reason I'm one of the greatest. Yeah, cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. Now be quiet, let Big Mama speak.
Man, shouts out to Drake Cars, man, and shouts out to Mama Chief Powhatan, man. You know what I mean? Right, man. Shouts out to everybody who done joined in the chat. Hey, man, this goes out to America. Yeah, this for y'all. Don't go out. No, I'm gonna say it like that, like this goes out to y'all. But this for America, and especially my Unscrambled Mind sister Dots, because they love this song. They make sure I play it. Hey, y'all.
What it look like, man?
Let's see, you know what it
Real,
is.
man. I feel the same way you feel about
Word.
I just don't want
I
much,
can't
man.
tell.
I just want to take it one day at a time.
Me too.
That way we can reach the highest point of friendship.
What's the highest
I
point? Let me know.
Then whether you know how far to take this flight.
That's what I'm talking
Word.
about.
You don't just jump in the plane and fly and don't know where you're going
Why
first.
not?
Just chill, baby. I got you. I got you.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just keep patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just keep patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you.
See, you don't have to rush. Baby girl, be patient. Anticipation of love making. Got your legs shaking. See, every time I'm next to you, I feel your heart beat faster. But yet you try to hide behind your smile and your laughter. See, money's what I'm after, so all I do is chill. I'm out here on the grind. I'm trying to see a meal. You never seen this good life? Well, come on, let me show you. You never had a real hug? Well, come on, let me hold you. This life I lead is troublesome. You win some, you lose some. You lost one, then gain one. You want some, come get some. See, everything you want, you need, I got you. Even though you don't know me, I don't know you, baby, I got you. That's just how it goes to me. Rather have you next to me, never in front or back of me. You look good beside me, but we take it there. It's some things you need to know. We don't have to rush, baby, we can take it slow.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just keep patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just keep patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you.
Say if you like me, it's what you want. I ain't about games, I'm trying to front. See something that you want, then get it. Ice cream man always deliver, never late. I come on time. Tell me, girl, what's your room size? Sitting here, watch you visualize. I can't lie, see it in your eyes. Fantasize, I mean you all day, all night. Let me strap your seatbelt on before we take this flight. helicopter high. Baby, you know I'm on a wide, baby, we can buy. And that's just how it is. El Blizzo keep it realer than all the rest is. And don't compare me to them other dudes. I act a fool, with my tool, lock it down, just for you. You got a man, you can keep him too. I don't want him, I want you. Got a couple friends, but I got a couple too. Just let me know, girl, what you wanna do. And we can keep it on the low, long as you know, baby, just take it.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you.
Man, you know what I'm talking about. I'm gonna go ahead and just man, let me drop this first one, man. You know what I mean? So we can hurry up, get up. Oh, chilly. I ain't come for long, but we're gonna drop this one right here, man. Remember, everything I drop is just stuff people be sending me, so you know they know I like documentaries and I like to dissect stuff, so they like to send it to me. So let me make sure I put my Fair Use Act up, and I put my all information purposes up, and let go.
Boarding school era is a dark chapter. The Native American boarding school era is a dark chapter of American history. The policy was known as assimilation. Everything native was to be stripped away. The thought was to kill the Indian and save the man. Their language was to be unspoken.
I've got to share this. Are you paying around $140 or more per month for car insurance?
This program is made possible in part by the Lawrence TD Janet TD Foundation.
If the Great Spirit had desired me to be a white man, he would have made me so in the first place. Sitting Bull. Stories are told of Native children doing everything they could to escape boarding schools. Home was far away. They longed for anything familiar. Many were unsure as to what had happened to them. They came from another world. Children took pride in their long hair. It was a symbol of strength and dignity. Their hair was cut to Anglo standards. Native clothes changed to military-style uniforms. They were forbidden to practice their way of life in the early boarding school years. Previously, relationships had been based upon the natural world and each other. Prayer and ceremony were important aspects of life. The early schools were run with military precision.
It was more accurately should be called ethnic cleansing rather than assimilation. And it has had devastating effects on my people.
I think that was a time when the government really felt like they could, that was their last option, you know, with the so-called Indian problem that they had to deal with, and it was the last option to go for the children.
This photo from the Pine Ridge Sioux Reservation shows families camped near a boarding school in South Dakota. Close family proximity was discouraged.
Assimilation affected the Utes in a very tragic way. It was so ineffective that it did not train us to become competent in the white world, and it took us away from our own culture, so much so that we weren't even competent as Indians anymore.
It's a summer day on Utah's San Juan River. Cliffs and alcoves along the river offer glimpses of past civilizations. Beginning thousands of years ago, ancestral Puebloans were some of the first inhabitants of this area. The dwellings of River House provided sweeping vistas for ancient people who lived here. Petroglyphs etched into stone tell stories of ancient times. Ancestral Pueblo families lived here seeking survival. European explorers arrived in the Americas. They entered a world inhabited by indigenous people. Encountering the expedition led by Meriwether Lewis and William Clark was a pivotal event in the history of Native Americans. Lewis and Clark explored the vast lands acquired by the United States from France in the Louisiana Purchase of 1803.
For Native Americans, I think it was the beginning of a very significant shift in their ways of life, in all areas of their life, from governance to the cultural.
Lewis and Clark eventually arrived at the Pacific. It was a significant moment in the history of the American West. The Lewis and Clark expedition publicized the West. Settlers and entrepreneurs would follow. Change arrived, from the stark, remote Badlands to the unforgiving deserts of the American West. The United States government saw westward expansion as progress. Native Americans felt encroachment.
Native peoples have experienced many trails of tears, which were movements, violent movements to remove indigenous people from their homelands because white settlers desired their lands.
The Navajo were marched to a barren reservation called Bosque Redondo on the present-day Texas-New Mexico border. Nearly 2,000 Navajo died at Bosque Redondo. The Navajo were allowed to return home.
Your child needs these 3 key factors to get into an Ivy League or top 25 university. And it's not having a good GPA or SAT score. Let me explain. 90% of students.
The 1868 treaty with the Navajo.
And once again, this is not my thoughts. This is what somebody sent me. I guess they trying to put me up on some information of their people's them or something like that, which is cool with me. You know what I mean? I would like to know more about it. So I'm always down for collecting info. You know what I mean? So thank you for sending this, and I definitely watching it.
Included the provision that their children must attend school. Native American boarding schools had been started much earlier by Christian missionaries. The 1887 Dawes Act reinforced the reservation system and encouraged assimilation.
With us, there was immediate declaration of war on our culture. We were forbidden to speak our language and practice our religion, and it's like our war was prolonged, and the assimilation policies were how they implemented it, how they carried it out, and it was very destructive. And it caused historic trauma among most of our people, including myself to this day.
And I remember at the church being told that what my parents practiced would send them to hell, where they would burn forever. And when you're 7 years old and you hear that, that was really the most devastating, terrifying experience for me.
But some of the isolation or separation from parents was very difficult. But that was part of the agenda. If we're going to, as they say in the past, separate you from the blanket, we need to have full control of everything you do, everything you learn.
The Carlisle Indian Boarding School in Pennsylvania was founded in 1879. Carlisle had been a former military site.
The Native children who were sent to Carlisle, I think they, for the most part, arrived on the train. And so they probably endured hundreds of miles and long hours on the train before they arrived at their final destination, which was Carlisle.
Richard Henry Pratt was superintendent of Pennsylvania's Carlisle Indian School. Pratt previously experimented with Native American education, practicing on captives in Florida. Pratt felt they could be assimilated into society if given vocational and religious training. Richard Henry Pratt wrote in 1892, A great general has said that the only good Indian is a dead one. In a sense, I agree with the sentiment, but only in this: that all the Indian there is in the race should be dead. Kill the Indian in him and save the man. Three of the most famous boarding schools were Carlisle in Pennsylvania, Haskell in Lawrence, Kansas, and Sherman in Riverside, California. Haskell is now the Haskell Indian Nations University. It was founded in 1884 as the United States Indian Industrial Training School. It opened its doors for 22 students. Boys studied farming and labor trades. Girls studied homemaking and sewing. The last high school class graduated in 1965. Lorena Charles went to Haskell in Kansas. It was far away from the Hopi mesas she called home.
Sometimes a teacher would get a ruler and, get us on our hand or on your leg. And then they would tell the principal, and we'd get an extra, another detail to do, like washing the dishes or washing the dish towels.
Sherman started out as the Paris Indian School in 1892 in Paris, California. It was moved to Riverside in 1901. It's now the Sherman Indian High School.
My mother was taken away when she was 9 years old and was not allowed to return until she was 18.
Both Carlisle in Pennsylvania and Haskell in Kansas had confinement rooms for unruly students.
At one point, I really began to understand the trauma that had happened there when I had seen a picture of a jail that was at Haskell. And it was just a very small little cube cell jail, and I still have the picture of it.
These small handcuffs were recently discovered at Haskell. If truly authenticated, they appear to fit a small child.
Well, I've learned that the worst thing was the sexual abuse and then the emotional abuse that accompanied it in many of the schools. A lot of the schools were staffed by people who were many times isolated from society themselves.
Tesla hates when you do this, but they can't stop you. This new
one thing that stood out to me right there in that last little part, I don't know if nobody, I knew y'all heard it, but I don't know if it stuck out to you. Why would they have to teach them farming? How can they go to school and somebody else teach them farming? I got to dig into that.
Navajo leader Manuelito agreed to uphold the 1868 treaty requiring American education for Navajo children. He sent his sons to Carlisle.
Within a year of arriving at Carlisle, Manuelito's son contracted a disease and died at Carlisle. And so Manuelito, upon learning...
Exactly, my brother. Exactly. And they just said it again. To be taught American shit. How can somebody come to America and teach somebody who said that they've been in America something about America. Make that make sense. Let's go.
Death and immediately ordered that the children, the surviving children, be returned home. His second son came home. He was ill.
Not a coincidence. Your bitch ass who says this has anything to do with us. Somebody sent this to me to tell them about their story. Sending me something about their story. Chill out, man. Damn, y'all some fuck niggas.
When he returned home and died within a matter of weeks after returning home.
African American history ain't got nothing. Well, African American history fuckery don't have nothing to do with us neither.
There were 25 federally funded non-reservation Native American schools by 1902, with some 6,000 students. Estimates increased that population to 60,000 by 1973. Boarding schools brought Native children from many diverse cultures together in one place.
In many ways, it did the reverse. It strengthened our culture, and our relationships with other tribes strengthened our culture. And so it created a intertribal pan-Indian relationship across our country.
Commissioner of Indian Affairs John Collier wrote in 1923, "The administration of Indian affairs is a disgrace, a policy designed to rob Indians of their property, destroy their culture, and eventually exterminate them." The Merriam Report in 1928 documented abuses and made recommendations to correct them.
You know, there were a lot of people out in the larger the United States that kind of rallied on behalf of Native Americans. They saw what was going on.
Amanda Blackhorse attended Haskell in a later era than the early boarding school days.
And so today, what remains are some unmarked graves near Haskell. And a lot of people still talk about the ghosts or the spirits that still roam around there. And a lot of students that go to school there will have stories of hearing things, seeing things. And so I think that the healing process there is still happening.
It's amazing that we still exist as Native American people. That was not the intent. You know, the intent was to destroy us as Native people.
Boarding school was never forgotten by Native American children.
They all looked at me when they were giving me my haircut. That my long hair, you know, that clipper going through that and my long hair falling off. And I was really hurt. That was the teaching from my grandfather, or was, you know, your hair, your long hair is your strength, and your long hair is your wisdom, your knowledge.
It was, I mean, almost violent in a way that he and that's not only for him, it's for my other family members that have gone through the boarding school experience.
When I was at the boarding school, they chopped off my long hair. And I remember crying and crying and crying, and my mother was so upset.
Dee Satala went to Keams Canyon Boarding School on Arizona's Hopi Reservation.
Just remembering how hard they punished us or disciplined us, it's just that I didn't want to go through it. That's why I just always, you know, ran away from there.
There was a whip, there was spanking, and there was a punishment where you stand on your knees, and then there was a place where if you got caught doing things, they put a dictionary on your hand, and you get your hand out like that, and you stand out there, and that was some of the punishment that you did. And I think the worst punishment that I experienced through was, standing on my knee in one place, and I blacked out.
She did not pass that down to me. She was told not to teach me Ute because it would interfere.
Yeah, definitely. See, they curious, you like me. They never say Native American Indians. They say Native Americans. Word.
Fear in my mastery of English, and which we found is not true at all. And so that has caused harm to me. It's affected me emotionally, physically, culturally. It's been very disruptive in my life.
Oh shit, hold on. I just saw a message. OTK, my boy, I heard you say the first one, what about them learning how to farm? You didn't hear when they said pan-Indian. No, No, I didn't. Oh, I stepped off for a second. Oh, man. And this is my first time watching this too, man. You know what I mean? Shout out, man, to everybody who be dropping something on my for me to go look at, man. I'm getting through it. I'm going to start doing that, man. You know what I mean? People who, I'm going to start doing that.
Navajo Kathleen Wood returns to the Chuska boarding school in Tohatchi, New Mexico.
This was dormitory 3. It used to be right here. It's no longer here, but it used to be the big girls' dorm. There was another dorm to my left, and that was the little girls' dorm. But at school, if you made a mistake, sometimes it's harsh punishment. You just have to learn quickly. To this day, I still get sad about it. My mom, my dad, I don't know what happened, but sometimes they didn't pick me up. And I still get emotional on this because I would be at the dorms with maybe 4 other students. Christmas was the hardest, 1-2 years, a couple of years maybe. She left me there and looking out the window, no one coming to pick you up. So that was hard. And it was sad for me because it's like, who's coming to get me? There were 3 boys that ran away from this school. They wanted to go home. Apparently they got so lonely they wanted to visit family. There's 3 brothers, and they were from Noshchitty. They ran away from here as winter, January. I remember helicopters going around, flying over this plateau. We were told to stay inside the building. They did find the boys after a while. But the sad part is all 3 boys lost their legs due to frostbite, frozen legs. So they did come back to school here, but they were in wheelchairs, and then later on they went to the fake legs. But they were, they still finished here with us. And I still remember who they are, and they're not forgotten. May they rest in peace now. They're no longer around. But, sometimes when you get so lonely, you do desperate things to go home.
When I was in 2nd grade, that was my worst nightmare. I know I was traumatized from that. But going to Sherman, being with students that I know from the same village, from the same area, and meeting new students, to me, that was the greatest time of my life.
The clock no longer ticks at the Phoenix Indian School in Arizona. The history of the school dates from 1891.
This AI tool will take your idea and create a complete book, complete with design, images, layout, everything, including the content, literally in a few minutes. Watch this. So I'm using Designer, which will import content from your blog, from a Google Doc or a Word doc, or even a YouTube, depending on the plan you choose. For now, I'm going to use Word Genie, the AI feature. So all I need to do is give it an idea and then click on next. And then just tell Word Genie what audience am I targeting my book towards. Then it'll just show me a selection of titles, which I'll just choose one that catches my eye. Then it'll suggest the outline for my book, which I'm free to edit as I see fit. And now the magic happens. It will generate the full content of the ebook, ready for me to edit, tweak, and tune. And obviously, I want to make it my own so it comes across and reads really, really well. And so from here now, it's saved as a draft, or I can simply choose a template. And there are hundreds of templates to choose from, and all of these are totally customizable. You can change anything, the images, the style, any of the text, whatever you want. So this one looks perfect for my niche, passion, grit, and success. All these images can be changed once I'm in the editor, and I can see I could do.
Arlen Palaka of the Hopi tribe attended the school.
There's nothing but good I can say about boarding schools. My dad just told us that's what we needed to survive today, and he was right about that. And I was glad I listened. You know, there's many different tribes there, and made friends with pretty much every tribe. I had a friend in every tribe.
It closed in 1990.
I always thought I was going to get beat or get hit with a board or something, but that never happened to me, luckily. So I've witnessed the whole classroom witness one of our classmates get so badly beaten by the teacher. And so we were just like, that was awful and terrible. But we just sort of went back and continued our class. I don't know what happened. We didn't know anything about reporting or anything like that. So
Davina Spotted Elk attended Tuba City Boarding School in Arizona as a young girl.
See, that's why you got to listen to stories. You feel me? This is how we're going to add up the whole picture. I'm telling you. They tell a story.
I would say my worst experience was when after Tuba City boarding school, I had gone on to Seventh-day Adventist boarding school in Holbrook, Arizona. A lot of girls that were away from home. I would hear them sometimes cry in their bed. I probably only lasted half the year.
Another thing too, I'm gonna show y'all why they had to let them become significant in history. Not history, but why they had to become synonymous in American stories. I'm gonna show you that too, for real.
Because I had cried so hard. There was a group of girls, little young girls, that ran away. You know, we didn't know how far away home was, so we thought maybe it wasn't very far. But they said no, they caught us, and we went to the main principal. I don't know if he was a principal or the director of the boarding school, but they said that he had whipped each and every one of them with it was like a cord. It was like a electrical cord, I think they described it as. And they showed us the whipping marks.
To tell you the truth, curious, I think somebody was trying to tell me about them. I think they're UT. I think they're from the UT tribe or whatever like that, and they claim it, and they was like, just check this out. You know what I'm saying? You know, I know you like American history, so check this out. This also happened in America. So You know what I mean? Regardless if this might not be our people, but it is part of American history. And I love American history. I'd rather study American history than any other place, especially North American history, because it's vast. It's a lot.
And some of them were very deep. And that was very scary for us. So I think they wanted us to see that. So it would show, you know, if anyone ever leaves again, this is what's going to happen. So we were terrified. And from that, for me, it was very traumatic.
And we didn't know a word of English. And they tried to tell us something, but we didn't understand. And then they kept telling us, and sometimes they would lose their patience and start talking hard and yelling.
You notice they had to get taught English. We didn't over here on this side. The South, the Midwest, and the West has different stories. And the East, when I say the South, I mean like the East corridor, then you got the Midwest corridor, then you got the mountain range corridor, plains, and then you got the West. You know what I mean? I find stories, oh man, the cultures and stuff, man. It's crazy. It's crazy.
And then we start crying.
Not crazy like fucked up, but it's crazy like, man, it's so vast. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, it's vast, man. It's beautiful, crazy like that.
So it was a terrifying experience.
Cheryl Marzak visits Navajo Carl Begay. Carl is a sheep herder who lives near Chinle, Arizona. Carl remembers the Intermountain Indian School which he attended in Brigham City, Utah.
Not Navajo, just English. Always speak English all the time. You know, he used to get.
And let me also make this clear too. You know what? I'm gonna start doing shows on when they was doing this removal thing and when people chose to accept lands and stuff like that and roll out like that. When they say they're going west, west only means west from where they was at. In the east and the southeast on this side of the map, west only means that they went towards the Midwest. That doesn't mean that they went all the way west. They went right outside in Indian territory and then later on outside the 95-degree line. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Let's go.
But when we're out there in the sticks somewhere, we always sing or we always tell jokes, Navajo jokes and all that.
Today, the Intermountain Indian School is only a skeleton of its past. Intermountain opened in 1950 and closed in 1984. It was converted from a World War II military hospital.
And y'all, this is strictly
the Intermountain Indian School in Brigham City, Utah, I'm happy to say was one of the best schools because it served the Intermountain West. We got kids from all over the western states.
Many Navajo were bused to Intermountain from their homes in Arizona and southern Utah. Darlene Smith met her husband Roy at Intermountain.
This is in Utah. This is in Utah. So, you know, they'll let you know they got an intermixing going on. You got the Uti, you got the Comanche, you got the Navajo, you got oh man, the Comanche, and you got the mixing in with the Pablos and stuff like that, man. Oh, over there was they all tribed up. That's why he said it was stronger for them to tribe up with each other and all that.
They had their own theater. They had their own dance halls. You know,
facts, Miles.
I mean, it was just the best time for me. That's where I met my husband.
How you think the Mormons got the story that they are that you know what I mean, that everything is over here? Okay.
And see, he wasn't going to school there. He had graduated from there. He was in college at Utah State University. But I loved it. I loved the Indian school. Then I don't know how long they had it open after that, and they closed it down.
Boarding schools faced issues of overcrowding and funding shortfalls. Many parents wanted their children educated.
Hold on, Curious. What you trying to say, Curious? What do that shit, OTK? I don't understand what you're saying. What do that shit? I want to make sure you don't want me to back this video up or something real quick, man. I'm curious. I don't understand it. What do that shit, OTK? Matter of fact, hold on. Shit. I dropped the link, man. Y'all come on up. Y'all come on up. I'm gonna build for a little while. I'm out this bitch by 10:30. Yes, Shakina, you're totally correct. At one time, all of California, all the way up to Utah up to Oregon, Seattle, all that was Mexico. Correct. The Uchi, I didn't say Uchi. I said Uti, or the Ut. UTE. Curious? And what Uchi tribe you talking about? You talking about the Uchi? YUCHI? Oh, okay. Come on, Curious, man. You know I'm on my shit now. You know what I'm talking about? Hey, this ain't me now. This video is not me. I'm not saying this is me or us. Whoever sent me this video, they're saying that this is them. So I'm going to listen to them telling me who them is.
Closer to home.
All of a sudden, the budgets were shut down, and we were really upset about that because it's like we finally got a hold on the federal schools to serve our kids, and then they shut them down. They pulled the rug out from under us.
And Curious, our peoples over here even look different. The American Indians over here on this side, man, even look different. Like I said, I don't want to sound prejudiced, man, or racist, man, but they all sound Mexican to me. Yes, they Mexican and they are Canadian. They came up from the Algonquians too. That the Utis are Algonquian nation, part of the Algonquian nation. Not saying that they're necessarily Algonquian, but they up underneath that banner, that area. But they from Utah, North Dakota, South Dakota, you know what I mean? That area right there. And then they went on down. That's when they started turning like Navajo, Comanche, all of that, bro. Yeah. All of those people like that are like the, you know what I mean? Like pretty much the same thing, you know what I mean? Yeah, exactly, Curious. Exactly. Y'all could come on up, man. Y'all could come on up. Y'all can come on up and build with me. Because where I might be a little bit off at, man, I don't got no problem with being corrected now. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't never say that I know the whole thing or the whole story or the whole truth. That's why people be sending me stuff, man. And I appreciate y'all. I want y'all to keep sending me to it, man. You know what I mean? Exactly, Curious. Exactly, Curious. Exactly. I feel you. But let me go ahead and get this done. Y'all come on up, man. Oh yeah, somebody actually was that an African?
For some,
Hold
the
on,
board.
back it up real quick.
Today, the Intermountain Indian School is only a skeleton of its past.
And if y'all see something and I'm going past it just because y'all chat might be a little delayed and I don't see it, catch it, get a timestamp or something, man. See if you can get a timestamp. I'll lead this up like this so we can get timestamps.
Intermountain opened in 1950 and closed in 1984. It was converted from a World War II military hospital.
The Intermountain Indian School in Brigham City, Utah, I'm happy to say was one of the best schools because it served the Intermountain West.
Hey, curious. Let me ask you this. Now I'm gonna rewind this real quick. Now, I ain't gonna lie to you. You see this guy? Oh shit. Went too far back, did I? Oh shit. I was at 27. Damn, I lost it. Damn, Mark.
So if you're over 40 and haven't achieved
Hold on,
freedom
I
of
wanna
movement
see
and
something
flexibility,
real
you're nuts. If you want to have body mastery,
Always tell jokes, never hold.
Patient and start talking hard and yelling, and then we start.
We was past that.
It's from all over the western states.
Okay,
But I loved it. I loved it in its own dance.
Federal schools to serve our kids, and then they shut them down.
Once in a while.
Damn, that's crazy. Okay, I remember that. Okay, boom. Damn.
Shut them down. They pull the rug out from under us.
I want to go back because I want to stop it. I want to show something. I'm gonna make sure I get the damn times.
For some, the boarding school experience was an opportunity for education.
The teachers were good. For them to come out and onto the reservation and teach us, I thought that was, pretty.
Okay, milestone. I was at 33.
How would you say? It's pretty.
Just let it roll. I'm gonna just let it roll.
Courageous
Right
for them.
Thank you, milestone. Appreciate you, bro.
Once in a while, they would say something negative. At the time, I thought that was okay to do. But now I don't think it's okay. It was okay, But we would just forget.
Davina's Spotted Elk and Amanda Blackhorse visit the home of Davina's grandmother in Big Mountain, Arizona. Davina's grandmother is a respected Navajo elder. She's witnessed tremendous change over the course of her many years. Amanda Blackhorse visits Davina's grandmother for the first time.
We're still feeling the effects of boarding schools today. Boarding schools actually still do exist to this day, and it has completely demolished the indigenous familial system. And many of our people are suffering, and they don't. The thing is, they don't realize that they are suffering from the boarding school syndrome. Many of us don't even understand it in that perspective.
In the 1960s, the civil rights era brought change. Native Americans were part of that
That's
movement.
what I was saying.
And I remember reading Robert Kennedy, who was Attorney General at that time, saying that there should be day schools where students can be bused to their home. He says, if you take the child away from their environment, you kill the spirit. He says, how can you expect a child to learn when you kill the spirit?
The Indian Civil Rights Act passed in 1968. The occupation of Alcatraz and Wounded Knee were significant political events which brought Native issues to public attention.
1970s, the American public became aware of discontent, their rage at hundreds of years of American policies of genocide and ethnic cleansing.
It's not true for all Americans or Westerners that the intent of Native American policy was to obliterate all natives, take their land, and this and that. There was some very, caring and compassionate people during that time that advocated for Native Americans.
Congress passed the Indian Self-Determination and Education Act in 1975, giving tribal communities greater control over their own affairs. The Santa Fe Indian School in New Mexico was started during the assimilation era. Pueblo governors acknowledged deficiencies in education. Committed educators proved to be catalysts for positive change.
I'm uniquely qualified to know what the kids are going through because I went through the same thing, being away from home, so I know what the kids are going through, but I also know that what the kids are as capable of doing.
The Santa Fe Indian School is owned and operated by the 19 pueblos in New Mexico. They have taken responsibility for educating their children. The Pueblo Council named Joseph Abeta as the first superintendent.
Those people have failed our kids for over 200 years. If we fail once or twice, relative to how many times our kids have been failed, we deserve the rights. So we took it on.
I am from the Tlingit and Haida tribe in Alaska, and I'm affiliated with the Mescalero Apache tribe.
Alicia is a boarding school student at the Santa Fe Indian School.
When you go to the Santa Fe Indian School, you experience what it feels like to be genuinely cared about and to have the support from teachers and from staff and from your friends.
Self-determination means self-determination. A condition for self-determination is that we learn how to do for ourselves, accept responsibility. And when we do good, it's our success. When we do bad, it's our failure. And creating that kind of attitude, I think, really motivated.
Hold on, I'm gonna stop it real quick, man, because I see Curious just came in. Hey, Sharice, check your email, baby. I always send you when I got your email now. Y'all need to check y'all emails, man, because I strictly send. See, the reason why I send y'all the link in the email is so I don't have to put my link in the chat. Once I put my link in the chat, it's hard to stop people from coming in. If y'all just got the personal link, y'all can use it. You know what I mean? That'll stop me. That way I can keep going on with the build. And I want to build with people with like minds like me, my family, rather than you know what I mean? Hey, shout out to Curious, man. What's going on to you, man? Peace and love to you, my brother. And I hope you and the family is doing great today. Damn, he dropped off. I did see he came on twice. Looked like he having a little difficulty, but I'm gonna start this back up.
Kids to show people who we are, that we are capable.
It's definitely difficult to think about what boarding schools were compared to what they are today. Because
hey, Sharice, these ain't even $5 Indians, Sharice.
Sure not.
I'll go back to it. What's up, yeah, I got you, Curious. You cut your camera off, bro. Or let's want to keep it on. You all right? But
What's up, bro?
yeah, man. How you doing, man? Peace and love to you, man. I hope
Peace
you
and love
and
to
the
you,
family is all right, man. And I hope you have a good day, bro.
All is well, man. Just all is well, man. I'm enjoying the build, man. And like I was saying, I raised the question out. Doesn't it seem strange? It seems strange to me that all these people that they have speaking sound Hispanic to me.
Yes, they will tell you they got that in them, bro.
Yeah.
Once they say Navajo, that's Spanish. That's Spanish mix right there, bro.
Right. And that's what they sound like to me.
We got to know our tribes. We got to know these tribes on the West Coast. You know what I mean? You got to know who they are. And they will tell you who they are. Because of wars and shit like that, they got intermixing. And they even tell you that when the Asians came in, they even mixed. You got to think they was bringing the Asians in the 1800s too. The Pacific Islanders, rather.
Right. Well,
I don't want to just single Asians out, but the Pacific Islanders, the Pacific trade was serious too.
Right.
They was bringing them in from goddamn Oregon all the way down to fucking central Mexico.
Right. I just this is a good video, man. And the thing that's like I say, it sticks out to me. It is one, they sound like Mexicans. Two, they all look mostly Oriental. Three, and so the word play that they're using, they're not using, like I say, the Indian Civil Rights Act was passed in 1968. They didn't say Native American Civil Rights
never,
Act.
and you notice you will never see Native American Indian. They
Right.
never use Indian behind their name, so they already letting you know who they is.
Right.
See,
So
people
they're different.
gotta watch. So they already done letting you know. Now, whether or not we know who they are and we let them claim our shit and get the benefits, that's something we didn't know because we was up underneath another fucking. Oh man, go ahead, Curious man.
You're right.
I'm gonna walk off for like 2 minutes, but go ahead and build because the chat still can hear you. I'm gonna walk off for a second. Go ahead, bro.
So the one thing that like I say definitely sticks out to me is that we have been so miseducated, and our heritage have been so how can I say, misplaced to other people that we can't fight. We don't fight for what we are and who we are, and when we do fight for who we are, then it's an extreme. We seem like we're crazy. So at the end of the day, these people are telling you that they're Native Americans, and one, like I say, they sound more Mexican to me. They look more Oriental than anything to me, or Eskimo, or however you want to put it. We have to recognize that, and we can't allow our emotions, because we know the wrong that has been done. That's the thing. We know the wrong has been done, and anybody that's in the back in the chat talking, the African or Pan-African stuff, it's over with. It's over with. We can't keep that up, because our land has been stolen, our birthrights have been taken, our basically our existence has been taken, if you want to say it like that. I just think that going forward, and for future references, that we have to, I know we can't come together because niggas won't do that. Excuse me, brothers and sisters won't do that, because there's too many ideologies here in America. And that's the purpose of it, to keep the people divided so they can't be on one page and agree this is what we want. And as we know, you have these different YouTube platforms that talk to different beliefs and have different knowledge. And I just think that it's a shame how we are so divided. I mean, I just think it's a shame, man. I really do. It's just terrible, because
Man,
our
I caught
people are
that
lost.
right just now, man, about the divided stuff, man. I'm gonna tell you, Curious, on some real. That's why I said what I said to my boy New Growth the other day. Like, I just want to drop American Indian history, and dealing with American Indian history, you're dealing with American history. North American history. And I'm dealing with all of American Indian history, regardless of who it is, because I'm gonna have some stories on some people who ain't us neither, like the Germans. I might have stories on the Italians, you know what I'm saying? But it's all American history. The thing is, if it's all American history, shit was going on at the same time. I don't want people to think that when you see goddamn this was happening in goddamn 1775 over here in South Carolina, that it wasn't nothing happening over there in the Midwest. It wasn't nothing happening in the mountains, in the plain area, and it wasn't nothing happening in California 1775. It was happening everywhere. Things was happening everywhere. Whether or not if it was India, Native American against a Native American tribe, or American Indians making the migration up the Mississippi, or whether it was American Indians making migration from the South Carolina up to New York. You know what I mean? All kind of things was happening at the same damn time. And this is what gets convoluted.
It's very convoluted.
You see what I'm saying? So what I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to break it all down.
Right.
That's it.
I don't think that you're gonna be able to all break it all down. It's too, like you say, it's too vast. It's too much history. Right.
Right. But hopefully
you
somebody will pick up if I don't get to finish before, you know what I mean, before I got to go back from which I came, you know what I mean, then hopefully somebody can pick up where I left off. And one day it'll all be told. And once it all be told, then I think you know what I'm saying, we definitely know what exactly happened. Like we know what happened, but we just can't touch it. But we just can't touch it. Like we even know the players.
Right.
But we still wondering like how. Yeah. Then we know the how. But then now it's the who of the how that helped them.
Yeah, that we've been usurped is for real, man.
Mm-hmm.
That is
my dog.
That's for real. We've been usurped, man. And
yes.
And the thing that's so disturbing is it only happened, man, after 1870, man. It didn't 1890. I think I sent you that one document, you and Straight Smoke. I sent you a couple.
Man,
remember,
I need you to send me that again because I got a new phone since then, man. I messed around and left my phone on the back of my truck, drove off, man. When I came back, man, my phone that looked like a Mack truck out here.
It shattered. I think I sent you those documents showing how they said down in your neck of the woods where they said that we intentionally put the so-called Negro disconnected from the so-called Negro. They intentionally did it. It was intentionally done because like you know, it was a lot of prominent so-called black folk, Negro, colored, whatever you want to call it, American Indian. They were in the houses of representative Congress in that time in the 1870s. So they disenfranchised these butts. They disenfranchised them. They killed them, coerced them, poisoned them. They was doing that all along the south, down the southeast region. They was poison the people to open up the seats so they could put their own plants in the seats. I ain't making this up. They did it in Louisiana. So we got lost. We lost our prominent positions to make, now we think that, because it's all so-called Europeans or Caucasians or however you that's in Congress, that they always been there, and it ain't always been like that. It happened after the 1890s, 1900s.
Well, you already know I'm gonna bring that out. You already know I'm gonna bring that out. You know what I'm saying? Here, South Carolina got rich history with that. And when I bring that out, that's when we're gonna dive into who these people was that was in it. You know what I mean? Since they like to put a title with them, you know. Shouts out to everybody who just came in, man. Listen, anytime y'all got any American history out there, I don't know all. Y'all got any American history, man, y'all send it to me. Y'all want me to go over it, review it, you know what I mean, and give my input about it. I love to do that, man. You know what I'm saying? Definitely would love to go over everything that everybody got. You know what I'm saying? Definitely, as long as it's dealing with American history, because I want to know somehow everything is going to tie in. You have something that I need to see. Okay, Mama Bear, hit the link, and then I'll send you I'll give you my email in the back chat. I don't put my email out there fully. Now, people be sending me stuff like in my comments and stuff like that. So that's how I get most of it. And then some people got my email. But we're gonna go back to this. Somebody out of the Ooopppps tribe, the UT tribe, UTE, sent me this and was like, yo, OTK, can you go and review this for me? You know what I mean? And give me your thoughts. So that's why I'm showing this now. You know what I mean? This is over there in Utah area, y'all. So respect.
Because it was so different. A lot of terrible things took place, and a lot of terrible things were inflicted on Native Americans. And I think it changed from wanting to assimilate Native Americans into, white culture to now, which is, really nurturing who we are as a people and supporting who we are.
Alicia attends Carlos Santisteban's physics class.
Resonance to it. We're going to look at that a little bit more in terms of what's happening with the waves, but not that.
Alicia ends her day at the dorm, which is her home away from home. She catches the train to Albuquerque on most weekends to return to her family.
I feel like whenever I was going to schools in Albuquerque, the public schools, I was able to click with people, but not on this particular level, because going to the Santa Fe Indian School and being Native American and being surrounded by Native American students, you build connections with them that you can't with people that don't understand and don't relate to who you are on a very spiritual and personal level. And I think it just gives you a lot of room for, discovering who you are and figuring out who you want to be.
That's our school. It belongs to us in a way that schools have never been our schools.
And then we're at this tipping point that I think could go either way. And it is essential that our young people understand their responsibility. And as a teacher, I remind them and I tell them, and I say, think about the future.
We're uniquely Native American. How do we take those Native American values and belief systems and how do we put them into this school, that Santa Fe Indian School, so that you come onto campus and we're an Indian school, we're an Indian boarding school, and that we're okay with it, we're good.
Darlene Smith teaches a class in Navajo history to grade schoolers. Navajo language, culture, and history are embraced here.
In the boarding school days, the government didn't want us to speak Navajo. So I think a lot of the parents from back then, the ones that went to boarding school, I think they're grandmothers now, a lot of them don't want their kids to learn Navajo.
Dacian Spotted Elk is Davina's son. Roy and Darlene Smith are his grandparents. He attends East High School in Salt Lake City. George Henry teaches a diversity class at the school.
In my class this year, I think Mr. George Henry, who's a great teacher, he does a great job at teaching different cultures and explaining, how it is to be a person of color.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm kind of understanding.
I've been taught to, always take pride in it, and I think it's awesome. I'm Native American, and I hope other Native Americans realize that also. Growing up, a lot of kids would say racist things, and I could recall one day a kid told me to get your Native American butt out of here and go home. And I didn't want to be mean or say anything mean back. So I told him, I gave him a brief history lesson about Native Americans, and I told him, I said, this is my home. And I told him how Native Americans, you know, how we struggled and how we were pushed away from our homes. And he was shocked, and he didn't say another word about it ever again.
Dacian plays on the basketball team.
There are little signs like when I pat my heart, it's telling him, play with your heart. There are other times when I'm, you know, pointing to my eyes, it's like, focus. I know my son's has had some history with students that have name called him or his Native friends. I know that for a fact because he's told me. And so he uses sports as a way to cope. The imagery I see at basketball games is very offensive for me. I know my son he's had to encounter with that times when he's traveled. There's a high school not far from here that has the imagery, and I've seen, you know, football games when you've seen the painted faces on them, or in basketball games, they're you know, making the whoopee noise.
Some of the things I hear and see, you know, people doing the chant and call me racist names, and it hurts sometimes. And I can recall, you know, one game where I let it get to me, and you know, I didn't want to play or finish the game, and you know, I couldn't believe someone would say something like that to me.
For the most part, in general, do not support using Native people and tribes, Indian tribes, as mascots or nicknames. However, in the case of the University of Utah and the use of the Ute nickname, I'm totally in support of it. The University of Utah did consult with the tribes back in the 70s, and more recently met formally with the tribe and obtained a resolution, which is our official form of business.
Yes, you heard that? They formed a resolution. So they said they ain't had no choice but to let people that look like me and you in there, because they know they was the real American Indians.
That's it.
So
That's what I'm saying.
they
That's
made
what
a resolution with them. You
That's
see
what
that,
I'm
right?
saying. I saw it. That's what I was saying, bro. You notice how they showing the so-called Negro or the so-called African American playing sports, right? Because they know the deal, man. I get so tired, bro.
That's why I say,
I get
hey,
so,
listen, bro. That's why we got the, you know what I mean, take the,
oh my God.
you know, take the meat and spit out the bone.
Oh my God, bro. I get so tired, man. I get so
Amanda
tired,
Blackhorse is
man.
possibly best known
You know, I told you
for
I'm 60, right,
participating
man?
in the
I'm so
lawsuit
tired of this shit,
regarding the
man.
Washington
It's just
Redskins' name.
unbelievable. It's not
For
that
generations,
I
we're
wish
taught to believe that we're
that
savages.
let me
And
just
you
say this,
got to
though.
understand now.
I
Remember,
wish that
at the beginning, it said that they got taught.
yeah, they said they got taught. They got taught
You
how
can
to
see at the
farm.
very beginning, and I was like, yo, hold
Yeah,
up.
they said that. You're right.
Why would they have to go to school to learn American farming?
If they was farmers from the get-go.
All right, there you go. There you go. Let's stop right there, Curious. We're going to come back to that.
Yeah.
Why do you need somebody coming across here and setting up a school to teach you a Native American Indian culture? That's crazy. That's crazy.
You're right.
Is we're
You're
taught
right,
to believe
brother, on
that we
that.
were less than,
The last time
that
I
we were
checked, I looked
redskins,
at the
that we were
census in the
that we were
1870s,
primitive,
1860s,
and
1890s,
we really believe.
well, the 1880s and 1900s, 1910s, and all of my goddamn relatives said farmers or farm laborer. So I don't understand, man. It just as a white boy I know say, it just tweaks my melon. It tweaks my melon with that shit, bro. That's all. Ridiculous.
Believe that, you know, that has been beaten into our heads.
Crazy.
You have mascots, you have
It
cowboys
does,
and
man. It just
Indians
tweaks my
in
melon,
Hollywood.
man.
The only representation out there of Native American people in the national media is our
got me calling on
stereotypes.
Jesus.
We're
I
looked
don't
at
even call on Jesus.
only through that lens. And so I think sports mascots has a huge responsibility in that.
It's not okay. It's not. Although I know there are tribes that say, oh no, it's honoring us. But no, look at the statistics, read the statistics. It really does impact our younger generation. It impacts them to where they are ashamed.
Perseverance story. You know what I mean? Always
Why is no one buying from you? Let's be real. You
always got to have a good ending now.
That's right. That's right.
Samuel Holiday rides in a Navajo tribal parade. He and Dana Key are
But there's no
Navajo
sound
code
coming from this
talkers
video right
who
now.
participated
In case you
in
didn't know
World
that.
War II.
I can't hear shit.
Code talkers use native language to communicate.
Is it no sound?
Yeah, it's just showing the video, no sound. That's why.
Are you serious? What happened?
Yeah, that's why I typed it in the back chat, bro.
Oh man. Oh, I gotta stopping this thing. It had sound from the beginning though, right? It just didn't have sound from where me and you left off at.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I bet.
Man, old dude
Vital
look.
information.
There you go.
Enemies could not decipher. People from several Native American tribes were code talkers in World War I and World War II, the same language that was discouraged during boarding school days.
They call it brown soap. If you hear talking Navajo, they smash it right into your face like this. Brown soap was bitter.
They are regarded with a great deal of respect.
And curious, he didn't sound Spanish.
No, he sounds Chinese though, and he looks Chinese too.
You look Chinese. That sound a little country in them, boy. We do like this.
Exactly.
Damn.
Exactly.
Using the Navajo language to create a code, which many people say then was very significant to ending the war.
The boarding schools contributed many former students to the military. Ira Hayes participated in the flag raising on Iwo Jima during World War II. He was a member of the Pima tribe and attended Phoenix Indian School.
Native Americans, and including the Navajo people, are some of the most patriotic people, patriotic citizens of the United States. I believe that it is a part of the processes of American assimilation. And so it's very difficult to separate our sense of who we are as citizens of our respective and distinctive tribal nations and being citizens of the United States.
Low self-esteem, poverty, drugs, and hopelessness are continuing problems for Native Americans.
That's why we have a lot of sort of quote unquote mental health problems today. You see high rates of depression and anxiety. And I believe that's where that comes from, because their trauma has been passed down, and we really are feeling what they're feeling at times.
Some of them, they accomplished what they needed to do, but some of them, they became an alcoholic. One of the very, very close friends, when I got married and when I had the family, we were driving downtown in Flagstaff. There was this man carrying a gunny sack, carrying aluminum cans. And it turned out that that was one of my very, very, very best friends. And he was out there, he was homeless. He was begging for money.
The boarding school era wasn't simply a time of adversity. Accomplishments also accompanied it. Carlisle's Jim Thorpe received Olympic and professional international fame. He is widely known as one of the world's greatest athletes.
For someone like Jim Thorpe to come out of that and to be acknowledged for his feats as an athlete, I think was a point or a place where people could feel some sense of pride that one of their own had indeed accomplished something great against such adversity.
Hopi distance runner Louis Tiwanima excelled at Carlisle. He won the Olympic silver medal in 1912. Louis eventually returned to the Hopi Mesas. Acclaimed sculptor, painter, and illustrator Allen Hauser was a product of the Santa Fe Indian School. He later taught at the Intermountain Indian School. Lakota Sioux distance runner Billy Mills was raised on the Pine Ridge Reservation in South Dakota. He attended the Haskell Institute and the University of Kansas. Billy Mills won the 1964 Olympic gold medal in the 10,000-meter event. He served in Vietnam with the Marine Corps.
All right, now, it's a difference between somebody who's from a reservation and somebody who grew up on a reservation. Them would be your $5 Indians.
We're very bright. We're very intelligent. I know that because I see that everywhere I've traveled. I know we have bright children, but the thing is it doesn't pertain to
There's no sound.
the white American society, but the test that we are given isn't.
Why I keep doing that?
Pertain to who we are. I mean, Columbus didn't discover America.
That sound now?
Sorry.
I can't hear shit.
Some apologies have been made for the policies of assimilation, but many Native people seek more.
Two if they can.
Nah, if you can't hear, they can't hear shit. Hold on. Seems like when I stop it, damn, that shit go mute and that's a wrap. There you go.
First and foremost is an apology. The President of the United States has already issued that, but I think most states need to also do that.
I've often acknowledged the painful history, the broken promises that are part of our past. And I've said that while we couldn't change the past, working together, nation and nation, we could build a better future.
Some refused to retaliate when the opportunity came.
And I told myself that one of these days I'm gonna go get her back. But I did see her, and she's an old lady now, and I thought, no, I can't do that. But at the time, I was angry. It's like, no one just goes and slaps you for no reason. I was doing what I'm supposed to be doing.
This is a great country, and we need to remember that. But it requires maintenance to keep it great, because I'm a big Thomas Jefferson fan when he said that our democracy hinges upon the quality of the education of the public. And we're starting to see that today.
The past is marked by the graves of children, the cemeteries far away from their homes and families. They are remembered only in the hearts and minds of a few.
When we remember the stories of their experiences, we remember the children who died there, who never returned home. Many of them not only died from sicknesses and diseases, but they also died from loneliness and heartbreak. Their stories remind us that we should always do better, and that we should cherish and love our children, and that they are the next generation.
This program is made possible in part by the Lawrence T.D. Janet T.D. Foundation.
All right, curious, yeah, man. But yeah, man, appreciate y'all for sending me that.
That's a good video, man. I mean,
you know what I mean? Good video, man. Now I would like to who sent me that video, I would love it if you come and tell me your story about that, because I want to know, because I want to know if the UT are American Indians or are they Native American?
Native Americans, baby.
We know they came from Utah, but was they already there before these Native Americans came in through Canada? Oh, you know what I mean? And started mixing with them? Was they already there first?
So you got the UTs and you got the U-Cheese, right?
No, the U-Cheese is down south.
Yeah,
I know who the
U-Cheese
U-Cheese is, because they over here in
Georgia.
South Carolina, bro.
Yeah, Georgia.
Yeah, South
Georgia
Carolina.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know Georgia, South Carolina, bro.
Yeah.
When you speak with Georgia, when we speaking to tribes and shit like that, chieftains, we gotta go ahead and put Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina together, and some of Florida.
Yeah, Southern Florida.
Big
You might as well say you might as well say Georgia,
Jacksonville
Florida,
on up.
Mississippi,
Jacksonville
Alabama.
on. Right.
All of them.
Right. The Southern Corridor.
Yep.
Facts. The Southern Corridor.
Yeah. That's facts. Because you know, when you study the migration pattern, once they colonized Virginia, they pushed everybody out of Virginia into the Carolinas. From the Carolinas, they was pushing them to Georgia, to Mississippi.
Shit, they was pushing people all directions from Carolina. Yeah. There was so many till they was pushing them south and north.
Yeah, you're right.
That's how North Carolina was created, because they was pushing them up there.
Right.
And Virginia was pushing them down. You know what I mean? So that's what middle hub right there. That middle hub right there, which is North Carolina. North Carolina is the middle hub between South Carolina and Virginia. Just like Georgia is the middle hub between South Carolina and Florida.
Right. That happened somewhere around 1690 after Bacon's rebellion. That's when that big
1712 North Carolina, 1712, 1719, but they didn't officially become part of like the Union until like 1789.
Right.
It was like the 12th, they was like the 12th state. And so in order to make the 13, they made North Carolina and they made Georgia. North Carolina is the 12th, Georgia is the 13th.
Right. So like I say, man, that push,
United States. Go ahead.
Push, cause one of the things that I know, I got a great fifth generation great grandfather. He come out of Virginia. So one of my goals is to go down to State Line, Mississippi, because that's where he ended up at in 1870. They ended up from Alabama to State Line in 1870, and he had a farm, 170 something acres of land in 1870. So but they had him on the census as a mulatto, right? But when you see his picture, he don't look like no damn mulatto. That's so that I know that's the Indian, that's the American Indian tie in that bloodline, because they had him as a mulatto, and then they had all his children.
But a mulatto, the first mulattoes of America was Indians mixed with the people who was coming across here first, not with no Okay, all right.
I got you. Yeah. Exactly. But so I'm interested to go down there because I've been Ancestry ain't doing it. I got to go down there and dig in the real records so I can see.
Did you have to try to find a court case?
Yeah, where he come from.
Look that up online. Did you see that? Did you see that Indian to mulatto court documents that I brought up from Virginia, North Carolina, and parts of South Carolina?
I didn't see that one. No, I didn't see that one.
Sister Bethy also she showed it too on her channel.
Yeah, I saw her.
Right, that Indian to mulatto with the court cases.
Right.
Where people names would get, you know what I mean? So that's a way for you to find it too.
Yeah, but really what I want to do is find out where in Virginia did he come
from. I don't got Facebook, Mama Bear. I don't got Facebook, baby girl.
You know what I'm saying? That's really what I want to do is find out what part of Virginia he come from, and then that'll tie his tribe into where he come from. That's what that's my goal.
Hold on, what tribe do you got?
So we got Choctaw by blood. One side is Choctaw by blood, and one side is Cherokee by blood from northern Alabama.
That's 1800s tribe.
Yes.
Who was in before they assimilated into the Choctaw?
Exactly. That's what I want to do. Find out for him.
You know what area? You know what area of Virginia they was in?
It don't say it on the census. It don't say nowhere. I can't find him up until I found him in 1860, and I believe he was on a farm with one of his relatives. So I'm trying to figure that out. But if I can trace him back from Alabama to Washington County, Alabama to Virginia, I got it. That's the only one I'm worried about. Everybody else, I'm cool with.
It seemed like for him to come on down from Virginia to Alabama, that means he probably came through before Tennessee was Tennessee.
Yeah, but he had a
so
land.
He probably came on down through like the Mississippi and all that shit. That you know what I mean, Indian territory on the other side of the Appalachian.
But you hear what I said? He had a land patent. I had two great grandfathers, his son-in-law and him. They both had two of his son-in-laws. All three of them had land patents in the 1870s. That's some deep shit right there. I got the land patents. Yeah. I got them. I got both of them. Well, one was awarded in the 1900s, a land patent. The other two was around 1870 that they had their land patents. But I need to trace him back to Virginia. Once I figure that shit out, man, I'm done with trying to trace. I'm done with the history, trying to chase that shit, man. I mean, it make me want to smoke weed. I don't even get high, man. That shit be
Nah,
bothering
nah. Don't be done, bro. Don't be
me.
done.
It,
I'm serious now. I'm serious. You know what I mean? You just need a little help, bro.
yeah,
If you could just find an area like anything, any area like that, then I can find that. I can find that. I most likely probably can find your tribe for you,
man,
your chief.
I wish that I could. I wish that I knew his mother and father. See, it's so many of his last name that comes up on the census, and it ties him to Virginia. It's so many of the same name, so I don't know exactly which one is which. I guess I can start playing the age game. So if he was born in 1817 or 1816 in Virginia, then I could play the age game and say, okay, and this time he was that. But man, listen, man, sometimes, bro, that shit gets old, man. That's all I'm saying. I get sometimes, man. I enjoy doing the shit, but sometimes I had to walk away from it, man. Cause don't know, like we all, like a lot of us know, is sometimes you just get burnt out, man. You got to walk away from it. You know what I mean, man? I'm just
Yeah,
that's the
yeah.
thing. That's the thing with me, man. I get burnt
Yeah, I
out.
mean, genealogy, man. Genealogy ain't no easy thing, bro. You gotta have patience
Oh no, I know.
when doing that, man. Especially if you didn't get to talk to like your grandmama or great grandmama or granddaddy or great granddaddy. Oh man, or you got some aunts that might know the history or some uncles. It'll be a challenge. Like nobody knew. They only knew like areas where my mom's father came from, my grandfather.
Right.
I did all the research to find out everything else, and I came back and told the family like this, and this. You know what I mean? Like, okay,
Right.
he was, his people's name was part of the Narragansett, bottom part of the Narragansett. Could be some of a Powhatan and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Because
Right.
they came from that area. You know,
Right.
his mom and dad stayed up that area, but when he joined the military, he came through by Beaufort and he started staying with his uncle. You know what I
Right.
mean? So, and now my mom them has land out in Beaufort that they paved the road through. Now, see, this is on a totally different side. Let me tell you how it is. My mom has land from her dad in Beaufort. My grandma has land from her great grandfather in Beaufort.
That's crazy.
Yeah, yeah. So that means my mom has land in Beaufort from two different sides, from
Right.
her mom and
And
from her dad.
right. So that's the
Where
thing.
that's in the
You have
making right now, and they paved the road through that. That land right off the main highway, and they paved the road through it, dog. Oh yeah, yeah. My mom and the boy got some stuff going on right now in Beaufort.
so your mama, so she getting paid for that then, or she should be getting
We
some kind
we didn't.
of compensation.
You know when we found out, dog? We found out right before my grandma died. She
Right.
was getting everything together, right? Already getting it broken down to everything, man. Got lawyers on it and everything. And then my grandmama took sick and died. And after she died, man, my aunts them was displaced. Mom and them boys was in Chicago. You know what I mean? It was just a bunch of hectic shit going on. So now, about 3 years ago, we got back on it heavy.
Right.
3 years ago, we got back on it heavy. So
I'm in the north, man. So when I tell you all my ancestors, my mother's people, my father's people, guess where they come from? The South. I mean, it's unbelievable, man. My mother was born in Uniontown, Alabama, man. Everybody come from the South. They migrated up here in the 40s. you know, 47, they came up to Ohio, in Ohio in 47, but all of my mother's folks 47, my father's folks was 1920. Hell, my father's father had his own business in 1920. He was a general contractor in 1920, right? So watch, he went to Cleveland. He come from Cleveland back down to the Natty area, and then he had my uncle, my father's oldest brother, and he was listed on his birth certificate as white. You know why? Because they knew that Negro in 1935, they knew that he was an Indian. That's and so I got all the documentation showing that how he was listed as a white boy, and my grandmother was considered white, and my grandfather was considered white. When you look at it, you're like, oh man, them ain't no white people, man. It's crazy, man. So I know the history, but I just need to. My grandfather, I got stories that my father's father, I got stories talking about how he said one thing, and because I know a little history, I'm like, hey, there's no way that he could be from that tribe, but it's a possibility. I can't prove it, but that's the tribe that he said he was from. But the one cousin that tells the story, he sometimes, he may suffer from a little bit of how can I say, social anxieties. He got some shit going on with him, but he swears up and down. That's what he call him Big Uncle. That's what Big Uncle said. So I'm just trying to piece it together, man. But I know for sure we Indians, that's on all sides of the bloodline. I'm 100% sure. I'm not 99.9. I'm 100% sure. I can't give a Pacific 100%. This is the tribe, a nation that these people came out of. But I do know, I know exactly that this is what I was told. My grandmother, my great great grandmother. Hell, I got a cousin who wrote a book and said that one of our great great grandmama said that she was Indian, and her last name was Speed. Just saying. So I know a lot of information, man. But like you say, man, sometimes you get tired and you just walk away from a little bit and come back to it. But man, I'm gonna commend you on
It's
your
out
show.
though, right? Check. No, you
Huh?
good, bro. You good. You good, bro. We good. I love the content, man. I love the content, bro. It ain't too often that, what I mean, me and you get up here and we can build, you know what I'm saying? You be coming in and you be wanting to build, but I know you don't like that flim flam and stuff, you know what I mean? So
I'm too
so I
old.
respect that, man. Yeah, I know, bro.
I'm gonna tell you the truth. I'm too old for that. They start cussing and going off and acting crazy. I'm too old for that, man. I'm too disciplined. Too disciplined,
it get
man.
wild sometimes, man. It get wild.
Yeah, man. And you know that's the YouTube channels, man. But I don't like all that hollering and cussing and going off and being mad with each other.
That just go to show you, though. I ain't lying to you, Curious. That just go to show you. If they was on the opposite side, dog, and we met up in the field, there ain't no time to talk.
No, ain't no time to talk. Ain't no time to talk. You talking about you man. Some of them people, some of these brothers and sisters, some of these brothers get real wild with it, man.
Real wild, man, when they go around cursing out women and stuff like that, and
yeah, and
because
I was
what's wrong with their info. Oh my God, y'all start getting emotional and personal because you wrong.
Yeah, man. I ain't for all that, man. I ain't for all that. I ain't for no crazy.
That's what sticks to this Indian business, man. You know what I'm talking about? This America business. Definitely. I'm about American history. I'm about American Indian history. Definitely. You know what I mean? I just fell back off the slave trade for a little while. You know what I mean? Because I want people to catch up. You know what I mean? Not people that already know about it. I'm talking about like newer people. I want them to catch up, man. I didn't want to hit too much. So I want them to catch up and just put it on their mind so they just have something else to think about. You know what I mean? And then they can go look for themselves.
The only thing you ask, I ask people
mother.
this one.
Go ahead.
I ask people this one question, big bro. Bro, I ask one question. What is your blood type? When you know your blood type, wait a minute. Let me say what I'm gonna say. If you know if you know that your blood type is O, you Aboriginal. There's no questions about it.
Yeah, all my aunts, my mama, my uncle, all them boys is O. Every last mother effing one of them.
Yep. So and when
and
you know
I got it too.
And
I'm
then
the first grand. Now about my little cousins, them I don't know. I need to ask them, but I know I got it too, and I'm the first grand.
And if you get a cut and you form a keloid, you Aboriginal.
Yeah, I heal myself, dog. I heal.
That's it, bro.
Myself, man. My people tell me I got Animanian. They tell me, boy, you got Animanian blood in you. Ain't no way you heal it 2 days. The boys,
man, when I was
they
younger, man,
I get and they don't see no healing for like 5-6 days to a week. Shit, by a week, boy, I be damn near already ready.
Yeah, listen, man, when I used to get a scratch in when I was younger, that shit healed so fast, and it formed a scar tissue, right? Shit, man, that's unbelievable, man. I used to get them cuts, man, and scars. It healed so fast, it overheal itself. Make that tough skin, you know what they call a keloid, man. But yeah, man. But yeah, man, I commend you on your show,
Give a shout out real quick, man. Let me give a shout out to Rainwater, man. You know what I mean? Peace. Carla Hernandez, man. Peace to you too, man. One day at a time. Straight smoke, my dog. TC Gonzel, you know what I mean? Goose Creek in the house, you know what I mean? Exit in the paradigm. Peace to you, man. Big dog Philly OG, my OG, you already know. Flat motherfucking power. You know what I mean? Cocaine on the wood grain. Ah, I love that name, man. You know what I'm talking about. Shouts out to you, man. You know what I'm talking about. OCO, my dog. Bronze Flat Power, man. Peace to you. Enox, my dog. Ah, look at my auntie smoking conversations with Shakina Raw, man. Y'all make sure y'all go subscribe out to her, man. Show her some love, man. She just starting out. Great info. She got her own feel of thought. And it's beautiful, you know what I mean? Y'all go over there and check her out, you know what I mean? George Witcher third, man. What's up? Peace to you. And peace to everybody else who's done come in. Mama Bear, Mama Chief Powerton, Turtle Clan Booster, you know what I mean? He not nice, you know what I mean? My sister Sharice, the realist, but I put it all together, Sharice. You know what I'm talking about? Milestone Thoughts, man. Shouts out to you too, man. Shouts out to all my family out there. Curious One, of course, up on the panel with me. You know what I mean? And you know my boy King up in here. Cold. That's my dog. Always showing love, always in it. Always got great questions. Always willing to learn and always down to learn. And also has input to put into it. Darius McNair. Shouts out to you, man. You know what I'm talking about. And shouts out to my haters too. Definitely got to give a shout out to y'all. You know what I mean?
Because that puts you forward. Haters put you forward, man.
Yeah.
Haters go do better. I think.
The thing is, though, right? I thought that when you don't entertain them, they'll leave you alone. Shit, the more you don't entertain them, the more they put your name in shit.
Yep.
I'm like, boy, you know this is backwards.
I hate to say this, but that's niggas. I hate to say it. That's niggas, man. Oh my gosh, man. That's just niggas, man. That's terrible. But I hate to say it like that. I try not to use nigga, bro. I try not to use it, but man, that's just niggas hate, and it's terrible. We are a great people, man. A lot of us just don't know it. You know, a lot of us just don't know that we are great people, man. And we got We got natural abilities. Our natural abilities kick in, and you're like, damn, I didn't know I could do that. Why can't I do that? That's because that's that ancient DNA making you be able to do different shit, man. That's for sure, bro.
Yes,
So how
sir.
long? Let me ask you this question. How
That's
long
what
you
you
been in business?
call. That's what you call. That's what you call. Uh, instinct.
Instinct, natural instinct, man.
I
Like I
roll
told you,
off an instinct. Yes,
watch this.
yes. Go ahead.
My grandfather, my daddy's father had a business in 1920. They was doing plastering. That's when they had to do the chicken wire and the base and then the plaster. They was doing that heavy shit in the 1920s, 1930s. I got it on the census that he was doing it. So watch this. So it filtered to my uncle, my father's brothers. They all did something. One was a painter, one was a plasterer, one was a framer, one was a drywaller. I mean, plaster, and the other one was electrician, right? So all of their sons, most of us, we do the same thing. Now here I am. I done did some years in the military. I told you once, 23 years in the military. I worked 10 years civil service, 6 years in the private sector as an adult.
Appreciate you.
And guess what I'm doing? I'm doing the family business. I'm the last of the boys that's in the family business. You know what I mean? Doing drywall, framing, that kind of crap. I didn't want to do it, but it's something that's natural to me. You
Right,
see?
right.
So sometimes the very thing that we as men don't like to do that comes natural to me, that's the shit that you could be doing to take care of your family, to change your financial situation. Just like I know that you do sprinkler install, right? Irrigation install. So that's what you said, right? Am I correct? Irrigation install?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sprinkler systems. Yes, yes.
So when I was stationed,
I bring water. I bring water to the well.
Yeah. So when I was stationed down in Jacksonville, this is the funniest thing, man. My side hustle was dropping 30-foot wells. It's so simple. You go through the sand and you down 35 feet. You put the well point down there with a 2-inch casing, drop it down, pull that 2-inch casing out, prime it, put a pump up to it, suck it out.
Put a pump on it once it get on top of ground and connect your pipes to go to the house from there.
That's it. So
that's it. So that's below sea level. So that's us. See, we below sea level.
Right. So
yeah, we still got wells. We still got wells. But the only thing about the wells is that the pump needs electricity. Right. So if a major storm comes through here and it knocks out the electricity, you have no running water.
Right.
So that's why I'm fighting now, because we also need the right to have city water. So if that was to happen, we can easily tap into the city at any moment in time and still have water in case of an emergency. Right. And because we're on the coast right here, man, anything can happen over here. Like the people that live off the coast, like on the by the beach side and stuff like that, man, their insurance is like $3 million insurance, dog. And their houses is damn near 2 garages, at least a garage high already up. They house starts after the first floor. The steps, you know what I mean? Like the bottom of it, dog, is not no floor. You go up the steps and that leads into it. You know what I mean? So they house starts on the second level.
Yeah, it's on stilts.
Yeah. And that's so the wind can flow through the bottom.
You know, I lived in Jacksonville. I lived in Jacksonville for 6 years, man. And like I say, that's where I started doing irrigation system in Jacksonville. I did it. That was my side hustle, putting in sprinkler systems, man.
Yeah, hey man, good money.
I know it is. I ain't gonna tell you a story, but you spent $1,000 in material, and that includes the pump. Shit, you gonna make 4 or 5 times that if you charge it. I ain't telling you business. You know, I ain't trying to tell you I ain't trying to tell you business, but I know, bro. We used to do it on the side. We used to do it on the side, man. We worked because I was still in the military, so that was my part-time hustle, dropping irrigation wells and putting in sprinkler system. We design them, we connect the pump, we connect the timer. We did all that. Run timer, run the solenoids. We did all of it, man. Just us. And the thing, if the Navy knew, if the Navy knew that we was doing it, we probably be kicked out the Navy, man. We worked in the boiler shop, right? So I'm working in the boiler shop. I'm the supervisor of the boiler crew, and we would knock off at 3:30, and go get our hustle on installing sprinkler systems, man. Rent a
Yeah.
ditch. We rent a ditch witch, and we do what we do.
Twitch, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Drag that mug up under the turf and be done with it. And put that, because down there they had St. Augustine. Is that St. Augustine? Yeah, St. Augustine grass. So all it takes is for you to water it, it'll creep back together and grow straight up, man.
Yeah, definitely, man. I love it, man. Oh man, I love it. I ain't even gonna lie. I really do, man.
Like I
It's
say,
my own lane. It's my own lane.
right.
You know what I'm talking about? I'm the only one in this part of South Carolina that looks like me that has his own business doing irrigation.
Right.
See, major companies ain't coming to your house.
No.
Nah, they ain't coming to your house, bro. Nah, you got to be one of the contractors who this big company working for. You got to be a big wig underneath them before you get your house. Nah, they not coming. They not coming. So you know what I mean? I love house installs, you know what I mean? 2 days is the most on an install.
How many guys you got working?
I got 2 crews. I got my cousin with me. Just me and him goes out now because he's been with me the longest. So I'm trying to train him up because I want him to take over the field because I can trust him and all that like that, man. And I know his work is detailed to sometimes I have to tell him, man, like, damn, that's enough, man. Come on, let's ride.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I'm getting him more detail out now on the stuff that he don't know.
Right.
You know what I mean? So
let me ask you this question: How deep you bury y'all sprinkler heads down in the Carolinas? How deep? 12 inches or 18 inches?
No. Yeah, it's about I say about 12. The shovel length is about 12 inches. So
12 inches.
Yeah, about 8 to 12. But it ain't no depth level here because we don't have no freeze.
You don't have no freeze zone. That's what I say. So you 12 inches
right. So it ain't
shit.
That motherfucker can go in the ground 3 inches if you can. The piping can go in the ground 3 inches if you can cover it back up.
Right,
you just got to dig down deeper when you put the head in.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, because it's mostly.
I don't run into some dirt, dog, with a ditch witch couldn't get through because it's all rocky and stuff like that. So when it gets like that, instead of trying to go deeper and tearing up my chain on my ditch witch or making it jump off, I just go wider.
Right, you just swing around it.
Instead of putting the pipes on top of each other in a deep trench, I just put them side by side.
Right. Yeah, man, it's good to own your own, have your own business, man. It's a reward. Say that.
Yeah, man. Very much so. Man, I'm gonna tell you like this, man. Relaxing, stress free. It is a beautiful thing. You
You
know
ain't
what I
got
mean? Only time I get stressed is if let me see. Let me see. When do I get stressed?
when it come to monthly
Oh, when I
tax.
can't get this something because man, listen, I used to can leave from Hughie and ride all the way back to West Ashley, two opposite ends, an hour apart. I used to can get to each spot in an hour. But now, since so much people are on the damn road and all this construction going on, man, an hour takes you 2 hours now to get at. So that's when I get frustrated because if I go one way, 9 times out of 10, man, I'm not gonna be able to get to the other spot.
Right.
So that's why I say, you know what? I got to get my cousin trained up all the way. I got to strictly just focus on him and get him all the way trained up, man. So when I go left, he go right.
Right. I had a helper that was working with me, man. Younger brother, about your age, in the 40s, man. And good brother,
Yep.
man.
It's my
Brother, it
business,
means well.
man. Named after my
He mean
grandmama, man. LJ's
yeah,
Irrigation. Yeah, this is my
yeah.
business. Named after
He
my grandmama, man.
he means well, man. But man, sometimes, man, if you can find one brother that can take the load off of you, man, it makes a world of difference. You can
Right,
send him, say you can go right, he can go left, and you ain't got to worry about it.
right.
You
And see, I was smart, curious. See, if I wasn't smart, I would have jumped out and got all these contracts and knowing I didn't have the manpower
Yep, that's the
and
one.
probably would have put myself in a hole. Instead, I noticed that I can get as much contracts as I want
Right. I
because
tell
of my name and because of how much I done trained. You know what I mean? The same company that I trained for 10 years, they give me contracts. You know what I
yeah,
mean? So it all depends on me how much contracts I want from them. So that's why I got to get them built up because the worst thing you can do, dog, is not have the manpower to get this work
right, right, right,
done.
right.
And I'm trying to get from out there. You
I'm
know, I want my cousin to make the money that I'm making. But the
right.
only way he can do that is if I get from out there and
Right.
he go pretty much and make his own money.
Right. I'm trying to I'm trying to I got two large contracts. I got two contracts. I got a property manager that manages property for the city, and then I do the maintenance for him, and I do the maintenance for his personal properties. And man, let me tell you, man, um, you never know who's you never know who's
Uh-huh.
come towards you and say, "Hey, can you do this for me?" And you never
Yeah.
know.
Yep.
Now, like I told you, I worked 10 years, 16 years, 23 years. That's 49 years, 39 years. I say, yeah, that's 39, 40 something years that I've worked for somebody else. So here I am at 60, which I wish I was smarter when I was first got out the Navy in 42. When I was 42, I wish I had went into the family business then. But again, it wasn't the time. I had to look young kids and I had to provide for them and take care of them. So if you got an idea, I tell you, your listeners, like, listen, if you have a desire to create your own business, you
Try
can
it.
you can try it, you can do it,
Try it.
you can do it, and
Yeah.
it's $0. Man, listen,
And if you don't succeed, that's all right. Find out where you went wrong at and
start.
start over.
That's it. You have to try, and you can't have fear. Fear,
Facts.
fear will handicap your ass to the curb,
Handicap the shit out of you.
bruh. Listen, man, and if I
Far
tell
expectations appearing real.
yeah, and I tell people, a lot of guys get in business. Oh, I can do it. You can't. If you can't do it, stay the hell out for a minute, because you gonna have to call somebody else to come in and fix your bomb, your mess up. But
Mm-hmm.
if you got an idea, man, y'all need to push forward and do it, man. Don't be scared, man.
Right.
Don't be scared.
Right.
But here's the thing that I learned: don't quit your job until you start seeing them $5,000 checks, $4,000 checks, $3,000 checks. You can't start a business, say, I'm gonna quit my job and put all my energy into it. That ain't smart. So I did
Damn, man. I kind of, damn, curious. Oh, man. Curious. I would say that you're absolutely correct. Like, yo, get your plan together before you decide to quit your job, man. While you got time.
Man,
I ran into something at the job and an altercation, you know what I mean? And I quit.
Yeah.
Cold turkey. And I just said, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going out on my own. All I need to do is have transportation. I got shovels. I got a pair of cutters. Shit. Right. That's all you need to start an irrigation business. That's transportation,
PVC
irrigation shovels, and a fucking pair of cutters.
Pair of cutters and a couple bottles of glue, you can do it. So
couple bottles of what?
A couple bottles of glue, some glue and
no.
You use pets.
The job, no, The job that you're going to do is going to pay for that.
Oh yeah,
with the materials.
Yeah, under the materials.
Yeah, so that's how you accumulate stuff. So when I first started, instead of trying to cushion everything off a material list, off of like the money, and just ordering the job down to the point T and not having really no leftovers, I over order like for damn near 2 months. So now after me ordering for over 2 months, shit, I had damn near 8 crates of parts of materials that they paid for.
Right. That's the same thing I do, man. I do the same thing. So,
there, man.
If I'm doing a drywall job, I'll order. I just did one last week, man. I just did a drywall job. 10 boards. I hung 10 boards. I charged her $96 a board, right? 10 boards. But I charged her material too. So her material was $600 for the material by itself. But the $96 was labor. So she wanted me to do the labor and then finished all her other garage. Man, listen, man. It's ways you do it, is understanding. Like you say, you got to get the parts and material down to the T. It take you a couple jobs to get it right. But then, like you say, you over order, you over get the material that you need, and you have a little bit of leftover to go into the next job, and then you charge them for the material that you already paid for from the last job.
The key. You don't use your material for a new install. You're building up your materials for brakes, for stuff like that. You see what I'm saying? That's where your material come in handy at. But every install, you order that install, they buying all their own stuff, and every little thing that you got left over, boom, you just add it to your collection. But your whole thing about the collection is so you will have it to go on repairs, because when you're going out to a job for a first time to repair and these people don't know what's going on, man, you need a little bit of everything on the truck.
You're right.
Because you don't know what you're going to run into. So, but me, knowing my South Carolina area, when they tell me what area they're in, I know rather not if they tell me if there's a house or a commercial business, like I got 8 apartment complexes. I know when I go out there, I know I need 2-inch pipe, 1.5-inch pipe, 1-inch pipe, and 3/4.
So do you so you step it down from 2-inch to 1.5?
No. The main line will be 2-inch all around the property.
Right.
Because in irrigation, we roll off of volume.
Right.
The bigger the pipe, the bigger the pipe, the more pressure.
Yeah. So then you step it down when you get to the sprinkler head. You step it down to you use the funny pipe.
When you get to the valve. When you get to the valve, so your 2-inch will run, and then you would tee off. You would reduce down to probably 1.5 inch valve.
Right.
And out that 1.5 inch valve, you will come out with a 1-inch.
Right. And then you go
from there. When you go left and right, because you always, when you on a property like that, you want to put that valve in the middle. If you got 10 heads, you want to put that valve in the middle.
Right.
And do 5 left, 5 right. So once you get down to your last 2 heads on each side, you can drop down to 3/4 pipe.
So is that PVC or is that funny pipe?
Yes, that's PVC, Schedule 21.
Okay, Schedule 21. Oh, you use Schedule 21. Yeah,
Yeah, I don't use Schedule
you
40 is skinny. You use that for backflows.
thin pipe. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you use thin pipe for your laterals, for your zones. You use that Schedule 40 for your backflow. That's the only time you need Schedule 40 because it's too small in the inside. It'll reduce your water flow.
Right.
Schedule 40 1 inch is the same size as 3/4, bro.
Oh, is it? I didn't know that.
Yeah, look in the inside.
Oh, yeah.
Once they put that thickness in the inside, it's equivalent to a 3/4.
Yeah, so if you use a Schedule 80 1 inch, it's the same size as Schedule 40 3/4. Got it.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
I know a little bit about piping, bro. I told you that was my hustle down in Jacksonville, man. I went on any trip because I was hustling.
And see, then you got to know numbers, calculations when it comes down to gallons per second. That's coming out of a meter.
When you get max flow, listen to us talking shop. You get max flow from the 2 inch. So when you reduce it from 2 inch to 1 inch, that's where your pressure increase come from. Then you come out.
You're gonna get max flow. You're gonna get max flow regardless,
right?
Because you're dealing off of volume. Right. So you're gonna get max flow regardless. No matter what size your pipe is, you're gonna get max flow. Max flow determines what's coming out of the source.
Right. So from
you're dealing with a house meter, you probably get 15 to 17, maybe 20 gallons per second.
Right.
So when you on that zone, you can't put so many heads on that zone before you run over that 15-gallon mark. If you run over that 15-gallon mark, you're not going to have no pressure.
Or you can reduce the nozzle. What's that? The
nozzle size, right?
Yeah, you
to
reduce
it down,
to get your distance, your spray pattern. Man, I told you I know a little bit about.
So I run a 1 inch pipe in a big area. I run a 1 inch pipe and put a rotor head on it. I can throw down 50, 60 feet.
Yeah, I got you.
You see what I'm saying?
I know, bro. I know.
That's long. So that's a long when I get inside these big yards,
right,
I don't have to put heads all around the outside and all around the inside for overkill. No, I got a method to where I know how to space these heads because I know what pressure I'm getting and I know where to space them at to where I'm getting everything.
So they overlap about 40. You can overlap them. You can set them 40 feet apart, reduce the nozzle, the spray, how can I say it? The spray nozzle inside the daggone rotary head, and it'll cover 40 feet. You can separate them 40 feet apart because you got that over.
But you will want them to meet at 35.
5 feet. 30. I was getting ready to say 35 feet.
35 feet.
Like I say, bro, I used to do the hustle down. That was my hustle down in Jacksonville, man. We had a good time doing
I got some stuff over there on my shorts, man. I did a couple of stuff. I did a show, like I do a whole system on my shorts. Irrigation system. I went through a whole one from beginning to the end. I did different takes of it. You know what I'm saying? Real neat and clean, man. Like I said, I trained for 10 years, so damn near all the work of irrigation that's pretty much getting done right now in this part of it, they probably came up underneath me. Or either my homeboy. I had 2 homeboys. Matter of fact, I had 2 other homeboys. You know what I mean? That's serious in this shit too. But like us 3 is responsible for damn near everybody doing irrigation, our complexion right now.
I'm gonna say this for the chat. If you have an idea for a business, it don't take a lot to do it, money to do it. You, like the brother said, you can get you a truck, get you something to carry it, something to cut it with. You can do a business for yourself. It ain't hard to do. I started my business with just an ideal. That's what it was, an ideal. And I said, well, fuck.
Goddamn thought.
And I said, if I'm doing this for the government, I can do this shit for myself. And I left what I was working at up there for federal government. I left it and I started doing my own thing, man. And I've been much happier ever since. Much happier.
Chat is stuck, man. Like, damn, ain't nobody put something in the chat since 9:30. That's crazy.
What's going on?
What's
Y'all
going
ain't
on?
talking.
And this shit done jumped from fucking 180 something people to 98 and back to 130. Oh man.
They want to talk about Indian stuff, bro.
Yeah, but check this out though. This some American shit. Check this out. I want to know it. I'm gonna let this ride real quick. But anytime you want me to stop it, just say your OT code hold right there, or either write a timestamp down and we go back and watch it. All right.
Go ahead.
But check this out, right? Yeah, check this out, Kerry. I want you to stay and chill though. Check this out because I want your input on this. Let's go.
The placing of the boy in the cage with a monkey is an outrage. The Negro race in America has a hard enough time as it is in getting away from the prejudice that is closely related to the monkey without having a member of the race placed on exhibition.
Leading men of science from Harvard.
Hey, listen now. I don't know if y'all ever seen this before or whatever like this, but please don't get triggered and hate the messenger. Remember, I told y'all I do American history. It's gonna be a bunch of stuff that I'm gonna bring out about America.
Can I just say this before you run that video one time?
In Princeton, in Columbia.
Go ahead.
What I was gonna say is this video, although they try to say that we look like monkeys, damn chimpanzees got them thin lips like the Europeans. So I'm just saying. Go ahead, bro. Do your thing.
Yeah. All right. Check it. I bet.
Enough time as it is in getting away from the prejudice that is closely related to the monkey without having a member of the race placed on exhibition.
Leading men of science from Harvard and Princeton and Columbia University was saying that Africans were midway between an orangutan and a human being. So 100 years later, it should not come as much of a surprise that many people still cling to these notions of European superiority, African inferiority.
The year was 1859. 3 months after Charles Darwin published his book on the origin of species, American promoter P.T. Barnum unveiled a new attraction at his popular museum in New York City. It featured what was described as the What Is It, or man monkey. Visitors were told that the creature had been captured by hunters in Africa, who discovered a race of beings roving among the trees and branches like apes and monkeys. Museum staff declared that the creature had been pronounced by scientists as a connecting link between African blacks and lower animals. In reality, Barnum's so-called man-monkey was an African-American man named William Henry Johnson. Thanks to Barnum, Johnson spent much of his life on public display as an evolutionary missing link, sometimes in a cage. Many reporters at the time were happy to promote the deception. The New York Tribune declared that Barnum's performer seemed to be a cross between an ape species and a Negro, while another paper declared,
"The head is shaped like that of a monkey.
but the face is more like that of an African Negro of the lower order. It has been pronounced by naturalists as a specimen of the connecting link between man and monkey.
Many more supposed missing links were marketed to the public at freak shows throughout America. In the 1880s, there was Crow, promoted as living proof of Darwin's theory of the descent of man. She was described as a perfect specimen of the step between man and monkey. Actually, Crow was a young woman from Southeast Asia who suffered from hypertrichosis, a rare genetic condition that produces excessive hair. In the early 1900s, there was Congo, the ape man, usually exhibited in a cage next to a chimpanzee. Most of these early presentations of missing links were crude hoaxes put forward by hucksters, not scientists. But the quest to dramatize the lower stage.
Hey, you didn't try to say nothing to me while I was gone, did you, Curious? Okay, all right, I'm just making sure.
Stages of human evolution eventually reached far beyond freak shows. It ultimately involved the most elite members of the scientific community, and it was given a platform at one of the most celebrated events in early 20th century America. Today, Forest Park in St. Louis is a place for walking, or riding a bicycle, or spending a quiet Sunday afternoon. But more than a century ago, it was one of the most visited locations in the entire United States, the site of the 1904 Louis World's Fair. Attracting more than 19 million visitors, the World's Fair was known for its lavish neoclassical buildings, its 22-story high Ferris wheel, and the public debut of innovations such as the X-ray machine and the ice cream cone. But the fair had a darker side. Organizers imported thousands of indigenous peoples from around the world to be put on public display in what was essentially a giant human zoo. Unlike freak shows, the human zoo in St. Louis was created with the cooperation of America's scientific establishment. The man behind the human zoo was anthropologist William McGee. One of the nation's leading scientists, McGee had already served as acting president of the American Association for the Advancement of Science. In 1903, he was asked to head the anthropology department for the World's Fair. McGee had grand plans of presenting the story of human evolution by displaying representatives of what he considered lower stages of the human race. McGee's plans reflected the ideas of mainstream anthropology of the time.
Anthropology was kind of founded on this idea of mapping civilization from.
Hold on, Curious, you can't hear, bro? That shit didn't have no sound again, bro? Mic check 1 2, man. Mic check 1 2. Y'all can hear that? Y'all can hear, man. Let me get a 1 or something in the chat, man. If y'all can hear. What all these people in there and can't hear? Check. Check. Curious. Mic check 1 2. All right. Yeah, Curious, you can't hear me? One. Oh, okay, they can hear. Okay. You can hear me? Y'all couldn't hear the video. He not nice. You couldn't hear the video all that time. Y'all didn't hear the whole fucking 6 minutes, man. You hear me? No, I ain't play. I don't have the video playing yet. Was y'all hearing the video when it was playing though? He not nice. Curious, I can't even hear you, man. I don't know what's going on, man. What's happening? What the hell going on? Oh, okay. Curious, you might have been acting up. Okay. All right, let me know if you can hear this. He's not nice. Just throw a 1 up, man.
America. Today, Forest Park in St. Louis is a place for walking, or riding a bicycle, or spending a quiet Sunday afternoon. But more than a century ago, it was one of the most visited locations in the entire United States. The site of the 1904 St. Louis World's Fair. Attracting more than 19 million visitors, the World's Fair was known for its lavish neoclassical buildings, its 22-story high Ferris wheel, and the public debut of innovations such as the X-ray machine and the ice cream cone. But the fair had a darker side. Organizers imported thousands of indigenous peoples from around the world to be put on public display in what was essentially a giant human zoo. Unlike freak shows, the human zoo in St. Louis was created with the cooperation of America's scientific establishment. The man behind the human zoo was anthropologist William McGee. One of the nation's leading scientists, McGee had already served as acting president of the American Association for the Advancement of Science. In 1903, he was asked to head the anthropology department for the World's Fair. McGee had grand plans of presenting the story of human evolution by displaying representatives of what he considered lower stages of the human race. McGee's plans reflected the ideas of mainstream anthropology of the time.
Anthropology was kind of founded on this idea of mapping civilization from the highest to the lowest, right? With the lowest at that time said to be Africans, and then you sort of move up. Leading men of science from Harvard and Princeton and Columbia University were saying that Africans were midway between an orangutan and a human being.
Like many scientists of his day, McGee drew inspiration for his ideas on human development from Darwin's theory that humans had evolved from ape-like ancestors.
Darwin's theory provided a template for categorizing Africans as biological inferiors. His impact created a bandwagon effect on many scholars on both sides of the Atlantic. Africans were demeaned with terms like savages and compared to animals. Admittedly, some of these comparisons were used before Darwin, but after Darwin, they increasingly took on the authority of science.
Darwin argued that the break in evolutionary history between apes and men came between Africans and Australian Aborigines and gorillas. In other words, he thought blacks were the closest humans to apes. German scientist Ernst Haeckel helped popularize the idea.
Ernst Haeckel was the leading German Darwinist in the late 19th and early 20th century. He corresponded extensively with Darwin, and Darwin recognized Haeckel's affinity with his own theory.
Ernst Haeckel also is known for his raving racism. And in fact, he had a graphic
of the history of human evolution that, in very pointed terms, really embedded a racist view of human evolution. You had the Teutonic male on the top, the sort of the Germanic male, and then at the bottom you had some creatures that looked partly like apes, partly like Jews. He was also anti-Semitic. And in the middle, you had the transition from the ape-like creatures to the first human creatures. The ape-like creatures look pretty much like they're Africans. And the takeaway point that Ernst Haeckel had from this graph was that the difference between the highest human being and the lowest human being, the gap between the highest Teutonic male and the first human being that was just one step above the apes, was larger than the gap between the lowest human being and the highest ape.
At the St. Louis World Fair, William McGee expressed a similar view, arguing that scientists had now shown
the structure of the lowest humans more nearly resembles that of the highest ape-like animals than that of the highest humans.
Like other scientists of the era, McGee saw primitive non-white peoples as living evidence of man's evolutionary history.
The savage stands strikingly close to subhuman species in every aspect of mentality, as well as in bodily habits and bodily structure.
McGee was determined to use primitive peoples at the fair to dramatize for the public the different stages of human evolution, beginning with races he considered lowest on the evolutionary scale. McGee arranged for designed to recreate their native habitats. These villages were enclosed by fences, making them truly seem like human zoos. More than 4 million fairgoers reportedly visited these anthropological displays, eagerly staring at and poking at the indigenous peoples in their enclosures. Adding to the indignities, native peoples were pressured to participate in a series of athletic contests designed to show they were biologically inferior to whites. Those on display were also subjected to experiments in a special laboratory set up by the fair's anthropology department. Directed by a psychology professor from Columbia University, the lab conducted tests to measure native people's intelligence and physical features, and even their threshold for pain. Some scientists came to the fair with more gruesome plans. Alish Hrdlicka was an anthropologist at the Smithsonian. He came to St. Louis hunting for dead bodies. Hrdlicka was obsessed with analyzing the brains of other races to gain insight into human evolution. He went on to assemble a collection of hundreds of embalmed human brains, many of them still stored by the Smithsonian. Hrdlicka extracted a promise from doctors in St. Louis to hand over the brains of any of the natives who might die while on display at the fair. Native peoples were brought to the St. Louis Exposition from the far corners of the globe. From Japan came representatives of the Ainu people. Patagonians came from South America. Igorots and Negritos came from the Philippines. Both were thought by scientists of the time to be near the bottom of the evolutionary ladder for humans. The Negritos were even marketed at the fair as another missing link between humans and apes. But perhaps the most exotic people group brought to St. Louis are pygmies from the African Congo.
Will the pygmies brought last week to the World's Fair prove Darwin's theory of the missing link? Will a study of the little black children of the African jungles shed light on the theory evolved by Darwin as regards the evolution of the human race? Dr. W.J. McGee, chief of the anthropology department of the World's Fair, is convinced that it will. This is the first time that the Aboriginal people of Africa have been brought to an English-speaking country. This is the first opportunity that has been presented to scientists to study them. Many characteristics were noticed in the pygmies that closely resemble the ape or the simian type. It is believed that who are the lowest form of human development are next removed from the simian family.
The pygmies appearing at the St. Louis World's Fair were transported from Africa by former missionary turned explorer Samuel Forbes Werner.
Man, they playing games with me, man. Listen,
Oh,
let my internet jump
video
up and down, up and down. This is crazy. Every time I start showing something,
Stop the video for a second, man.
even when I send texts inside the chat, you're saying having trouble
Bro,
connecting.
listen to me, man. This video is some bullshit, man. It's messing me up. Oh my god.
Listen though, but you see how they say the missing link. So check it now. This is what after this right here. This is when the theory really starts getting pushed.
I know, man, but we had little people here in the United States, man.
Yeah,
Goddamn.
yeah.
Man.
Hey, hold up. Curious.
Yeah.
Curious.
I'm just saying, bro.
I know, man. I know, bro. They not saying these people are us.
I know they saying they from Africa, man. That's just
so those are the pygmies.
The missing link, man. That's
no, the missing link to Darwin's theory between them and the monkey.
Can I just say this? And y'all excuse
not
me.
the missing link between us, bro.
Yeah. Hold on a second.
I don't get that out of that shit.
Yeah, hold on a second. Let me just say this. Fuck Darwin. I'm sorry. I had to say it. I ain't gonna cuss no more, but fuck that white piece of shit, man. That motherfucker was fucked up, and we all know it. I'm sorry.
It was the people that came after him, man. He died before he even had a chance to even try any human evolution experiment. The man studied birds and shit.
Man.
And animals. It was his goddamn son and his brother and his family members that took on the legacy. See, all we be hearing is Darwin. You know what I mean? But it was more than one motherfucking Darwin.
I know, man. He was the grandfather of the situation. He was the grandfather.
But he was studying birds.
Okay.
Animals, though.
I got you.
They took it and started bringing it into humans. I showed it with my first video on how eugenics first started.
Boy, this is the whole
it started with them trying to categorize their self and determine that they was two different fucking people they self.
Right.
Yeah, I showed that video, bro. Yeah. I'm about 6 videos in on eugenics right now. Everything I've been bringing out, it ties in what eugenics and what eugenics was doing, how it was happening in America, whether it's with us or with whoever. I'm just showing how this eugenics shit is going. You know what I mean? And see, bro, I'm just going with the outskirts. I ain't even started getting into the players yet. I went into the players with the beginning, but I ain't get into all the players yet.
Yeah, I got you, bro. I got
That's
you.
That's what smoke signals. Straight smoke gonna come in with the players.
Right.
Like this Willie McGee dude, straight smoke probably do something on him.
Right. All right.
You know what I mean? We're gonna do something on Darwin. We're gonna do something on Darwin and his research. And we're gonna see that he stopped. He died.
Well, I mean, when you live a life that you create, when you create hate and discord, you're gonna meet your end. Just like that.
I mean, it was anti-Semite first. So they didn't like their own peoples.
That whole anti-Semite shit is bullshit anyway, man.
But not to them, though. They believe in that shit. They came from where that shit was at, dog. That ain't bullshit to them. They die for them type shit. They fight and die and go to war for that type shit. They born into that, bro. We can say it's bullshit over here because we ain't forced into nothing.
Right.
You know what I mean? So that's our perspective. That's our thought. We think it's bullshit because we got the chance to fucking dissect it and look at it. But when you born into it and forced into it, it's a little difference, bro.
Right. You're right, man. Run the video, bro. Run the video, man.
That's why I wanted you to stay. Hey, curious. That's why I wanted you to stay because you know what I mean? It's an intellectual conversation, man. It's very much intelligent. Very much. I appreciate you. You know what I mean? I love dealing with my OGs, man. That's how I got wisdom.
I ain't no goddamn OG just because I'm 60. Come on.
Hey, the wisdom that you have, though, I have to call you a OG.
I
you carry yourself.
Yeah, I done seen a lot of shit in these 60 years.
And the way you carry yourself.
Right. I'm a little
The way
different.
you handle yourself with people younger than you means a lot.
Right.
That's how you get OG status. That's how you get Unc name. That's how you get the name Uncle. That's how you get the name OG.
Right.
I'm gonna run it.
Run
Go ahead.
I'm running. I'm gonna mute my mic.
Salute.
Werner had gone to Africa with the explicit goal of finding pygmies to display at the fair.
He had gone to the Congo heavily armed, and he had gone hunting for these people he called pygmies, these diminutive people of the Central African forest.
The fair's anthropologist William McGee repeatedly compared the pygmies to monkeys and apes. In the journal Science, he even asserted that pygmies were commonly considered to approach subhuman types more closely than any other variety of the genus Homo.
They were considered by men of science at that time to be the lowest form of humans, or in some thought they were subhuman.
The pygmies were less than thrilled by their welcome at the fair.
The Americans treat us as they do our pet monkey. They laugh at us and poke their umbrellas into our faces. They do the same to our monkey.
One pygmy at the fair became a special celebrity. His name was Ooopppps. Samuel Werner had purchased him at a slave market. Ooopppps was advertised to fairgoers as the only genuine African cannibal in America today. For a nickel, he would display his pointed teeth that supposedly enabled him to eat human flesh. At the end of the fair, the pygmies returned to Africa with Samuel Werner. But in 1906, Werner brought Ooopppps back to America. It would prove a fateful choice. Samuel Werner returned from Africa to New York City on July the 30th, 1906, arriving on the SS Armenian from Liverpool. He was accompanied by 2 chimpanzees.
Hey, Curious, was the volume good? My internet acting up. I just want to make sure. You could have heard that?
I can hear.
All right, let me know. Whenever you can't hear it, man, throw a 2 in the chat for me.
Will do.
I bet.
A snake, a parrot, and 50 boxes of materials from Africa that he hoped to sell to museums. He was also joined by Ooopppps. Werner quickly departed New York, leaving Benga at the American Museum of Natural History in Manhattan. Established in 1869, the museum was already becoming one of the premier scientific institutions in the world. Ooopppps was largely left free to wander the museum's exhibit halls. When Samuel Werner eventually returned to New York, he was fighting off creditors, and the museum wanted him to find new lodgings for Ooopppps. So Werner worked out an agreement to move Ooopppps to the New York Zoological Park, otherwise known as the Bronx Zoo. Spread over more than 260 acres, the Bronx Zoo had been envisioned by its founders as the largest zoo in the world and the grandest zoological establishment on Earth. The zoo was directed by William Temple Hornaday. A noted zoologist, Hornaday formerly worked at the Smithsonian, and he had already founded the National Zoo in Washington, D.C. Overseeing Hornaday was an executive committee chaired by Henry Fairfield Osborn, a distinguished professor at Columbia University. Hornaday and Osborn had dreams of exhibiting more than just animals at their new zoo. Both wanted to install Native Americans on zoo grounds, with Osborn promising that one day the Indian and his teepee would take their place next to the Zoological Park's buffalo. Now they had their chance to put their first human on display. Hornaday quickly agreed to purchase one of Werner's chimpanzees and to house both the chimp and Ooopppps at the zoo. Hornaday planned to exhibit the pygmy and the chimpanzee together in a cage in the zoo's monkey house.
It was presented as science, not as a circus act, because these were men of science who were doing this.
Ooopppps went on display in the monkey house on Saturday, September the 8th, 1906. The next day, a sign was placed on the cage explaining the new exhibit.
The African pygmy, Ooopppps, age 23 years, height 4 feet 11 inches, weight 103 pounds, brought from the Kasai River, Congo Free State, exhibited each afternoon during September.
Thousands of New Yorkers came to stare and laugh and debate the meaning of the display. Is it a man? Some of them wondered. Newspaper coverage brought even more people, and in just a few weeks, the zoo drew nearly 250,000 visitors. But the notoriety also brought controversy. New York's clergy, in particular, were horrified at what they saw as a dehumanizing spectacle. First to speak out was the Reverend Robert Stewart MacArthur, pastor of the city's Calvary Baptist Church, one of the largest Baptist congregations in America.
The person responsible for this exhibition degrades himself as much as he does the African. Instead of making a beast of this little fellow, he should be put in school.
Ministers from New York's African American community soon organized a protest committee. After visiting the zoo and seeing Benga for themselves, they were horrified.
They thought it was outrageous. They clearly saw a human being who appeared to be afraid, who was being heckled and jeered at and things thrown at him, and he was being, debased on the hallowed grounds of the New York Zoological Society in New York City.
The ministers demanded that Ooopppps be taken off display and be offered an education. James H. Gordon, superintendent of the Howard Colored Orphan Asylum in Brooklyn, appealed to the zoo to end the spectacle.
If Professor Werner found difficulty in disposing of the boy, why did he not apply to us? We would have seen that he was well cared for.
Gordon also denounced the way the young African was being used as a prop to prove Darwinian evolution.
This is a Christian country, and the exhibition evidently aims to be a demonstration of the Darwinian theory of evolution. The Darwinian theory of evolution absolutely is opposed to Christianity, and a public demonstration in its favor should not be permitted. Neither the Negro nor the white man is related to the monkey. Such an exhibition only the human being's manhood. We do not like this exhibition of one of our race with the monkeys. Our race, we think, is depressed enough without exhibiting one of us with the apes. We think we are worthy of being considered human beings with souls.
Samuel Werner tried to deflect the criticism, denying that he put Ooopppps on display to show that he was somehow subhuman.
If Ooopppps is in a cage, he is only there to look after the animals.
Zoo director Hornaday meanwhile declared that the black minister's protest was ridiculous.
Though a believer myself in the Darwinian theory, I had no idea of using the exhibition to enforce it. The boy is on exhibition simply because the public wishes to see him. He is well treated and happy. To say that the boy is placed in the cage to show his similarities to the monkey is nonsense. He is much more intelligent than many white men whom I have known.
Hornaday made clear that he wasn't about to shut down the popular exhibit.
The exhibition shall certainly be continued, unless the directors of the park decide otherwise.
But the leaders of the New York Zoological Society were pleased by the display. Henry Fairfield Osborne even congratulated Hornaday for the excellent press coverage, commenting that Benga is certainly making his way successfully as a sensation. Spurned by Hornaday, the African-American ministers decided to appeal to George McClellan Jr., the Democratic mayor of New York. McClellan was the son of the controversial general during the Civil War who had tried to unseat Abraham Lincoln in the presidential election of 1864. The elder McClellan openly confessed that he was prejudiced in favor of the white race and said that he couldn't learn to like the odor of either billy goats or Negroes. The younger McClellan now refused to even meet with the African-American ministers, sending out an assistant with a dismissive note referring them to the New York Zoological Society. The ministers then went to see Madison Grant, the Zoological Society's secretary, Grant was a prominent member of New York society. A graduate of Yale, he received a law degree from Columbia. He was also a trustee of the American Museum of Natural History, a counselor of the American Geographical Society, and a founder of the Bronx Zoo. It would have been hard for the ministers to find someone less sympathetic. Grant was an open racist who thought blacks were an inferior race and regarded those who had parents of different races as mongrels. Within a decade, he would write The Passing of the Great Race, a book which championed Nordic supremacy and keeping blacks subservient to whites. The book was reportedly praised by Adolf Hitler as his Bible. Grant
Damn, boy, I thought I ended this screen. I'm steady typing. Oh man, what happened? What the hell?
It was playing, man. At the end of the day.
No. I messed around and I was typing in the chat and I hit something and it took me to something.
I think that's what the problem is. When you type or you talk into the back chat, it causes the volume to decrease. I think that's the problem, because every time I done talked into it, I believe that causes the video not to be played or heard. Just saying. That's just my opinion. I may be wrong. No, I wear glasses.
I think it's on me. I think it's on my side. Yeah, my internet acting up, man, because I see people putting ones in the chat after I asked about it. You know what I mean? So I know it's my internet.
Yeah.
Let me get back to it though. Damn, what video was on? Hello. Oh yeah, that one. Damn, I'm ready to drop that other one, boy. Oh, God. All right, let's get back to it. Pause that real quick. Yeah, see, my internet acting stupid.
It dropped
Yeah,
me
it kicked
too.
you out. It kicked you out just now, huh?
Yeah, I don't know what happened, bro. I'm sitting here and ain't nobody on my end. Am I on the internet? Shit.
Yeah, man,
I may not be on the internet.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Okay. All right. Let's go. Present. Can't stop it though. You know what I mean? Hey, everybody know where to go watch it at now. So ain't like you stop. You can stop. Look at it. Now my stuff need to load up. Get out of here.
Yeah, now I'm on the
Get
internet.
out of here, man. Stop it.
What is going on? Man, you what's going on, man? Why you having problems, bro, down there in the Carolina, boy?
I got my own person. I got my own personal router just for this computer, bro.
Yeah, man, I got
Straight
a
up.
whole house
Just
in
this
Ethernet
computer's
system,
on the
man,
router.
and Wi-Fi. We got multiple channels, so can't no.
Hold on a second, man. Let me reboot real quick. Hold on.
What's up, good people in the chat?
If it kick you out, just come right back.
I will.
What's
up, good people in the chat? Everybody good? Let me see y'all's comments. Press 1 if you're good. No, let's make it a 7. Press 7 if you're good. Hello. Oh, that's some bullshit.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it definitely was my internet. Come on back in, Curious. I can tell the difference because my shit moving real faster now. Definitely was my internet messing up. Come on back in, Curious. I'm gonna play the video though until you come back in. Okay.
Yeah, I'm back in, man. I don't know what happened, but anyway,
it's
man.
real good now. You can hear me right off the bat now.
Yeah. I'm good, man. I put myself on the internet. I was on the just regular phone talking. Now I'm on the internet, so I shouldn't have no problems now, man. Man, I had a partner from down there in the Carolinas, man. He was from Charleston, man. He was a good brother, man. He was in Marine Corps, man. We had big
Yeah, I'm
fun.
right next to I'm right next to
One of the controversial general during the Civil War who had tried to unseat a
yeah, the Marines definitely. Paris Island
Yeah.
right there. You know what I'm saying about Big Bird. So you know that's the #1 Marine base.
Yeah, we had a
You know what I
good
mean?
time,
What's up?
man. He was
Yo,
stationed
what's
out there.
up? Yo, what's up, big bro? What's going on?
Chilling, man. Peace and love to you, man. Hope you and the family doing all right, man. Especially them babies, man.
Oh man, appreciate you, brother. Likewise,
Yeah,
man.
my love the kids, man. OTK love the kids.
Yeah, look, the kids are the future, right?
Facts. That's why we got to get it right. That's why we got to.
That's why we, yeah. And that's
even
what
if we don't get it right, let's at least get it 70% right. And then
even 80. Let's shoot for 80.
Let's shoot for 80. Get 80 right, man, and then you know what I mean. Now they got the chance to choose whether they are no, and then you know what I mean. That's all. That's all.
Yo, a big part of that is letting them know where we come from. You know, like I said to you before, I'm gonna teach them. We had wins and we had losses, but we always fought. You know what I mean?
Right.
I say the same thing, man. I say the same thing, my brother, because our people don't know who they are and where they come from. I say it all the time, man. That's the one thing that why our people, I say this, we're so disconnected and we're so separated because they don't know where they come from and they don't know who they are, man.
Right. Yo,
but
speaking of
curious, don't feel bad. I used to feel bad, right? That some people don't know who they are. You know what I mean? Like that. Until this brother right here, Wicked World, came up, man. And he's from the Mexico, where he's living in the States, but been in the States, born in the States, if I'm not mistaken. But the bloodline comes from like Mexico, right below Arizona and Texas and all that, right?
Exactly.
And he don't know.
So, but let me speak to
that. He knows some of it, but he don't know all of it. You know what I mean? So
I feel you.
That just goes to show you. That was worldwide.
Yeah. Look, my thing is this. I had a general idea because I'm a history buff, so I understood what was going on during these different periods, right? But and I gave you your flowers the other day, bro. You reignited. Yeah, I mean, because look, it is what it is. You reignited. You reminded me of I used to go for that. Go trying to learn my genealogy. But I got busy and I stopped and I forgot. You know how that goes. However, as you know, I've been working on it. Nonstop, really, bro. But I did the ancestry and I'm doing the free trial, right? For like the one that's like $250, and I think I'm gonna pay you, bro. Because me, I can't put a price on something that's priceless. You know what I mean? To me, anyway, right? But I've been finding people all the way back to like 1760, right? And the reason I'm knowing that, I'm believing that is the right people is because I guess Mexico kept like a log of like the birth registries, the death registries, the marriage. A bunch of people getting married and whatnot. But they have like siblings, the same siblings that and you know what? I don't want to ramble on, but I do want to say
Mexico was like Vegas. Mexico was the place where people will elope at and go get married.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
You gotta understand.
That's
bro,
Tijuana, man.
Like I told you before.
Especially if they had you know what I mean? Especially if they was marrying like a Spanish woman or something like that. Yeah, man.
Yo, but like I told you before I even started doing this, right? I had an idea of like that lineage, and I was right. I was dead on. They come from the same little region so far, as far as I've been able to get back. But I was thinking this though, bro. Maybe you could help me with this. At some point soon, because it seems like obviously, I don't know if you know the history, but the indigenous, they ended up, mating and having children, families with the Spanish, creating mestizos who became more Spanish than natives,
But
Indians.
the mixture that you talking about would have been before they became Spanish.
Right. So what I'm getting at is I'm not gonna be able to find that, right? And this how am I gonna be able to find them?
Apply that so you will know who you dealing with.
But how am I gonna? I was thinking about it. How am I gonna find that? Because once there's not gonna be no records on them. You know what I mean?
Oh, war records. Got Mexican wars.
Like with the Indians, because you know they were always fighting. You know the like I imagine. I'm not even gonna lie to you, bro. At some point when my ancestors became Spanish, like you know Mexicans, they were fighting with the Indians. You know, they were Indians that became Mexicans that started fighting with the Indians. Even though if they would have stayed Indians, they probably still would have been fighting with other Indians. You know what I'm trying to say?
Just like
just
the
our destiny, bro.
The French Indian wars. You know what I mean? You had Indians fighting Indians.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. So what I'm getting at, I don't want to.
You find that a lot in history, bro. You find that a lot in history.
So what I'm doing right now, bro, is I'm just getting names. I'm getting names and I'm getting like records, and then at some point I'm gonna start diving into those names and seeing if I could find anything, you know, other than you know, I got an idea. I did want to say this though, but and I'll shut up. I don't want to keep rambling on you, right? But I did find right my mother's grandmother's sister, her husband. Apparently, someone in their family did a lot of research, bro. Because once I uncovered Panchita's husband, she they like their tree is blown up, and there's like pictures of them. There's like pictures of their tombs. So somebody put in work for them, bro. And I was able to find somebody that was like from like the 1740s. You know what I mean? I appreciate that. You know, I don't know if I'll be able to do that much footwork, but I definitely appreciate that.
So when you in the 1700s, right there, you're dealing with wars.
Right. You know,
remember now the wars didn't stop until damn near the 1900s now.
Right. Well,
the war started ever since they set foot in this mother effer.
Before
started.
Before we've been fighting.
Well, that was but see, our wars was a little different.
And where you get that information from, man?
To beat the next person like that, man, you could come inside my tribe.
What do you mean?
Where you get that information from,
like,
man?
if we beat y'all in war,
yeah,
what they will call prisoners of war is not prisoners. We will bring you back to our tribe. You will eventually be able to marry into our tribe and become part of our tribe.
So how do you explain that?
That's slavery. See, that wasn't slavery.
Right, it was servitude within the tribe. Exactly, within the tribe. Peace, everybody. I'm listening. I've been in and out. And so this is a good part because when it was in tribal, it was servitude. But when it came outside, when the influences came, because now we're talking about America. So when it became in America, you got to remember the Americanas or the New World, right? This part, it was half of it was Mexico, right? So you got to go with half of the New World being Mexico, and 13 states were colonized. So now you have now you got the Indians being split up. And OTK did a wonderful job before I left. Explaining the diversion, and now you have the natives mixing in with the Indians, and then and so this starts to break up everything. So then somewhere in the early 1800s, I'm not the 1800s, early 1900s, when they did that Birthright Act. This is when that lady on that film was talking about when the Indians came in and the Oites and it's a OYONY8. That's what they call them. It's part of the Utes and all of the other tribes. And so that's kind of saying we are the same. We are all the same. It's still a tribe, but it includes all of them. So that stands for all. And either way it go, the bottom line is that the Mexicans the Spaniards had to fight. before America could take over all of that. So it's a bit by bit by bit. And OT do a wonderful job explaining all of that, because you got to take in the Louisiana Purchase, you got to take in the Mississippi, you got to take in all of those pieces, because all of those pieces were still a part. California, when they even named California, that was a big part of Mexico too, and still is. You see what I'm saying? And so when Texas became New Mexico, right, and then it became Texas, right, and you have to follow the history into all of that. And so you got dictionaries, encyclopedias that say Americana, the Americanas, right, because you got to understand all translations. When all translations came to America, we were the last to get it. We were the last to get any.
We was the last to
all
get it.
Translations, every translation there is. We were the last to get it.
Hold on, Yakina, Sakina. Let me help you.
Just say Sakina. Don't worry about the rest of that.
No, that auntie. Since you throw me an alley hoop off the backboard, you would say we was the last to get it, but really,
America was the last to get translations.
Let me finish real quick.
Okay.
We really had it first because everything was translated over here.
It was not translated in English. No.
Where was it translated in English at?
It was translated in Greek, and then it was translated.
Whoa. That's not English, baby. That's not English. It was translated in English over here.
Exactly, but it was still translated in the English language last. You see what I'm saying? So it went through all these other languages.
Hold on. What was translated last, Auntie? Let me make sure I'm correct.
Okay, again, remember, everyone had their own language. English came from England.
No, it didn't. No, it didn't.
Listen, American English is a broken English.
Auntie.
Okay.
Auntie. No, it didn't, Auntie. You will have to prove that to me.
Okay, let's say this. American English is a broken form of English from the Queen. How do we know that?
No, that's hold up. You talking about
it came with King James English and the language.
I would say
King James was British.
I would say
King James was, listen here, and again, let's go even further because the Puritans.
Hold on, Auntie. Let me tell you this. I want you to go study, not go study, but go look up the British and the Scottish. They couldn't even understand each other. They had different language, but they intermarried with each other. So they damn sure couldn't have been speaking English if they couldn't.
We ain't talking about them. I don't
hold on, Auntie. Let me finish real quick.
Okay, come on.
Go back in. So if they didn't know English, how did it come from over there? And here goes another point. They just said that in one part of this movie, this documentary, you probably was out at that time. They say America was the first place that they brought Africans to an English speaking country.
Come on.
Now
let's go with Latin, okay? Because we even if we go with Rosetta Stone and all, we got to go to Latin. We're talking about all of the languages and the transition and the translation, right? Because even with the muddle netter, right? And I took the muddle netter. So from the muddle netter, right? And that's part of the alphabet. So even with the Hebrew, from the Greek, from the Latin, right, all the way to the language itself, from the alphabet. This is what I am saying.
Leave out the Arabic and the Aramaic.
Okay, again, so at the end of the day, America transition of the languages was the last to get it. So the form of the language.
What you saying by that?
Because again, OTK. Listen, okay, if that was the case, again, Indians had their own language. Arabians had their own language. Arabs had their own language. We are talking about the English language.
What language do we got, Auntie Sakina?
Okay, again, American. Understand me, because when we talk about the 13 colonies, right? You had the Puritans. I forget who they were. The Puritans were the ones that were in Boston, and then they were in Jamestown, and they were in another state. They were the ones that were the educators, and they were the ones, right, that were the ones that had the schools and the universities, and they were strict on the language, and they were exactly from the same England and Rome, right? And so these people, some of them were Dutch. Some of them were Dutch, but we know the French were in the north. So we still talking about the same thing, but we're talking about translation only. You remember the people that were here that were not from the slave trade, right? These people still spoke a common language, right? But again, anybody from Britain, the Britons were under English. The Britons were the enforcers from the England. So they still spoke the same language, and they sometimes often spoke French.
Conflating history, baby.
Listen, we got encyclopedias and everything that tell you these things.
Auntie, let me tell you, baby, you're conflating history when you say the English and the British. When you say the English and the British are the same.
The Britons,
to a degree.
They might have intermixed later on down the line, but they are different people. They was all one with each other over there in England.
Exactly. And when did they go to war? When did they go to war? When did the Britons go to war with England?
From the time of existence, they've been in war over there.
No, but when did Britain, listen, in the beginning, Britain didn't go to war with England until they got over here. When Britain wanted to go against England, that happened here in America, right? And that happened right again, right after the Indian that off, right? We kicked that off. We can say that. Okay.
What Indian war, baby? What Indian war?
The Boston Tea Party. The Boston Tea Party. The Boston Tea Party kicked that off. Right after that, they said the British were coming. The British were coming. We got 2 wars that happened with that, right? The British want to separate from England, right? The British want to separate from England. We know that story. We got 2 fights. We got 2 wars.
Hold on. They wanted to separate from Europe, period.
Exactly. And why was that?
Let me tell you what they was doing. Everything was staged marriage over there for political reasons.
About taxation and what else though?
Hold on, baby. That's that taxation without representation, man. That's some shit we got taught in school.
No, that wasn't about representation and taxation. It was about the taxes on all of it, and it was about something else too, right? It was about trades. It was about taxes. It was about because Britain wanted
like everybody else. What the fuck did they have over there that they could trade with us besides guns? Name something else.
Britain wanted to be Britain wanted their own sovereignty. Britain wanted to come from
Auntie, you just said it was trade. So I'm asking you, what did they have to trade with us besides guns?
Tea.
And they stopped doing that once they seen that. Once they started giving the tribes guns, we started flipping on their ass. So they stopped doing that shit.
Again, Britain was under England, and Britain didn't want to be under England anymore. So Britain wanted, that was part of their war. I'm not talking about, you see what I'm saying? Britain was still under England. Understand that Britain was like a son to England. Britain wanted to come free from England.
All of these wars pretty much was going on over there, and then it trickled down over here.
Over here, that's what I just said.
Was funding their wars. South America, the Americans, the Caribbean, South America, and North America was funding all of their wars over there. Now you talking about the Spanish.
And who got paid?
Hold on.
And
you talking about the Spanish? Auntie Sakina, hold on real quick. You're talking about the Spanish, the Portuguese, the Dutch, the English, the British, the French, the Germans. Not the Germans. They weren't Germans then. What would they be? the Asians, the Asiatics over there. You got all of them warring with each other at this time that all this shit is going on in America. All of them pretty much at war with each other.
But the major war was between Britain, America. Listen here, the major war, and you know this, OTK. The major war was between Britain and it was Britain and Britain and Europe against America until the French jumped in, and the French was what they call them, the French Revolution, and we had the French with us, and we had the Dutch with us, and we had and it was us against them, right? And then they ran, and that was the end of that, right? And then because by then we had color troops and everybody else, well, that was us against them. But the only reason, right? And then at one point we almost had the British going with us because they wanted their slice of the pie. They were going against England them damn selves, and they did it over here. This is what I'm telling you.
The British had too much power in England.
No, Britain didn't want to be part of the UN, which they under now.
You know how long that they have been producing kings? The British and the Scottish been producing kings for England?
No. But at that time, they didn't want to be under there. Listen, we got so many books right now to tell you that. I got a book right now I just got because I'm not at home. Listen, Britain did not want to be under that umbrella. Britain fought to not be under that umbrella. Britain had their choice. They wanted to be in one of those other islands, and they wanted to have control and power. They was trying to get it here, but they didn't. You see what I'm saying? Britain didn't want to be under Britain was like a son that wanted their own kingdom, and they want their own power. They didn't want to be under there.
I think she talking about
I thought we was talking about the English language. And
yeah, we were, but then I don't know how we went somewhere else.
No, you did. You did because you was telling me about all that they came across it with the English language.
Because we was the last to get it. That's what I said.
That the English language is corrupted. Can we all agree?
It is very much, very much.
So that's the number one issue, is that the English language is corrupted. You have dual meanings for every word that we speak, right? Whether it's Old English or American English, it's American English and Old English is two different languages.
Very so.
Facts.
Very so.
So we agree on that.
Facts.
Right?
That's what they spoke over there. Old English.
They spoke Old English over in Britain and so-called England, called Britain.
Right.
Exactly.
Britain.
That's what Shakespeare wrote in. Go ahead, cuz. Go ahead. That's what the Bible was written in. When it was translated in Old English.
Old English.
And we supposed to be speak a broken English.
Broken language. That's right. So
exactly.
They call it broken. But I see that they always adding letters, prefixes, and suffixes to our names.
Right. Prefixes and suffixes. When you understand that prefix,
anglicizing it, Anglo-Saxonizing it. That's what the fuck
we
they
call
did.
it grammarification.
When the Spanish got these names, when they got over here, all they did was add a goddamn A or O at the end.
So
whether it's
they call it grammarification.
You know what I mean? They add a lot more L in the front. All the French, the British and them boys, all they did was add their shit to it when they got here.
Exactly.
So when we understand,
so we already had the language here, Auntie Sakina.
But again, I listen to what he's saying, because he's clearing it up for me. But because it's called grammarification, OTK. So with the grammarification,
I don't care. That grammarification shit came from over there too. That's some shit
it's just like this. Let me just say this. It's just like C.
It's called pronunciation.
Check this out. It's like C.
They spelled it how they had to pronounce it.
So tell me, which word am I saying? C. I could be talking about SEA or SEE or even the letter C. You see how corrupted the language is, right?
Exactly.
You don't know.
Or S or CEE. Come on.
Yeah.
So, all right. Well, let me put this to y'all like this.
Put it to
why when they came over here, they didn't have names for some of the shit that we call things. They had to take and make up words because that wasn't, even now to the day, the Spanish people that come over here in North America, they don't got the name in Spanish for some of the names that we got in English. Make that make sense.
You're correct.
Make that make sense now.
You're correct.
Because that's not our language, and if it's a Spanish
no,
name,
no. That lets you know that English is our language. Now you're talking about England, Europe, all of Spain, Portugal, all that's England, baby. All that's Europe.
Old English from American English is two different forms of language.
Exactly.
That's so we all
I'm still saying, bro, if they, hey, listen, look how many words that they brought over here. That's all y'all got to do. Look how many words that people brought over here that's in our American language. And I guarantee you it's shit that they brought that they added into the vocabulary. Because
that's called translation.
They didn't have no word. How could they have a word for a buffalo if they never saw a fucking buffalo?
Okay, when we say, listen,
make this make sense. How can they have a name for a jaguar if they never saw a jaguar before?
Because if in translation, right?
Okay, so how can our language be last if they're translating our language?
Is a bull. Translation, an oxen is a bull. So understand that part.
I'm saying nothing but a castrated bull.
A heifer is a cow. That's all I'm saying.
A castrated bull. No, you was right. You was right, Sakina. It's a bull, but it's a castrated bull with no nuts.
Either way it goes, it's still a bull. A bull is a bull.
Raised cow.
So, okay, I don't know. I don't know nothing about no farm. All I'm saying is
a bull means a male cow. I'm trying to teach you. A bull means a male cow. That's all. That's
right.
All
and a cow is a cow is a cow, right? But all I'm saying is in translation, right? This is all I'm saying, right? Because egg translated eventually gonna turn into a chicken if you don't do whatever you do to keep it to be an egg. I don't know what that, you know what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying.
An egg can turn into a turkey.
Well, an egg gonna turn to whatever it is inside if you don't put it in an incubator.
All I'm trying to do is get through to you is saying that you just said it. You got to listen to what you just said. If they had hold on, Auntie Sakina, please hold on real quick. If they had to translate and make translations off of our words, how can you say that we got the language last if they're translating our language so they can understand?
What makes you think it's our language for them?
Because I was from here.
Okay,
I'm from North America.
Okay, you're from North America, but again, the part of North America you're from was what? It was Mexico. So how you gonna translate?
No, South Carolina was never Mexico, baby. Whoa, calm down.
Wait. Okay, but again,
Mexico was Texas, that shit like that. No,
again. So the language you spoke was not even. You didn't even speak American. How about that part? How about that part? You didn't speak English. You didn't speak English. Your tribe had a whole. Your tribe had a whole other language.
Show me it.
You show me. You're Indian. Your tribe didn't have. Your tribe didn't speak English.
Hold on, Sakina. You're telling me what my peoples them spoke, but you can't show it.
You listen here.
That's all y'all got to do when y'all come up with y'all claims.
There's no Indian that spoke English, and no Indian spoke English.
How do you know? So now
how do you know?
Native American.
Because it's a freaking European language. That's how I know.
Can I say something?
Show me that.
I'm gonna show you because I speak Madunetter. That's where the language. That's where the letters in the language came from. So there's no way.
Can I say?
There's no way.
Metanetter wasn't the first language.
I didn't say it was. I don't give a damn if it was the last language. OTK. All I'm saying is, listen.
No. Hold on.
Listen here. I can call one of my great aunties that is Cherokee, and I bet you she would probably tell me that is not the language. What you call it? Somebody. What's his name? taught me a Cherokee word, and that's not nothing. It has nothing to do with what do you say, Shio Anayo, and that don't have nothing to do, and that's something to do with hello Cherokee, and that had nothing. That's not an American word.
Whoa. Say that again now.
It says Cheyenne Anayo.
Cheyenne.
Can I
Cheyenne Anayo, and that meant hello Cherokee, and that's not that's not a word in the American dictionary. That's not no word in the English dictionary.
Sakina, listen, you mixing your tribes up for one. You mixing Native American up with American Indian. You don't even know it though. But a lot of people don't even know.
That's what he said. I may be pronouncing it wrong because I can't remember, but I'm trying to tell you either way it go.
Yeah.
Can I say
I'm
one
just
thing?
telling you though.
Come on.
I'm just telling.
So the English language is the trade language that we learned.
Thank
we
you.
learned trade in English, right?
Thank you.
And so if you go back and look at the census, they say speak English, can speak English or can't speak English. And sometimes you see no on the 1870 and 1860 census, 1880 couldn't speak no English. So that's one of the things that
none of them fucking foreigners could speak English neither. If you don't believe me, I'll pull a fucking listen, if you don't believe me, I'll pull a documentary up right now. They had to teach them how to speak English, and they was coming from Europe.
Hold on, let me say what I'm gonna say. So under it's my opinion, not everybody's opinion, that when you look at the census and you see speak English or can't speak, that's because they were still speaking their native tongue at that time. Does that make sense?
That's all I'm saying.
And so English is the trade language that we were forced to learn, just like that documentary you just showed where the Native Americans was talking about they were forced to speak. They couldn't speak Navajo or they couldn't speak.
I'm surgical. You got to show me that. Show me where we was taught how to speak English, bro.
No, bro.
In the Southeast. In the South.
Listen what I'm saying. I'm saying on the census. If you look at the census,
I seen that. Can read, can write, all of that is on there. Yes.
English. And the reason why they were asking the question because they were still like my grandfather, my mother's father. He was 8 years old. They say speak English, and he said that it said no.
Well, let me ask you this. You just said it was two types of English. Who's doing these census taking? The old English or the new English?
I'm not trying to argue. I'm just
not trying to argue neither, but I'm just saying, how do we know what English they are asking?
I don't know. We don't
all
know.
All right. That's up for grabs. That's up for grabs.
That's up for
grabs then.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
yes, sir.
I wrote that. Go ahead.
Let me ask you this then, OTK. How are they?
Hold on, Auntie. I cut him off. Let me let him finish. Go ahead, Curious. My bad.
That's all I was saying, bro. That's all I was saying is that when you look at the census, there's a reason why they ask, can speak English? There's a reason why. And that reason why was because at that time, they were still speaking their native tongue, whatever that tongue was in 1870 and so forth and so on. That's the language that they were speaking. I'm just saying. That's just common. I'm just saying, under a common sense approach to looking at it, that's the language. Whatever that language was, it wasn't English. That's all I'm saying. Does that make sense?
I mean, you say that's your thoughts. I got to respect that, bro. I'm
just.
Yeah. I mean, the way you explained it, it makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense what you're saying. Yeah, I understand that. It's your thoughts, bro. I gotta respect that. You know what I mean? I gotta respect that, bro.
Yeah, but like
that's how we come up with a try to come up with a conclusion or whatever. You know, people get their thoughts and don't get it shot down. You know what I'm saying? But you just can't come in and say, man, this is definitely what happened. No,
I'm open to what the sister's saying because at the end of the day, Old English, That's what you look at. All these etymology words is in Old English. It ain't in American English. That's for sure. So that lets you know Old English and American English is two different forms of language.
So who knew how to speak American English to teach it?
Say it again.
Who was teaching the American English language?
And that's a good question. When you really sit back and you look at it, we learn because we were first forced to learn English. Like I say, that's the trade language. Everything is done in trade, right?
But you
it's
keep
all about
saying force. You keep saying force to learn.
That's just like you being around your
man. It sounded like you talking about like you from Africa, man.
Nah,
you
bro.
African American, man. Those the ones who got that story said they was forced to do something.
No.
Only thing we was forced to do was get down and lay down. Either you move or you stay, or you gonna fucking help us catch other motherfuckers like you. Which one you gonna do?
Right. But what I'm referring to is that that's just because it's just like now in this society, if a child, let's use a child. A child picks up the language from who? His mother, if he's or father, if he's Hispanic or Mexican or this or that, who do he pick up his language from? His mother or his father. It ain't hard to understand that. Whoever that environment is,
what's the only language that's worldwide that every country can speak or is getting taught to speak?
And I just said it. English is the trade language. English is the trade.
But I'm just saying, no. How can English be the trade language when we over here? They're trading amongst themselves over there. So English can't be their trade language for them. That don't make sense.
But
why is every country getting taught English from grammar school up? Why are they getting taught English?
It's simple.
That's all I want to know. If they was already English, they wouldn't need to be taught that shit over there.
It's trade
because
language.
it wasn't.
That's the trade language. That's just like the U.S. dollar, right? The U.S.
Okay,
dollar.
what was we trading? What was we trading with them over there?
Beaver pelts, spices, flowers.
What was they trading with us besides guns? And I told you that stopped.
Guns.
Tea.
Guns. Whatever.
What goddamn tea they was bringing us? Whoa. Curious. What tea they was bringing us? Curious. What tea they was bringing us?
Boy, you ain't gonna be able to back me in the corner because I keep moving. I'm like water. I'm fluid. I'm fluid, bro. I'm like water, boy. I'm gonna keep.
Ali. All right, I'm gonna stop it.
You ain't gonna be able to back me in no corner.
I wrote down all the things that you said, though. You know what I mean with the tea, the trade language, and all that, like that. You know what I mean? And we just do a bill on it. You know what I mean? And that's just all to it. We find some info, you find some, I find some, and we just bring it to the table, and then it is what it is, like that. That's how I figure we solved that. We solved that with going and doing more research.
But like I say, bro, it's like this, man. It's like this. And the sister got some valid points. You got valid points. I bring some valid points to the table. But we will never know when that transition happened from native tongue to American English. And we the only group of people that don't speak double languages. You feel me? We the only group of people.
But everybody speak our language.
Everybody speak our language. We don't speak Spanish.
Stop it.
Let me say something. Some of us don't speak Spanish.
Yeah, you're right. No, I'm saying stop it. Like the world need to stop it. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Well, I want to say this, and I'm gonna land my plane because again, if America's English was Americans' English, before America became America. You see what I'm saying? OTK, then it wouldn't make sense because America wasn't America and it was the language already. You see what I'm saying? And so how could it be?
We can dodge the name. We can dodge the name America if that's what you want to do.
Even then, English came again from it bears the name.
We can dodge that name too.
We can't keep that. Well, then why we didn't call it Spanish like they called their language? You see what I'm saying?
Hold on, you got to think. Like you said, you're dealing. Hold on, baby. You're dealing with translations, like you're saying.
Okay, see now you want to take something.
Hold on. How we don't know when they came across there? Hold on, Auntie Sakina.
No, but you gotta have pride in something because again, if it was,
you ask me a question, then when I go to answer, you already cut my answer off, and then coming right back in with another question. Oh, maybe you got a delay. Oh yeah, you fading in and out too. My bad. My fault. Maybe she got a delay. That's probably why. Go ahead, Sakina.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, you good. I'm gonna just mute up until you finish because I think we got a little bit.
The thing is because if it was called right before it was even called the Americanas, it had a name prior to, and half of it was right because it was the New World, right? And even then, so with the language barrier, because even the French and everybody else that came, they brought their own language, and so before this settled upon language, right, that the king brought with their people, right? The Mormons had their own language and everybody else. So again, the American or the American English, so we call it. Why would we call it the Queen's language? For what it's known to be, we could have stayed, we could have kept the Latin language or the Greek language, or right, because everything else, when you look it up in the dictionary,
never conquer all of North America. Right? The Spanish never colonized or never set up colonies all over North America.
Okay, but because if you look the words up specifically, they'll say this is a Latin word, this is a Greek word, this is a Latin word, this is a Greek word. So, there you go. So all I'm saying is that's why I said we were the last to get it in translation. Because if you look it up,
let me ask y'all this real quick, man. Let me ask y'all this. How y'all don't know, since y'all dealing with translations, like y'all said, how y'all don't know that when they came over here in North America, when they heard the language, they didn't refer to it as English, but we didn't call it English, but maybe they referred to it as English.
I'm going with the dictionary. I don't know.
Nah. I'm going with what makes sense.
I say
okay, that
ain't
makes
no way.
sense.
Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. Sakina. Listen to what I'm saying. If they brought it across here, why Haiti and them boys there ain't speaking American English? Why South America, them boys ain't speaking American English?
Because they was colonized by the French and the Spanish.
Whoa. But the English language came from over there.
No, bro.
This is what she's saying now. The English language came from over there. That's what I'm trying to get through. Like, yo, where at did the English language come from over there? Because now I got a locale. But if you just saying it came from over there,
in England, they didn't speak English in Scotland, and they didn't speak it in Ireland. They didn't speak it in Germany. They didn't speak it in France. So where did they speak this English language at?
That's called
in America.
Thank you, brother.
And they spoke it in England.
No,
they didn't.
That's England.
Watch this. Is England the same thing as Britain?
Yeah.
You're wrong.
It's part of Britain, but it's not all of Britain. We're only talking about the Queen's language. Is this the Ooopppps boy? I'm only talking about.
That's why I tell you,
this is Cosmon, that guy.
Okay, that's what I thought. So, you don't have to yell at me. You can talk to me, sir. But yes, I was only saying that I'm talking about the Queen's language, and I'm only referring to when we talk about looking words up according to any dictionary. And we could go Oxford, we could go Concordia, we can go, because I don't like Google and all that other stuff myself. So if you can look it up like that, then you can find and say this word is Latin, this word is this word is that, and the other. And so that's what I'm going to stick with. Okay. And so, so you like to teach. And so, I don't like to talk about things. I don't like to argue with things. So you can holler at something else, but don't holler at me. Holler at your kids, holler at your wife, holler at my foot, but don't holler at me.
I'm not hollering at you. I didn't holler at you at all.
Okay, thank you.
I didn't holler at you at all. What language is Algonquin written in?
In Algonquin.
What is it? What are the letters?
Hell,
I would not know. I'm not Algonquin.
English. The Bible was written in English. The John Eliot Bible was
Algonquin is English.
written in
Now,
English.
to answer, OTK,
Go ahead,
I gotta go in a second. I just want to answer this real quick. When
was the Algonquin language written, sir?
I don't need no help. Let me just get this out real quick.
Okay.
Let me get this out real quick so you don't think I'm yelling over you or anything like that. I don't want to be like that.
Don't be like
that. Okay. The brother said that the language was a trade language, right? He said it was a trade language. So that means that if the Indians had a trade language, right? They had it before the European got there. So my question to you is, what would be the trade language that an Iroquois speaking people would use to speak to an Algonquin speaking people?
English.
English. Now guess what? See, what they don't understand, OTK, this is what they don't understand. English is not only written and spoken, but English is signed. Everywhere in the world, hold on, let me get my thing. Everywhere in the world, this means walk. Everywhere in the world, this means water. Everywhere in the world.
Oh, you doing the wave.
Rain. Everywhere in the world doing this, going here means I came somewhere or I'm going somewhere. This is the proof of that English, and the proof of that is English is it don't matter today. It don't matter if you in Russia. It don't matter if you in
sign language was the language.
China. Guess what? Hold on, because I'm telling you stuff you don't know. You ain't gotta have no pushback. So
you're saying sign? I'm asking a question.
Everywhere in the world. Everywhere in the world.
Actually, be your first grade language.
Everywhere in the world where they do sign language, guess what? It's translated in English.
American English.
It don't matter if a Chinese person signing to another Chinese person when they're deciphering the words, it's in English.
The American
big old facts.
Hey, big old facts, man. Big old Indian up in this thing, man. I gotta go get wifey, man. I'll hop back on in a little bit. Love, light, and balance.
Bet.
So sign language is an English language. I didn't know that.
What's that?
So they spoke sign language.
Who spoke sign language?
Everybody. That's how they spoke to Indians and everybody. That was the first language.
I can't comment on that, but they had
listen. They always say that they brought translators with them. So I asked them, what the fuck did these translators translate?
But the translators was melanated though.
It don't matter. I don't care about none of that. I don't give a damn about none of that, man. I'm tired of hearing that story. I'm curious. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I need somebody to source that up because I've never heard such a thing in my life.
What did these melanated translators translate? That came.
Well, I need to know what I need to know. I need to see that. I need somebody to show me
that. Nothing. They talked in sign language when they first got here. They had to communicate in sign language first.
Where do they show that at? Where do they show that at?
What do you mean? It's written.
They
you got to do
it. They say it in the census.
They said the record of the history of the sign language in the Western society starts in the 17th century.
That's it.
Do you know that the alphabet is older than that? What are we saying here?
No, listen. I'm not saying that sign language is only specifically for America. He said whenever somebody translate in sign language is translated in American. That's what he said.
Exactly when sign language
yeah, but I'm saying, I
appeared.
think that's what he said. Now, I don't think he was saying that sign language starts here first. I don't know. I don't think
I see two white men doing it right now. Let me see. Agreed.
I don't think we'll find that out. You would never be able to find that out. You wouldn't be able to find that out.
Hell no.
That's just like finding out who spoke first, who wrote first.
The monkey.
It's hard, especially when you're dealing. Especially when you're dealing with sides of the world, man. You know what I mean? Bruh. You're dealing with one side that has 3 times as much archaeological research going on than over here. But you know what? All these new bills that's coming out, a lot more archaeological research is gonna go on in North America. It's a bunch of bills that's going on. Yo, what's up, Ross? Damn, I was talking. You can't hear, Ross? I was in the middle of talking, bro.
That's fine. What's your email? Let me email you.
What's up, Nati?
Let me email you something there. What's your email?
What's up, Nati?
Oh, you want to email me something? I'm about to put it in the back chat for you right now, man. I've been need your number anyway, bro.
It says that the Americans said that the Indians use sign language.
That's it.
That's how they spoke.
Yes. I told you because they couldn't understand it.
Greek philosopher said it's impossible to know exactly when and where the first deaf person tried to sign out, but we do know that the first written record of sign language came. Listen to me. Greek philosophers say it's impossible to exactly know when and where the first deaf person tried to sign out, but we do know that the first written record of sign language came from ancient Greece in the 5th century BC. The philosopher Plato wrote in the dialogue Critias. It is in the record in Socrates saying, if we had neither voice or tongue and yet wished to manifest these things one to another, we should not, like those of which are not present, mute, endeavor to signify our meaning with our hands and our head and other parts of our body. Apparently, ancient Greeks who couldn't speak did indeed have rudimentary sign language to go through their daily lives.
So let me ask you this.
I thought you said they brought English. If they couldn't speak.
Listen here. They just said the Greeks did it.
Question.
All right. So you said the Greeks were speaking English, right? They brought it.
No, they said the Greeks did it.
I know, earlier you said
the Greeks did it, right? That's what they said. But they said that
English comes from, hold on, Sister Shakina.
Hold up.
You said that the English came from Greeks earlier on in the show. You say the Greeks and all of them. You just naming all of them. Hold on. So if that's the first place where sign language is at, and they speak English like how you say, what would the sign language be in, baby girl?
Greek.
Which is also spoken in what? From what your philosophy is. You just said
Greek.
English.
We don't
know.
You said
at first he said, listen here, you're not listening, OTK, because you want to argue and I don't. I'm just trying to say the translation. Now the translation says that many people said that it started with the history said that they believed that someone said that the sign language came around. No one knew, right? Did you know that the existence in ancient Greek, and it was before the Indians said it? This is what they were saying. That the Indians said in 1700.
Whoa. But they first start off the conversation by saying they don't know.
Exactly, because the Indians said in the 17th century, they said they don't know exactly. Listen here. Do you want me to read it again, or do you want me to give you the link?
I don't know if you can hear me or not, or whatever it is. I don't know if I got a delay or something like that.
Cutting me off.
I got a delay.
Let me get in one time. Check your email. Yeah, your email.
my mic because I ain't trying to cut you off. That's what I'm saying. I see that we
okay
coming in when you're talking, and I'm thinking you're stopped. That's why I'm asking if I got a delay because yeah, it is sounding like
I
I'm
might
trying
have
to
a
be.
delay. No, I might have a delay.
Yeah.
No, it said it's been around longer.
So can I ask this one question? Is this very, very important? Is this the language very, very important?
OTK, pull up the email I sent you. No disrespect. No disrespect.
What's up, Nate?
Yes, I. Pick up. Pull up the email.
Nate.
This might stop all the arguing and disagreement or.
I don't think it's that serious for it to be that serious of a language.
It's more like growth. It ain't. I'm trying to hold on, Ross. I'm trying.
Rasta.
I got to pull it up on my phone first, bro.
So how you been doing, Nadi? You been doing okay, my brother?
Above ground, right? Above ground.
Why it's so blurry? Nazi.
You can't make it bigger. Put it on the screen. It might.
I got to send it. I'm about to send it to my computer now. I don't got my computer log on to that. I got a computer with a separate email. So I got to send it to that.
All the languages come from the original India. The India. Huh?
What happened?
Will you say that? Say it again, Nadi.
Will you say Nadi?
Proto-Indio. All the languages originate from the Indio language. All of the languages come from the Americas. The Americas created the languages. Period. Every language you hear is originally come from the Americas. France,
I'm not trying
Germany, Russia.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but is that a primary source document that you have?
That's
Nadi?
first contact too.
Yeah.
First contact.
Nadi, did you hear my question?
Yeah. I'm saying yes. As soon as he pull it up, you'll see it for yourself.
All right, my brother. You know, I believe it. I believe what you say, man. I'm just asking that question.
Yeah, go and look it up. Pull it up on your phone. Proto-Indo-European. Look it up. All the language.
Yes, peace and love, family.
Bless it, beloved.
Yes, peace and love, y'all. I was about to say the same thing because.
Hey.
I'm sorry.
OTK, hello everyone. I'm sorry. Peace and love. I've been like chilling for a minute, just listening to the conversation, and I was gonna say something similar to that I know for sure. Like in America, there was like 800.
I gotta drop out real quick, y'all. My shit. I don't know, maybe because I got this window open, man, with this thing I was showing, but I'm stuck, man. I'm stuck. Like I ain't get a damn. I haven't seen a comment since 11/26, man. I'm stuck. I know I'm in the matrix. Hold on, let me log out real quick. Right back. Hold on.
Yeah, I was gonna say that I feel like sort of similar to that I know that it was a lot of languages in America that was speaking. I believe there were multi-linguistic people that could speak multiple languages. I know when colonists and things were coming, they were learning how to speak the language. They were turning the language into whatever they were turning it into, creating it and trying to decipher it for themselves as well.
Yeah.
So I know a lot of the languages ended up being eradicated. And now we have the English language, but I know like a lot of that does derive from the languages that were already here because they were trying to communicate with each other. So I don't know.
I can rock with that. Because I know, like I said, the American English is broken, and so I can rock with it coming together with the different languages, right? Because it was multiple people here, then they had their own languages. And so, yes, I can rock with that easily.
Well, legally, when you create your own nation, you create your own language, and all you have to use is 25 identical alphabet letters within your language. It can be consist of you can have a encyclopedia as long as you have 25 letters, identical letters that's tied with the English system. That's how you create your own language.
Come on, I can rock with that. We said broken. So see what I'm saying? So I can rock with that because again, if you're saying it's broken, and again, when you look up these words and they say this says it's a Greek word, and they say this is this word or a Latin word or this word, that's the only thing is the bottom line for me. Because if they say this is a Greek word, it came from Greek and it means this, that's where it came from. That's the source. That's the word. And half of the books, and when you look it up, because we're not just saying Webster, you got to go deeper than that. And so that's all I'm saying when it comes down to that. That's the language barriers, right? The Latin, and it has to come from all of these sources to add on to what we saying makes our language. That's grammarification. Pronunciation is how you say it. Damn, how you say it is where the word came from.
And then to take it a step further,
No.
hold on. Can I get in there real quick? Because I could say the same thing about. I could say the same thing about like Tex-Mex in Mexico. I mean, not in Mexico, excuse me, in Texas. Because even a professor that I had said it, you know, she had some ancestors, like they came and they only could speak Spanish, but it's like somehow they were like intertwining Spanish and English, and then you get Tex-Mex. Like I think that people were just trying to figure out how to communicate and talk to each other because it was so many languages and dialects that were spoken in America. Like beyond, you know, I'm just using that as an example of, you know, like something more recent that we could say that, you know, that's a good example of how this happens a lot. So
right. And I don't need to know sign language. I have a deaf great nephew, and so I know sign language. Right. And so it's deeper than that. But I just was looking it up for the history, and they said it came from Greece, not the Indians. They said the Indians did it in the 17th century, but the Greeks were doing it in the 5th century. So you're gonna have to source that up and show me. Not that I don't, you know, because you do bring strong arguments, and I do kind of like what you do, but you do come kind of hard. So I don't know when you be yelling and when you do.
Here you go, man. Here you go. Go look it up.
You know.
Go look it up. It's before the European. For that.
What?
Now, y'all, the thing about it is, y'all be bringing me writings saying that the Greek had it first. Well,
listen here. I don't know what that old ass book say.
Hold on. What books do you know that they kept, or what tablets, what stones, what codexes? Hold on, that you know that they kept of our writing over here.
I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
Okay. So now that there is, listen to what this says. Indian picture writing. Picture writing is a way of expressing thoughts and recording by marks or drawings. Caveman, they carved and painted scenes of their hunts and exploits on the walls of their dwellings. The Egyptians recorded their deeds in paintings and in hieroglyphs, and the Vikings carved theirs on stone. The American Indians use picture writing to depict their legend and their dreams, personal triumphs in their hump, and on battlefield and family and tribal history.
What did that say? Sign language.
How can you say that we first started using it in the 1700s when they didn't get crosshair and start writing about us until the fucking 1500s?
Where did that say sign language?
And sign languages. Oh, hold on.
See what I'm saying? You're not talking about what you're talking about.
Hold on.
They didn't say nothing. They said they were drawing pictures and writing and everything, but you said they said sign language. See what I'm saying?
Calm down. I got you. Calm down. I got you, baby. I got you. Since you want some sun. I got you. Oh man. Swamp, that damn picture right there. sign language. If it ain't, goddamn, I swear. Before they learn how to do sign language with their hand, they started with pictures.
Well, I don't want to see no pictures because they got walls and Kemet with pictures. I want to see the sign language. I want to see them say sign language. Since Cosmon Cal came up and showed me sign language, I want to see somebody say they did sign language. I don't want to see no pictures. I've seen pictures in Kemet, right? Because I read the Muddle Netter. I translate a little bit. I took the class. So I want to see sign language. I want to see somebody said they said sign language. I don't want to see no pictures. I've seen enough pictures.
Are y'all
I'm going to
hearing
see
me?
pictures on Friday. I'm going to
Sis,
the
are you-
Chicago Art Museum. I'm going to see pictures on Friday. And then I'm going to stop in Minnesota on my way home and go see some more pictures.
Shit. Can you hear me?
Right. I'm on a picture tour. I'm not at home. I'm in Milwaukee. I'm on a picture tour.
Can I stop you for 1 second? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh my God. I'm thinking I'm not being able to be heard. Jesus.
You wasn't. You wasn't.
I'm finna shut up. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm just saying. So if you go to the etymology, they give you the definition of proto, and it comes from the Greek. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm not agreeing with you. I'm not agreeing with you, sis. I'm not disagreeing with you. But at the end of the day, it comes from the Greek. It means the first, the source. It means a lot of shit. So if you standing on it comes from the Greek, you are correct. It comes from the Greek.
Listen, nephew, I love you. I didn't come here to argue with you. I came up here to appreciate you and tell you, you know what I'm saying, that you're doing a wonderful job and that
No, you good, you good, you good.
You always want to battle with me because you got that unstable mind.
You came up here with that. We was having a bill. We was building on eugenics and all kind of shit. You came up here with that. We was on eugenics.
We was on genealogy.
You got to go ahead.
But it's all good. I love your conversation. I love your conversation. But let me ask you a question.
Commercial break.
Hey, let me ask y'all a real quick.
Let me give her something so she don't be confused.
Nati.
Yeah.
You saying it to me in different form?
All right, I will. Okay, let me tell her something so she won't be confused right now. So what she's speaking on is universal sign language, a basis of all knowledge of a single base of an alphabet or a single system. When we had a time before buildings and people going to work every day in this social system, when you were in the woods with your family and your tribe, only you and your child that was unfortunately dead, or your in-law or family member unfortunately dead, will have only a sign for you and your family to know of a communication. Everyone wouldn't know that sign language, just you and that family. Now, when you're speaking on the universal sign language being created and established through a Greek ceremony, all roads lead to Rome. Even the word proto, we're going to see it says lead to Rome, but simply it's telling you Proto-Indio is the first language. You can look it up. It's the first language. So again, even if Greek said proto is meaning the beginning or the first, and they created that word proto, they're telling you Proto-Indio is the first language. Look that up.
Okay, well then, if I look up Proto-Indio, then I would have to go to. Then I would have to probably go to India. You see what I'm saying? Because that wouldn't bring me to America. You see what I'm saying?
Because this is the India superior.
So this
would be that.
Right. There is three different things. And so there is not there, and it's sure not going to be here. See what I'm saying? And so, right, that style manual and all of this, and so this is not going to be that. And so that's where we're getting all these theirs, and theirs. And so here we go, because now we're in America. And so this ain't going to be that because we over here. We ain't over there, and this ain't there.
Before it was called America, before it was called America, it was called India Superior. Indian
Superior right here.
Not at that time.
Not with
that word. Not at
before
that
America
time, and
even
not
come
even
along.
with that word. Not at that time, and
So
not
what?
with that word. We gotta be
So what
specific
language?
when we talking about
What
these
language
things,
would the people?
right? No, that
What
is.
language
See,
would the people
you don't have
of
to
the
tell me that.
India Superior
You came with
speak?
that. You gonna tell me that. See, you brought that source, so you bring that dateline in because I don't know. See, you brought that in, so I thank you so much for
That's
it,
why
though.
I'm trying
I
to-
appreciate it because I'm
It'll be
learning from you
Proto-Indian.
right now. And since you teaching me something, I'm gonna need you to bring them dates and stuff. I appreciate that. I'm not listening
It'll
because
be
you teaching me right now. And since you told me that, because it was actually Cosmo Cal that said that this language and everybody know and all of these people and all of that. I assume because if my language, right, because I know from anybody that knows it, when you're in America, to keep your culture with your kids, because once, if whatever language you speak, your kids speak, to keep it in your culture. Like my sister-in-law is Philippine, so her son knows Philippine, but he goes to school in America, so he learns English. Why? Because he goes to school in America, and so he knows America. And he knows American English, but at home he knows Philippine because why? His mom speaks Philippine, so that's how they keep that culture there. Gotcha. I'll say so. That's all I'm saying.
All right, so check this out real quick. So y'all know I had to dig deep into that shit. So Aristotle, I see why they say Greece. Aristotle came out with a claim that deaf people can't be taught nothing. So Europe disputed that. So you talk about 2,000 years ago that that this shit came out that deaf people couldn't hear. So it was Geronimo Cardano in the 1500s that discovered. He used the method to educate his deaf son. So you talk about 1500s now. So where did he learn this at?
They said the 5th
This sign
century.
language.
You gotta go back. Somebody did some
Whoa.
research.
Where did he learn? Now you talking about Pedro Ponce de Leon?
Couldn't be.
Where was these people coming at? Where were these people coming at? 1500s now. 1500s.
Go to Chat GPT and you'll get the information because it said the 5th.
We know where Ponce de Leon them boys. We know we got them in America. They came. They was coming.
They came to America.
He's a priest. I mean, not a priest. I mean, his homeboy Barnett was a priest. All them boys was coming to America. Now, the education was not in existence until around 1750. That's when it started getting taught as an educational system. So now, if you're telling me that these people are coming across here and they have to use picture writing and then turn that into sign language, because before you got sign language, the first communication will probably be pictures, drawing to communicate.
Okay, well, show me where y'all did it without.
I'm just saying.
Hey, share my screen for me, bro.
This also says this. Hold on. This also says this.
Because I'm finna. We can do Chat GPT any day.
What is it right here?
Yeah,
I got you, cuz. Hold on.
Because this is really common knowledge.
Yeah, I got you. So this says in 1500s, he discovered the deaf were able to educate by using written words, written pictures, drawn pictures, and written words.
What does that have to do with sign language?
No, I'm telling you, that's the same person that taught his deaf son sign language.
Is that the Indian doing that?
Bro, these are the people who coming from America going back.
We got sidetracked, man. It's just
all right. Anyway, man. All right, Cosmo.
Hey, can you just share that for me real quick?
Yeah, man. So I can go. Then I can go back to my video, man, because came in and just
I mess around, drunk a whole bottle of wine.
Wix for my business because of its massive scope for functionality and freedom of.
My father, when he talked to my grandmother,
they'd have to use these signs. For example, some of the basics was like yes and no, good and bad.
This is one of the oldest languages in North America.
This is a Crow Indian. This was a white person.
It's called Plains Indian Sign Language, one of many indigenous sign languages broadly known as hand talk that were once used widely by both deaf and hearing people.
It was the means for commerce. It was the means for
Trade,
economics.
commerce. Here it go. Look, it's in English.
Variations of hand talk were so commonly used that it would influence the formation of American Sign Language, or ASL, the predominant sign language used today in the US and Canada. But hand talk has mostly been written out of history.
It's really not written out of
But the
history.
first sign language in North America, right?
And
they already signed here before that. Did you see that?
And that also
Did you
looks
see
like
that?
Yes.
Hold on.
When a Spanish colonizer...
They gonna say they ain't see it. Watch this. Look what she say. Look what she say.
The North American Sign Language. Yes, I see it.
Being the first sign language in North America. Watch this. But no.
Right. The natives
Indians or the natives
were already
listen, hold on. I don't need no help. Natives were already signing before that, before Europeans.
They were okay.
Look.
When a Spanish colonizer first reached one indigenous community in the South.
Nah, that's enough. She got to do the rest of the research on her own. We got to stop.
I don't need to research.
I need to get back. I need to get back to what I was showing, man. With my human zoos, man. I got sidetracked for damn near an hour. I'm supposed to be going right now. I got to work in the morning. I told you, Curious. Damn. I want to show the rest of the video before I leave. But yeah, you don't always come up, Auntie Sakina, so you know what I mean?
No, I appreciate that. I didn't know sign language was the first language ever used. We can't say spoken because we were talking about English, but I get it. Thank
Sakina, when you first meet a Spanish person and y'all don't understand each other, what are you going to do?
I'm going to use sign language.
Okay, baby. Okay. If you don't understand, that's what you're going to use. Or you're going to use pictures.
Or
you got translators on your phone, you know.
I'm just saying
that. You can do the phone now. Yeah, you can do the translation on the phone. Yeah, man. Damn,
right. Each one teach one, reach one. Right, you know.
Man,
done in America, they're the same thing.
And I lost like 120 people.
And the word, all the same thing.
Man, let me get back. To the excuse me, man. I lost like 120 fucking people.
Did you?
Fuck.
Bruh, but like I say,
Abraham Lincoln in the
do you
in the Darwinian theory, I had no idea of using the exhibition to enforce it. The boy is on exhibition simply because the public wishes to see him. He is well treated and happy. To say that the boy is placed in the cage to show his similarities to the monkey is nonsense. He is much more intelligent than many white men whom I have known.
Hornaday made clear that he wasn't about to shut down the popular exhibit.
The exhibition shall certainly be continued, unless the directors of the park decide otherwise.
But the leaders of the New York Zoological Society were pleased by the display. Henry Fairfield Osborn even congratulated Hornaday for the excellent press coverage, commenting that Benga is certainly making his way successfully as a sensation. Spurned by Hornaday, the African-American ministers decided to appeal to George McClellan Jr., the Democratic mayor of New York. McClellan was the son of the controversial general during the Civil War, who had tried to unseat Abraham Lincoln in the presidential election of 1864. The elder McClellan openly confessed that he was prejudiced in favor of the white race, and said that he couldn't learn to like the odor of either billy goats or Negroes. The younger McClellan now refused to even meet with the African-American ministers, sending out an assistant with a dismissive note referring them to the New York Zoological Society. The ministers then went to see Madison Grant, the Zoological Society's secretary. Grant was a prominent member of New York Society. A graduate of Yale, he received a law degree from Columbia. He was also a trustee of the American Museum of Natural History, a counselor of the American Geographical Society, and a founder of the Bronx Zoo. It would have been hard for the ministers to find someone less sympathetic. Grant was an open racist who thought blacks were an inferior race and regarded those who had parents of different races as mongrels. Within a decade, he would write The Passing of the Great Race, a book which championed Nordic supremacy and keeping blacks subservient to whites. The book was reportedly praised by Adolf Hitler as his Bible. Grant also rebuffed the ministers. So did the city's most prominent newspaper, the New York Times, which professed to be puzzled by the anger of the protesters.
We do not quite understand all the emotion which others are expressing in the matter.
Describing African pygmies as very low in the human scale, the Times made clear that it viewed pygmies as less than fully human.
Whether they are really closer to the anthropoid apes than the other African savages, or whether they are viewed as the degenerate descendants of ordinary Negroes, they are of equal interest to the student of ethnology and can be studied with profit.
The editors of the Times thought it absurd to make moan over the imagined humiliation and degradation Ooopppps was suffering. In fact, they claimed the pygmy was probably enjoying himself.
The suggestion that Benga should be placed in a school instead of a cage ignores the high probability that school would be a place of torture to him, and one from which he could draw no advantage whatever. The idea that men are all much alike except as they have had or lacked opportunities for getting an education out of books is now far out of date.
After African-American ministers criticized the zoo for trying to use Ooopppps to prove Darwinian evolution, the New York Times weighed in again.
The Reverend colored brother should be told that evolution, in one form or another, is now taught in the textbooks of all the schools, and that it is no more debatable than the multiplication table.
As protests continued, increasingly rowdy crowds came to the zoo in order to visit the pygmy. Sunday, September 16th, 40,000 people converged on zoo grounds to see the city's newest sensation. According to press reports, the mobs chased Ooopppps around the zoo all day, howling, jeering, and yelling. Some of them poked him in the ribs, others tripped him. All laughed at him. Benga responded by shooting an arrow at his tormentors, after which zookeepers caught him and returned him to his cage. As both crowds and Ooopppps became unruly, zoo director Hornaday grew increasingly defensive. He now claimed that he had decided to exhibit Ooopppps in a cage simply for convenience.
We have no platform that we could place him on, and this big open-air cage was the best place we could find to put him where everybody could see him.
Eventually, the continued controversy made Hornaday want to wash his hands of the whole affair. Ultimately, an agreement was reached to move Ooopppps to the Howard Colored Orphan Asylum and later to a seminary in Lynchburg, Virginia. There, nearly 10 years later, Ooopppps shot himself to death. Benga had expressed a desire to return to his native Africa, but by 1916, the continent was being further ravaged by European powers as they fought World War I, so return was no longer an option.
I think the hopelessness of it all, the trauma he had sustained, the loneliness, and, I can't even imagine. He had no idea what had become of his people, if his village was still even there. So it's not hard to imagine the myriad reasons why he would have sunk into this deep depression and that ultimately caused him to take his life.
In one final indignity, the New York Times published an obituary assuring readers that during Oooppp's stay in their city, he was actually an employee of the Bronx Zoo who had been hired to feed the apes. According to the Times, it was this employment that gave rise to the unfounded report that Oooppp was being held in the park as one of the exhibits in the monkey cage. Oooppp was largely forgotten by history until the 1990s. But the passion of social Darwinists in America for putting humans on display continued. And 15 years later, some of the same figures involved in the Oooppp scandal would be involved in another kind of human display, one whose impact would prove even more horrifying. In September of 1921, leading scientists from around the globe gathered at the American Museum of Natural History in New York City for the Second International Congress of Eugenics. Eugenics was the science of breeding better people. The term had been coined by Charles Darwin's cousin, Francis Galton. But Darwin himself helped lay the groundwork for eugenics in his book, The End of Man. According to Darwin, human beings developed through a long and cruel process of natural selection or survival of the fittest. Less fit organisms died, leaving more capable organisms to reproduce.
Hey, did that thing just say that they was cousins?
Yeah, his whole listen. Darwin's
I didn't
son,
realize they was
his cousin,
cousins.
brother. Yeah, shit. Don't be surprised if we don't trace Herkovich to their family bloodline too. Oh, girl.
Yeah, I see it. Runs in the family. Go ahead.
Definitely. Yeah, they picked up where he left off.
Yeah.
They took it to a whole nother level. They created race after him.
Yeah, nothing but pseudo.
Produce
Go
and
ahead.
flourish. It was this ruthless process of elimination, not the foresight of a designer, that had propelled human beings to the top of the evolutionary ladder. But Darwin worried that modern society...
My bad, Sharice. I got a delay. You was trying to say something, Goddess?
Oh, no, that's it.
Oh, okay. I got a damn delay, man. Work with me, y'all. I'm sorry.
...was now doing its best to undermine natural selection.
We civilized men do our utmost to check the process of elimination. We build asylums for the imbecile, the maimed and the sick. We institute poor laws, and our medical men exert their utmost skill to save the life of everyone to the last moment. There is reason to believe that vaccination has preserved thousands, who from a weak constitution would formerly have succumbed to smallpox. No one who has attended to the breeding of domestic animals would doubt that this must be highly injurious to the race of man. Hardly anyone is so ignorant as to allow his worst animals to breed.
A kindly man, Darwin was troubled by the implications of his theory for society. But his followers had a solution. They thought they could apply Darwinian selection rationally and humanely through the science of eugenics, which became known as the self-direction of human evolution. Eugenics was eagerly embraced by America's scientific elites.
Sometimes today it's argued that eugenics was just fringe science, just a few people believed in it. And of course we don't believe in it now. That ignores the fact that for decades, eugenics was what could be called the consensus view of the scientific community.
The Eugenics Congress at the American Museum of Natural History drew scientists from America's top research institutions, including Harvard, Yale, MIT, the Smithsonian, Ohio State, UC Berkeley, and the University of Texas. Participants included inventor Alexander Graham Bell and Charles Darwin's own son, Leonard, who lashed out at the threat biological defectives pose to modern society. Scientists were welcomed to the Eugenics Congress by then-president of the American Museum of Natural History, Henry Fairfield Osborn, who had been involved in the display of Ooopppps at the Bronx Zoo. A future head of the American Association for the Advancement of Science, Osborn had become one of the most celebrated scientific champions of evolution in America. Soon he would become embroiled in a controversy with politician William Jennings Bryan over a fossilized tooth discovered in Nebraska. Osborn insisted that the tooth supplied irrefutable evidence of the existence of man-like apes in ancient North America. To his embarrassment, the tooth later turned out to be part of an extinct pig. At the Eugenics Congress, Osborn told scientists that eugenics was essential to the future of human evolution.
To know the worst as well as the best in heredity, to preserve and to select the best, these are the most essential forces in the future evolution of human society.
Osborn also attacked racial intermarriage.
500,000 years of human evolution have impressed certain distinctive virtues as well as faults on each race. Put three races together, you are likely to unite the vices of all three as the virtues.
Osborn argued that racial groups should be studied to determine what tasks each race is best fitted to accomplish. But it was clear that he already thought he knew the proper place of non-whites.
If the Negro fails in government, he may become a fine agriculturalist or a fine mechanic.
The American Museum of Natural History accompanied the Eugenics Congress with a major museum exhibition designed to sell eugenics to the American public. Participants included America's top publishers, insurance companies, government agencies, and private groups like the American Red Cross. As many as 10,000 people attended the special exhibition. There were no live humans put on display at the eugenics exhibit, but it was still a kind of human zoo. It put human racial groups under the microscope to judge their worth to society. There were displays highlighting differences between black and white babies in the womb, displays comparing the mental stamina of different races, displays reporting on the capabilities of immigrants, and displays showcasing equipment for measuring human intelligence and other features. There also were displays about the human brain. One compared the brains of criminals and non-criminals. But the most extensive brain display was created by anthropologist Alish Hrdlicka from his growing collection of embalmed brains. Hrdlicka left his original specimens stored in jars at the Smithsonian, but he brought gelatin models of the embalmed brains of apes and 3 races of humans. Hrdlicka's presentation filled 7 separate display cases. It also included a series of skulls from Native Americans. The skulls purported to show that Native American brains revealed primitive features from earlier stages of evolution. In the midst of more sophisticated displays were cruder exhibits featuring the blatantly racist books of Madison Grant and Lothrop Stoddart. Stoddart had published The Rising Tide of Color Against White World Supremacy. Stoddart claimed that whites were in danger of being overrun by the colored races of the world. And he argued that immigration from what he called lower human types had to be rigorously curtailed.
Eugenists pretty universally viewed immigrants and people of non-white.
Hold up. So y'all here now. So now, I don't know if nobody ever heard that. They say they are of the color races of the world. So it ain't one color person. Here we go.
White races as a drag on the human race. Eugenists viewed blacks and Mexicans and Hispanics as throwbacks, evolutionary throwbacks that were lower races in evolutionary terms and therefore were a drain on modern society. And they justified this in the name of Darwinian.
I said, I think they told on them. I said, I think they told on themselves. Remember, they just said, remember, the whole thing is that the Negro is more animalistic, right? And that he is the more beast-like man. But then they just said that they took skulls.
They will take over the world.
They said they took skulls of the Native Americans and they were the most primitive. Well, don't that mean that they is the niggas then?
And back then, this before the Native Americans of today.
So
correct.
So you would have been using that chronology. You'd have been using that chronology anyway, right? So what they just told on themselves is that the nigger of America and the Indian of America got the same skulls. Because they just said they was primitive. And then just said that everybody else was dark except them.
Damn. Hey, man, y'all please do me a favor, man, because when y'all be doing that, I be like, damn, I be wanting to go back. See if y'all can catch the timestamp. So I can bring it right back.
Right. It's about right there. Okay. It's about right there.
Okay, yeah, I did pull it back a little bit. Hold on, I think somebody came in. Okay. All right, bet. Let me go ahead on there. And if y'all know, man, I've been cooking on this right here for like about a couple of days now. And I'm bringing it all together now. I'm bringing it all together straight up. Let's go.
Humans. Hrdlička's presentation filled 7 separate display cases. It also included a series of skulls from Native Americans. The skulls purported to show that Native American brains revealed primitive features from earlier stages of evolution. In the midst of more sophisticated displays were cruder exhibits featuring the blatantly racist books of Madison Grant and Lothrop Stoddart. Stoddart had published The Rising Tide of Color Against White World Supremacy. Stoddart claimed that whites were in danger of being overrun by the colored races of the world, and he argued that immigration from what he called lower human types had to be rigorously curtailed.
Eugenists pretty universally viewed immigrants and people of non-white races as a drag on the human race. Eugenists viewed blacks and Mexicans and Hispanics as throwbacks, evolutionary throwbacks that were lower races in evolutionary terms and therefore were a drain on modern society. And they justified this in the name of Darwinian science. You know, there were racists before the eugenists. The interesting thing about the eugenists was the way that they built on top of Darwinian biology and claimed that there was a scientific justification for racism.
The eugenics exhibition advocated a chilling agenda for public policy, including forced sterilization and harsh new restrictions on immigration. It also promoted a radical proposal advanced by the Eugenics Record Office, one of the eugenics groups participating in the exhibition. The proposal called for assembling biological profiles on all Americans to determine whether they were biologically fit to mate.
The Eugenics Records Office was so extreme, they wanted to hold records on everyone in the United States, biological records showing their family trees, so that if you wanted to marry someone, you could write to them and they could tell you whether the person you were wanting to marry had a fit family tree in evolutionary terms, so that you could marry them, or if they had bad heredity so that you couldn't. And in fact, they had exercises and packets that were given to biology teachers around the country, that one of the exercises you were supposed to do in your biology class when you were studying evolution and then eugenics was to have kids fill out this form with their family tree of, who were the black sheeps of the family, what diseases they had in the family, so that these could then be sent off to the Eugenics Record Office and their vaults, and so that they could keep records on everyone.
The American Museum of Natural History later called the Eugenics Congress of 1921 perhaps the most important scientific meeting ever held in the museum. A decade later, the museum was at it again, hosting the Third International Congress of Eugenics in 1932. This time, it put on an even more extensive museum exhibition for the public. At the entrance to the exhibit hall were placed the busts of 2 men accredited as the founding fathers of eugenics.
Hey, Cosmon. Cos. Oh, Curious, you up north. You say you up north. Curious, you still here with me, bro?
What's going on, bro?
Oh, okay. Hey, oh, Curious, you still here with me, bro? I know he up north. Matter of fact, Sharice, you here? Sis.
Yes.
Hey, what year was it? It was 2 depressions, right? Up north.
Uh-oh.
One in the 20s and then one in the 30s.
It was
correct?
2
Am
what?
I correct?
You went out a little bit.
Oh, was it 2 depressions?
No.
No.
I think what you
in New York. It was
Might
just
be
one,
talking
right?
about something.
It was just one depression.
What year was that?
It
1930?
started about 1930.
Okay, all right. The migration from the south to the north happened twice. Once in the 20s, past 30s, and then one in the 50s, like 40s, 50s. Okay, so if the Great Depression happened in the 30s, how was they throwing a big ass eugenics fair like this?
And then we got to also remember what else happened in the 30s. Remember the Dust Bowl happened in the 30s.
Okay.
A
bunch of shit happened in the 30s.
No, I thought it happened in the 20s. Y'all sure that didn't happen in the 20s?
Yes.
Y'all sure that didn't happen in the 20s?
Fact check that.
Right.
What happened in the 20s? Dust Bowl?
I'm not sure, but I thought the Great Depression was in the 20s. In like
No,
1920.
the 20s are the roaring 20s. That's when it was popping.
Okay. Right.
That's
I know they was I thought they was doing a lot of sewing and a lot of the war.
The Great Depression was 10 years. The Great Depression was 10 years long. It started 1929. 1929 to 1939, which 1929 is pretty much 1930.
Yeah, okay. All right.
So what I'm saying is,
Ooh, that little static is bad.
Huh?
You really going out bad, OTK. You might need to refresh or something. I just can't. I'm trying to make it out.
Yeah, play the fucking video then. God damn. Hey, Sharice, believe it or not, every goddamn day I played something like this, they did this to me. I put this on everything.
You know how they do.
Francis Galton, and biological profiles on all Americans.
It's a story in the early 20s.
Moorhead argued that the legislation not only violated the state's Bill of Rights, it also offended a higher law.
This proposed legislation seems more in keeping with the pagan age than with the teachings of Christianity. Man is more than an animal.
While many modernist clergy supported eugenics, theologically conservative religious figures were much more skeptical. American evangelical William Jennings Bryan, for example, denounced eugenics as an impossible system for scientific breeding under which a few supposedly superior intellects, self-appointed, would direct the mating and the movements of the mass of mankind. But the most consistent opposition to eugenics came from Roman Catholics. In 1930, Pope Pius XI strongly condemned forced sterilization for eugenics in one of his encyclicals. The Pope criticized eugenists for asking the government to assume a power which it can never legitimately possess.
The most fundamental principle of Catholic social teaching is the intrinsic dignity of every human being. In other words, people are valuable simply as creatures made in the image and likeness of God. They're not valuable merely because they have economic value or they're productive or they're smart. They have value in and of themselves as spiritual creatures made in God's image. That idea obviously contradicts the fundamental principle of eugenics, which is through either passive or active means to favor particular ethnic groups over others.
Across America, Catholic clergy actively resisted the eugenics crusade. In Louisiana, the Catholic Church played a key role in preventing the passage. Eugenics was so announced that some eugenics groups targeted the Catholic Church for attacks. The Human Betterment Foundation in California aided to promoting eugenics through forced sterilization. Its president, E.S. Gosney, lashed out at Catholic efforts to block sterilization laws.
Every legislature considering a sterilization bill in the United States is visited by representatives of the bishop or archbishop who lay down the law of Rome to those willing to accept it. The henchmen are prompt to fall in line.
Gosney suggested that the Catholic Church should be asked to pay for Catholics who aren't sterilized.
It would seem more logical to ask them, as Hitler has done in Germany, to keep these feeble-minded segregated at their own expense, in order that the American Commonwealth may be subjected to no unnecessary damage from the presence of a great body of defectives, who increase the amount of human misery, contribute largely to the ranks of the delinquent and criminal, augment the tax burdens, diminish the efficiency of industry, and dilute the quality of American citizenship.
The eugenics movement.
Hey, Therese, if we got these people calling their own people this, would they let these people classify as white on the census?
I'm just waiting on Kev to hit me back to give me the day when he got some free time. We supposed to get in there this week, though.
Hordes of eugenics in the early 20th century actually tried to make an anti-Catholic campaign part of their public argument. On the one hand, they claimed that their ideas were based firmly in natural science, and yet they actually ran a public campaign that was anti-religious. You get the impression that there was something more than simple empirical science at stake in the debate.
Despite opposition from Catholics and others, the American eugenics movement continued to flourish in the years leading up to World War II. The eugenics movement eventually led to the forced sterilization of more than 60,000 people in America. Compulsory sterilization in the name of eugenics was ultimately upheld by the United States Supreme Court in a decision that declared, 3 generations of imbeciles are enough. Many of those sterilized would not be considered mentally handicapped today.
That's
Oh my!
The
Wait a minute.
also succeeded in securing the code grade that sharply restrict the flow of non-Nordic ethnic groups into the United States. By considering the legislation, the United States Congress invited testimony by a leading eugenist.
Yeah, we got to talk about the sterilization thing. That is a very real thing. And that was going on, especially with Black women in our community for so long, and they were doing it without their permission. And to have your whole uterus removed? No. To stop you from giving life? No.
Yeah.
And you just got to think of how racist that is in itself.
Or they did this up into the 70s or the 80s, right?
Yeah. And then they introduced abortion.
Come on.
They found another way to do it.
Yes,
they're still doing it in the foods and the drugs.
Come on.
It's a problem. I just touched on this on my channel. I just touched on this because it's crazy how they continue to re-weaponize what they do. They just continue to legalize the weapon. I can't.
Right. Listen, I was still stuck on how they had this boy in that cage until he shot somebody with an arrow. And then after he speared somebody, then y'all still had him caged up like that and until he killed himself.
So who gave him a gun is what I want to know.
Before that, they said that he bought that. Before that, they talking about he was working at the hotel or whatever, feeding the monkeys at the end of that to try to clear it up. But at the beginning, they said that they bought him off the slave market.
Listen, and now you sterilize a mass of women.
He was part of the pygmy tribe.
And then years later, the Tuskegee Man Project. You see what I'm saying?
I was just gonna say that. You pulled that out of my brain.
Come on,
y'all going too far. Y'all going too far. Hold on. Let me get back to my video. Y'all going too far. Y'all going too far.
Sorry.
I got plenty of videos. I told y'all I'm bringing it all. I'm bringing it all to the head. Y'all got to go back and watch the very first one, the beginning of eugenics. I'm telling you, it's serious. Serious. It's all, and I put this on everything. We probably in there with people who look like us, probably in that video, probably like 7 minutes altogether. Throughout the whole video, they was talking about how they've been experimenting
on the biological aspects of immigration.
Starting in the 1920s in particular, there was a huge push for immigration restrictions on people who are coming from non-Germanic, non-Northern European countries. And so people coming from Mexico to the United States, or people coming from Africa or Southern European countries that had people that the eugenists viewed as evolutionarily backwards, they had to be stopped because they were going to destroy our society.
But the most horrifying implementation of eugenics policies took place not in America, but in Nazi Germany. The Nazis ultimately sterilized more than 300,000 supposed hereditary defectives in the name of eugenics. They then started gassing the disabled at special medical facilities. It was in these killing centers that the Nazis began to perfect the methods they would later use to exterminate Jews. The sordid history of eugenics and the mainstream scientific community's embrace of it remains completely unknown to many Americans. So does the scientific community's involvement with social Darwinism and scientific racism, including human zoos. It's a history some people are still trying to cover up. Geneticist James Watson won the Nobel Prize for co-discovering the structure of DNA. But in 2007, he sparked outrage when he suggested that African blacks were genetically inferior to European whites. Echoing the arguments of scientific racists from the past, Watson claimed that black inferiority was due to evolution.
There is no firm reason to anticipate that the intellectual capacities of people's
now, if the very start of so-called evolution of him creating DNA, and he said that the whites are more powerful than the blacks or shit like that, how can we trust DNA from therefore when it was built on bullshit?
Graphically separated in their evolution should prove to have evolved identically. James Watson.
Watson was widely condemned for his comments, both inside and outside of the scientific community. It was an indication of how times have changed. But although scientific racism no longer receives support from mainstream science, many in the scientific community remain reluctant to honestly discuss the past. Sharon Weston Broome is mayor of Baton Rouge, Louisiana. In 2001, she was a member of the Louisiana House of Representatives when she proposed a resolution to encourage teaching students about the history of scientific racism. The resolution highlighted Darwin's views on race, as well as how his views had been exploited by other scientists, such as Ernst Haeckel, to promote racism. The resolution also encouraged teaching students more recent scientific findings supporting racial equality.
I'm not asking you to take evolution out of the school. I am merely asking the legislature, the State Department of Education, the Board of Regents, and the state university systems that they be made aware that Darwin promoted the justification of racism in his definitive works on the origin of species by means of natural selection and the descent of man. I certainly understand that racism was in effect before Darwin. This has never been denied. Yet he was the originator of a scientific justification for racism, as well as giving wings to modern racism. Harvard University's Stephen Jay Gould wrote, quote, "Biological arguments for racism may have been common before 1859, but they increased by orders of magnitude following the acceptance of evolutionary theory."
Broome's resolution provoked a firestorm, with supporters of Darwin's theory accusing her of trying to unfairly malign Charles Darwin.
This resolution is not only a product of creationists, but also Christian supremacists. And Christian supremacism is a hate-based ideology, and you can't combat hatred with hatred.
I never, ever have emulated any type of hate towards anyone.
The resolution only passed after all references to Darwin and Haeckel were deleted. It was as if scientific racism had never happened. But Louisiana isn't the only state where the past misuse of science has been censored. In 2007, the Kansas State Board of Education rewrote a statewide curriculum standard about the history of science. The standard originally called for students to understand both the positive and negative aspects of science on society, including how science can be abused. As examples of the abuse of science, the original standard cited the eugenics movement, scientific racism, and the infamous Tuskegee syphilis experiment, where government researchers left poor black men untreated for syphilis in order to observe the progression of the disease. The Kansas Board of Education revised the curriculum standard to eliminate any study of the abuses of science. Now students would only learn about how science had improved society. The original standard did not mention Darwin or Darwin's theory. That did not stop proponents of rewriting the standard from claiming they were defending the teaching of evolution. But public officials aren't the only ones who have tried to cover up the history of scientific racism. Some of the institutions most involved in promoting scientific racism in the past are still suppressing their own history. The American Museum of Natural History remains one of the world's leading science museums, but to this day, it has never apologized for the role it played in promoting the international eugenics movement. It has also tried to downplay the role of scientists in promoting scientific racism. In 2005, the museum mounted a major new exhibition on the life and legacy of Charles Darwin. The exhibition is still available today as a traveling exhibit. The exhibit contains a section on social Darwinism that fails to acknowledge any involvement by the scientific community in either eugenics or scientific racism. Even more glaringly, the exhibit also fails to disclose the museum's own role in promoting social Darwinist policies like eugenics. According to the current exhibit, social Darwinism had no real connection with either Darwin or science.
The fact of the matter is that if you read the scientists of the day in the late 19th and early 20th century, many of them were promoting racism and even racial extermination, extinction of races. They were promoting the gaining of living space. They were promoting competition, the things that we know of as social Darwinism. These were things being promoted by Charles Darwin himself to some degree, many other leading biologists, Ernst Haeckel in Germany, and many others. You could go on and on. And by the 1920s and 30s, they were becoming very prominent. If you look especially in the field of anthropology and evolutionary anthropology, many of them were promoting social Darwinism. This was not just an idea of some cranks or some political people that didn't really understand the science. This was an idea that was very prominent in scientific circles.
Officials at the American Museum of Natural History declined a request to be interviewed for this documentary. Their stated reason was that filmmakers were unable to purchase $2 million in insurance. The museum also turned down repeated requests to answer questions about its history and writing. Officials at the Bronx Zoo are likewise skittish when it comes to discussing its display of Ooopppps. They also refuse to be interviewed. And if you visit the zoo today, you won't find any remembrance of what happened to Ooopppps.
Instead, what they've done is they've closed off the monkey house. So where Ooopppps was housed, the public could not even see it now. And they have just not had any comment whatsoever.
It's as if zoo officials hope that Ooopppps and the scientific racism that dehumanized him will stay forgotten. Others seem to share the same hope. But some things should never be forgotten, because things that are forgotten have a way of coming back. The recent resurgence of white supremacist groups in America has raised chilling echoes of the past. Evolutionary arguments for racism that were rejected by the scientific community are now being resurrected by modern racists. In 2009, white supremacist James von Brunn drove to the Holocaust Museum in Washington, D.C. where he fatally shot an African-American security guard. Von Brunn had published a manifesto arguing that crossbreeding whites with species lower on the evolutionary scale diminishes the white gene pool while increasing the number of mongrels. Richard Spencer is a leader of the so-called alt-right. He argues that, quote, Darwinism offers a compelling and rational justification for whites to act on behalf of their ancestors and progeny and feel a shared sense of destiny with their extended kin group, unquote. In a 2017 study, more than 400 self-identified members of the alt-right revealed that they view blacks, Mexicans, and other racial and ethnic groups as less evolved and closer to humans' ape-like ancestors than whites. The misuse of science to promote racism is no longer just a sad relic of our history. It's also an uncomfortable part of our present. One reason we should remember the sins of the past is to help us avoid making the same mistakes again. We need to learn from the past, not cover it up.
And let them get their credit card, get their props, man. But yeah, that's crazy, man. I like that though. That was pretty informative, man, and it went right along with the series of eugenics that I'm dropping, man.
Pretty deep.
Yep. I like that. I like that one. That was good. That was definitely good. Thank you, man. Got one right there, but that been my I got a lot of people who be sending me stuff now, man. But man, I might have to do this like I did last night, man. Just put something on and let it play until it go off, and then end it, man. You know, got something else to shoot too, man. Cause I'm about to. Yeah, it's 12:30. What was my other? What else I had right here? Hold on. Let me just see. Okay, I did the schools. Okay, I did the schools in Utah. Okay, yeah, I did the school in Utah. Okay. I did two of them today. The school in Utah and then the zoo. Nazi time. Oh man, I got some stuff, man. Oh. Yeah, I've been dropping some pretty nice, pretty all right stuff, man. I mean, the last couple of days, man, Rockefeller, the Rothschilds, the Wallenbergs, and oh man, Lord Rothschild talk about how his family created Israel and all that, man. You know what I mean? Oh man, I got some more to come in with him too. But you know what? I know what I'm gonna drop tonight for the show for the end. Hey man, y'all wanna say something real quick? Because I'm gonna jump on this road. I'm about to switch devices, but before I leave, I will have to put something on off this computer because I wouldn't be able to do it off my phone. And I want to at least let it play like a documentary. Go ahead, play in and on out.
Well, I'm gonna end it out. I want to say, listen, I want to say peace to everybody. Listen.
Did you put your show? Did you put your show inside the chat? Make sure you put your show in the chat.
I'm not gonna put my show in the chat because I didn't come over here to do that. I came over here to build.
I told everybody when you was gone.
Okay, I'm gonna do it the next time I come, right? I'm gonna do it the next time I come. But listen, I came over here to build with you because I haven't been over here in a while. And I'm actually on vacation, so I'm not on that right now. Right? I came over here to show love and I came over here to build. And so I appreciate everybody, right? And so I want to end with that. I want to say thank you to everybody for having my back, even though we might have went down together in flames. Right? But at the end of the day, I don't give a damn if they was doing sign language. We talking about speaking, right? So boom, cows my cow. But at the end of the day, I appreciate all of that because I did not know that at the end of the day. So, you know, that was something to learn. You see what I'm saying? So you're right, because we can argue about nothing, but we can learn and talk about anything. So I appreciate that. You see what I'm saying? And so I just came over here, you know, like I said, just to show some love. So with that, I'm gonna say Shemin Hotep to y'all, and I'll see you on the next round. And then I'm gonna drop my chat. But I didn't come over here for that, okay?
It's all good, baby. I'm all about support.
Yes, all right, love you much.
I love you.
Love life balance.
And make sure you look up Ponce de Leon Trip. Now he came in like 1500.
I'm gonna make those stops on my way. On my way back.
1513. He went back and started teaching.
Go sub to Cosmine Cal TV. You dig what I'm talking about? Get some of that high etheric light I'll be dropping over there.
What's up, Sword?
What's going on, everybody? Peace, family. Just sitting here chilling. Peace to the panel.
Swizzle, swizzle.
The weather been messing with
What's going on, Cosmo?
All night. Damn, weather been messing with my internet all night, Sword.
It's raining?
Nope.
Shit, it was raining here.
Next question, Cos. Ask what else is it doing?
I bet that wind going crazy.
Nope.
What it's doing?
Nothing. I put that on everything I love, my dog. I'm talking about it's like the temperature is probably like 75. You know what I mean? No wind, no rain, but my internet, the weather messing my internet up. I don't know. Shit. You make everything up. They make everything else make sense. Some shit. Make that make sense too. Forget it.
Right.
I'm just telling you, though, man. That's how it is, though. Let me know I'm doing something right. Shaq, what's going on, though, man? Hello, mama. Sword. Damn, I said Shaq. Sword. Hello, mama.
Nah, she good, man. Stay rolling. Little homie. Yeah.
Human zoos, man. You know, I'm gonna go more deeper into that too. You see how I'm dropping all these shit that's tying in with eugenics, right?
Yeah, man, I missed it, man. I was trying to get my stuff with my email squared away. And it took me a while to get it done, but you know, I got it done. So
but somebody from
no issues with that no more.
Yeah, somebody from the UT tribe hit me up in my comments and that sent me a video. So it was about Native American boarding schools in Utah. So that one was pretty good too. That was informative. You know, I like American history, bro. You know what I'm talking about? I mean, the bad, the ugly. I don't know everything, though. Especially, they ain't teach us nothing about what's going on in the West Coast or the Midwest. Shit, they ain't even teach us what. Oh, shh. Shit, things was crazy. Bout, what's going on, babe?
Shit, I can't call it. What's the word?
Ain't nothing, man. What's happening, man? Hey, yo, Father's Day. I'm having a big bash.
Uh-oh, I'm gonna have to pop out then, man.
Sword.
What's going on, Aboriginal Pal?
Man, it's the word. It's the word. Cosmine. I don't know who else on here. I see another brother. Peace and blessings.
Bappington, what it do?
Bappington, man.
Bappington. That's crazy.
Yeah, man. What y'all on?
What's going on, bro? How you?
Man, I can't
It
call
was
it.
just OTK was giving the game on eugenics, and then it burst out into a full conversation on language and English. And once I get to swinging these swords, anybody head can get chopped off.
That's offending.
They be feeling sort of way. Cosmine bring that up out of people. You dig what I'm talking about? I seem to have that effect. You dig what I'm saying? People get rattled when I get to swinging these swords, young Bap. You dig what I'm talking about? They get coming all out their pockets before I even say anything. You dig what I'm talking about? That's you, Cosmine. Yeah.
They ain't used to a shit talker. That's all.
Yeah, you did what I'm talking about. You gonna back it up though. That's the difference.
Hey, Cos, you know what's crazy, right? After I showed her the Indian picture writing book, right? She was like, "Nah, where the sign language at?" I'm like, "Damn, okay, I know I got the sign language." Hold on, I was like, "Damn, I know I got the sign language with the hands. I know I got it somewhere." I'm steady looking through the Indian picture writing book, but it ain't in there. It's in this motherfucking book, the goddamn dictionary. Here it go, sign language with the damn hands.
All of it.
So I'm looking around. I'm looking inside the Indian picture book. I'm like, damn, that's the picture, right? And I'm like, yo, I know I seen sign language. Hold up. Chill out. You know what I mean? So
they get to you know what I'm talking about. That reputation get to proceed in you when you get to whooping on people back.
And you know what's crazy? And you know what's crazy, Cosmon? It said the Plain Indians, so that would correlate with the video you dropped with the Plain Indians.
And then they got a northeast, they got a northwest, they got a southeast. You dig what I'm talking about? So ain't nobody, they ain't missed nothing, man. These people we've been doing business and trapping forever. You dig what I'm talking about?
Cheyenne, Chinook Jargon, the County.
It's Michigan copper all the way in Chile.
See, hey, check it though. So I was not wrong when I was telling her about sign language. If you look right here at the end of sign language, would say see also. They say Arapaho, Cheyenne, Chinook, jargon, counting, Indian language, picture writing, signals, trading language. So it's the same thing what I was telling her. Like, yo, I could have sworn sign language come out of pictures. You can't do a sign. How can I just draw a sign of a house when we don't even know the shape? When we ain't never seen a picture of a house. I mean, we say it's the house, but you're gonna draw that shit first.
Right.
To me, you would draw it first, or it could be vice versa. It could come at the same damn time.
You probably made it first and then drew what he seen.
Yeah, it could have been at the same time.
But everybody would know that that's a house. It's square. Right. It's got a door. It's got a window and a little dog out front.
Right.
That's a house.
I'm talking about the shape, what they would use for sign language.
What up, big dog?
I'm talking about what they would use for sign language to mean house. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's all I was saying. Yeah, definitely.
For any of the landmarks,
we still on language.
Did the same.
No. We were just, I had curious when she asked me about the sign language. I was like, damn, I know I got it somewhere, but I was still looking in the picture writing book, but I had it in my dictionary, bro.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I was over here the whole time that documentary is playing, digging through all this motherfucker. Well, hold up, I know I got this. So,
man, I'm getting into the I'm gonna start bringing this stuff out, man. But I'm new and I'm just working with the systems. I understand how it works, but the online shit is a little different. And but it uses, y'all heard of archaeoastrology?
I haven't.
It's like using the sky to match shit up on the ground, and you can tell when the last time a thing was this is why they always say the pyramids line up the last time when Sirius was in Leo and it lined up over the stars, so they think it's 10,000 years old. You see what I'm saying?
I do understand that planet alignment has a major part of effect on the Earth. Yeah. Stars and planet alignment.
That's how you tell where you are in the galaxy. It's how you tell yourself in space time. You know that little thing they wear around their neck in Egypt called the ankh? They put it on their hands and wear
I
like
got one.
necklaces and all that stuff.
Yeah.
You know that's a galactic pointer.
I didn't know that.
Tells, when they talk about always still light and all that.
An African Aboriginal.
Man,
American.
I ain't no fucking pan. Man, stop. Man. Made me cuss, man. I ain't no damn Pan-African nothing, man. But I do know about the Ankh, man. I do know.
But they did that same knowledge. First of all, it's a knowledge. That thing that they wear around their neck is a pointer. It lays on a chart.
I got Ankh too.
And this is why they always tie it towards life. But anyway, it's a knowledge, it's an understanding, a science. That same science called Ankh is in over there in Africa and shit. It's called Khan in America, and it's represented by a snake eating its tail, or
the borealis,
the knowledge of the sun, the great Tao Sang, right?
Or the knowledge of medicine.
Well, that would have came all with it, but you would want to know where you are, because it gives you the ability to prophesy about what's going to happen in the general area time, atmospheric shit going on and all this stuff.
Planetary alignment. Just say planetary alignment, bro. That's
well, but it's not necessarily just the planetary alignment. It's about what's going to happen on Earth because of it.
So let me ask you this. So you really think, and this is not a plug, this is not a slam, do you really think that man can predict what's going to happen on Earth in the future?
Yes. It's called prophecy. It's old news.
But everybody can't prophet. Well, you're right.
Why they can't? Have anybody ever taught you how to prophesy?
Prophet.
Okay. Did you know that there's 2 ways to do it?
Exactly.
Did you know that prophecy is not guesswork?
But not to be funny, but yes, you can speak things into existence. It's a frame of mind, it's a projection of energy, and it's a projection of vocalization of
Is that
words.
what prophecy is? Or is prophecy telling you exactly what's going to happen, when it's going to happen, and why it's going to happen?
Same thing, I believe.
Okay, so my thing is, in the religious systems that we got out here in the world, prophecy is a big part of them. Right? Except the gods didn't tell y'all how to do it.
No.
It's only one book in the world that's purported to be from any type of power that got a book on prophecy that teach you how to do it.
And what book is that?
It's not guesswork. Absolute rules. absolute rules. So that means there's mathematics
behind. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go. The numbers and letters, or letters and numbers. Mathematical. You're right. You're right.
But the thing is, if you admitting that there's, or not you, but if anyone is admitting that there is mathematics, harmony, rhythm, symmetry behind all creation, you've already admitted to a creator.
So is that false? Is that false or is that true?
Huh?
I'm saying again. So is a creator false or is a creator?
No, creator's real.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's got to be a creator for all this creation. Somebody
makes the one. Whoa. Is it one creator or two?
Multiple.
And or is that creator by multisexual or what?
So
is it a man or is it a female?
You asking me the wrong. You asking the wrong one because
I know. All right, chill out,
Hey, hold on.
I just need a quick answer. Yeah, I was asking Cosmo because you know what I mean. Cosmo
you know who he talking to. Hold on. You know I ain't about to say what I'm not gonna say what Cosmo think. I'm gonna just say what I know, right? But I want y'all to see why I'm saying what I'm saying, not just that I just think
I just need something quick, cause I'm about to haul ass.
I'm going to it right now.
Y'all niggas ain't gonna be on the plantation with me in the morning, dog. Straight up.
Yeah, I got a drywall job in the morning.
No, y'all not gonna be with me though.
Here you go.
We ain't gonna be holding each other hands saying, damn, boy, we've been up all night. Plus Cosmo an hour behind me. It's 1 o'clock.
I thought you was in Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah,
so
it's 1
o'clock. You gonna say it's a woman?
Yeah, it's 1 o'clock here.
No, I'm saying, are you saying the creator is a woman?
No, I'm gonna tell you why they call it a he and a him.
It's a male energy and a feminine energy. Shit, that's a given.
You say it's 1 o'clock in Detroit.
Creator is beyond gender. That's you're right, servant of Allah. It's not like he has a penis or a vagina. When they're talking about male and female, or the seen and the unseen, the positive and the negative, the receptive and the going forth. You dig what I'm talking about? They're talking about the great duality in all things. Hey, share my screen for me, OTK.
So when you say duality, that means that. So when you say duality, you answer my question. It's both.
Yeah, he's all things. He gotta be.
Yeah, I'm just saying. You answer my question. You answer my question, but you answered it in a more professional way. You say duality rather than say yes. He's both of them. OTK.
Watch this. But this is why they call it.
Chill out, Curious.
This is why I'm saying why they call it he. This is called the book of the Creator, right? The book of Yahweh. It says. This is
what is this coming out of? Is this coming out the Ooopppps?
You know it's coming out the O.
Okay, I just want to make sure because I know you read outside sources too to back up the O.
I ain't pigeonholed nothing.
That's what I'm saying.
Dig what it say.
Like the Bible thumpers who only use the Bible.
No.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Look what it say. All was, all is, and all shall ever be. The all spake or made a sound, and what? Motion was and is and ever shall be. So sound just created motion. Y'all know what that's called?
Vibration.
Cymatics.
Yeah, vibration.
And then guess what? The motion creates force or energy, right? So the all spoke. And motion was and is and ever shall be, and being positive as in energy. He was called he and him. The all motion is his speech. He said,
Stop right there. It can't be duality if it's saying he and him.
Exactly.
That's the duality.
No. Let me show you why.
He and him.
Hold on.
So that don't have no woman involved.
Look,
No
hold
got
on.
it.
See, this is what you're missing. Watch here. Look, chief
All
over
right, bet.
all that live on the
There
earth,
you go.
I
Show me
made
something.
man.
Show me something. Show me something, then. Let's go.
Yeah, hold on. I'm going. I'm going to always breathe on my bro. Chief over.
You already know that.
First of all, with these two, like, watch this. I am two apparent entities. Nevertheless, I am only one. These entities are the unseen, which is potent, and the seen, or the physical, which is impotent, or called physicality or corpor. With these two entities, the seen stuff and the stuff you can't see, in likeness of myself through them, I made all the living. For as the life is the potent part, so the physical or corporeal part is the impotent part. So chief over all that live on the earth, I made man. Male and female, I made them. And so that man could...
Whoa. All right, now stop.
In likeness
Stop.
of himself.
Yeah. Okay, so now, at the beginning of this, it was saying who he was.
But it said why?
Whoa. He's saying who he is. Was called he and him. All right. So he and him. That's the duality.
But she's called she and her too.
No. Oh, but they don't say that. We can't add. No. Cuz, hold on. I can't insinuate that it's saying she and her if I'm not seeing that, bro.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying, bro?
Well, I get what you're saying, right? But it said chief over all
that right there is talking about Adam and Eve,
male
per
and
se.
female.
Yeah, that's like Adam and Eve per se.
But
now,
Adam is a whole people.
This is what it's saying though. I is singular.
Right. Ain't nobody there with him.
Yeah, no, what it's saying is though, I made man. So the I is he and him.
Or you could say her.
No, it's not saying that. We can't say her.
Yeah, but why are they called? Why are they saying this?
Hold on.
Listen,
if the Owaspy, hold on, real quick, because if the Owaspy is like what the Bible say do not add or take away. So you can't add something that's not in here, especially if I don't know. I mean, now when you go over this and I catch it on one of your shows, that's different now, because now I see why you're saying it could be her and them, but you can't expect me to just automatically think that I can take he and him, and this is the Almighty speaking. And it's also saying,
hold on, what
her?
I get what you're saying. I get what you're
saying.
Right.
Why would he leave that out? Why would they leave that out?
They didn't.
It's not right here. It would be. This will be the perfect.
Hold on. You arguing a moot point, or are you gonna let me explain it to you?
I'm not arguing at all. I'm just making a point.
Because you keep asking more and more and more questions.
Damn, it's Cosmon. Hold on, bro.
I'm not adding nothing. That's what I'm saying. You insinuated that I was adding stuff in. I'm showing you why they call it he and him. Also, there is a second part of him, which, because remember this, we just talking about the positive, right? We're talking about energy. We're talking about the thing that moves, right? There has to be a opposite to that positive. It's negative. And if this is energy going forth, being called he and him, the opposite, which is negative, would be she and her. The only reason they're calling it he and him, because it is creating, it's going out, it's moving forward. This is why they call
two negatives can make a positive.
But what?
Question.
Or two negatives can make a positive.
Two negatives can make a positive.
Can I ask one?
I think two negatives repel each other. I think they like obliterate
this shit right here. This like two negatives to me. He and him.
Yeah,
and they forgot to put the.
We're talking about energy. We're not talking about nobody with a dick.
The masculine and the feminine.
We're talking about masculine and feminine. We're talking about left and right. We're talking about energy. See, we're talking about. Hold on. Watch this. Let me explain this to you. Because this positive energy is called electric, bro. This positive energy is called electric.
Listen, bro.
The energy that is negative is called magnetism.
Yo, Cosmon, before you do any more fucking explaining, my cousin, I know you're not talking about a motherfucker with a dick. You're talking about a goddamn spirit that ain't nobody seen.
So you don't know if it's he or she or not. I don't care whatever that book is, man. That's some crazy shit. That's all I'm gonna say. It's the
I respect religion, but then when I ask you a question, I'm not. They don't take me the wrong way. I'm just asking you why. That would have been the perfect spot to say her and she too.
Or he and she. What the hell?
It's all the same thing. First of all, it's all the same thing.
Man, the map.
I got you, bro.
Didn't it say all was?
Can
you hold on? Wait a minute. Is there anything outside of all?
Kaz, you good, bro? You good. I understand you. I was just asking because there's other people that might want to know. So I was just asking you just
right. Well, let's not keep causing confusion and let me explain.
This shit is confusion.
Can I ask you,
because you making it confusing because you acting like this.
No, because you're telling me something different than what I'm reading. The confusion comes in when you're telling me something that's not what I'm reading. Like you telling me, hold up, this is where the confusion come in at. When you telling a person what they're reading in front of them, they don't understand.
I don't call God him because I understand.
You ain't saying father. You don't call him father. None of that.
I'm done.
I didn't say that. No, I ain't say none of that.
Okay, well, this is what I'm saying. Why do you call it that?
Because I understand.
That's why I don't rock with the Bible, because it's all males. They took the woman out.
They took the woman out.
They put a spirit in the woman place.
They talk about the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. That's some bullshit. I'm sorry. That's some bullshit. The Father, Son,
Holy Spirit. But you missing the point. Why do they call it he and him?
It's the same, man. Ain't it the same?
No, it's not. This is what I'm trying to tell you.
It's God and the Elohim.
For instance, I'm gonna show you it's not the same.
Elohim. He and him.
Well, they call the creator he and him because he is positive energy.
Shit. Okay.
All right. But
I argue with that.
I'm about to. It's 1 o'clock, y'all.
All right. I mean,
go ahead, Kyle. Go ahead, Kyle.
Let me ask you this question. Can I ask one question? Where's this book at?
So I can haul.
This is called Ooopppps.
What's the Ooopppps?
Hold on. Let me check it out. It's Ooopppps. Ooopppps is a practical guidebook to the spiritual life. Practical.
Okay,
so it got to be applicable to what's going on in your life today. It's a standard edition written in modern English.
Okay,
right?
So when was this book produced? Or
this version was produced in 1882.
Okay.
Look what it say it's for. It say Ooopppps is a primary. First of all, that's one, so that's a bonus, right? For the spiritual and practical enlightenment and development of individuals, groups, humanity, for their glory and happiness and for the glory of the whole, right? Now look what it say it got in it. Now, I don't give a fuck if you read it. I don't care. I don't give a fuck if none of y'all read this. Fuck you. You dig what I'm talking about? I don't care if you get none of it. But look what it say it got in it. It say it got a history of the dominions of the higher and lower heavens on earth for the past 25,000 years. Being from the submerging of the continent of Pan in the Pacific, commonly called the flood or deluge or the Noah's Ark and all that, to the common era today, the present time, which is Cosmon, right? Also a brief history of the preceding years from man's beginning on earth till the flood. That's 48,000 years alone. Then it's got a synopsis of the cosmogony of the universe, creation of planets, creation of man, the unseen worlds, the labor and glory of gods and goddesses in the heavens of the earth and in the Etherian heavens above them.
So you believe in Jehovah?
So
No, I don't believe in shit, nigga.
And no, he always said you can throw the book away now. He always
I don't believe in nothing.
I
know.
Hold on.
I test this
Let me
bitch every day.
Go ahead, Curious. Go ahead, Curious.
Let me ask you a question. I wasn't saying that. I'm just asking a question. What's up? All right. It went out in the room.
Yeah, just in the room and the bathroom.
Oh, okay. I'll check it out. So I'm not saying, I just asked about Jehovah because that's the book of Jehovah. Am I correct? So I'm not saying that you believe, but I'm just asking that question. So so Jehovah is what you're following. Am I correct?
Well, I don't quibble over names. Names really don't matter. It's about or the book or whatever. It's about the information in the book.
And let me say this. Please don't call me nigga again, man, because I'm not disrespecting you, my brother. That's not my character. So I ask you, don't do that. Okay? Thank you. But I'm just, we chopping it up, we talking, and I believe in respecting each other. When you call each other nigga, that's disrespect. And
all right, I ain't tripping over it. You can call me nigga. I ain't gonna get my feels, but I ain't gonna call you nigga. I can respect that.
That's
all right. So
respect you as a man. Respect me as a man. That's all that's all I'm.
I don't quibble over names. It's more the action and the character, the nature of the being that would be more important to me. You could tell me anything. You could tell me you the God of the world, and thou shalt not kill, but then turn around and tell me kill little babies.
No, but you understand what I'm saying? That's respect. So as we have to on these platforms, we have to have respect for one another.
I thought we was past that, bro. I told you I respect you.
Okay, but I just want you to hear it from me, and so that it's cool.
You told me don't call you nigga. I ain't gonna call you that.
Thank you. That's all I'm saying, bro.
That's all I said.
All right.
I ain't gonna call you that. I'll just let you know I ain't got no problem if nigga slipped one time out your lips or two times out your lip, or you call me nigga. I'm not upset about that. So now we understand that about each other.
Okay.
Never ignorant, getting goals accomplished.
So I was just asking that question, man. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful to you. I was just asking.
I know, bro. I'm not. Okay. Listen. I know you don't know me. I know we don't know each other.
Well, we close to each other.
I say what I mean, and I mean what I say. A lot of people not used to that.
Yeah.
And then I stand on what I say, and then I'll go and show you why I'm saying what I'm saying. And whether you believe it or not, that ain't no fact. I don't give a damn.
That's
nigga belief don't mean nothing.
That's why I fuck with you, cuz on some real shit. That's why I fuck with you. No matter what, dog. You always got something for something, and you ain't talking nothing you don't know. You like me. I ain't talking nothing I don't know.
I don't know nothing about.
I ain't fucking with that. What the fuck I look like? Am I dumb?
Right. That's what you gonna make yourself look like.
And I like how you like. Right. And I like how you be letting me build with you now. You already know OTK don't ask questions for contentions with my peoples do. I'm asking questions because it's a thought that come on my head, because you know that. You said it before, OTK, old thinking ass nigga.
No, it ain't even that.
I'm always in the cut just thinking something like that. What's the next question? Because I want to know.
But instead of the nigga, OTK put the question on top of the other question on top of the other question. So by the time you get the round, you done ask me 5 questions. Nigga.
I bet this though. Next time me and you talk, you're gonna have all 5 answers for all 5, and you're gonna tell me all 5 at one time. So he gonna come in and hit me with all 5, and then you got OTK that goes back to the question from the other night.
Hey, bro.
Remember that time we was up there? Yeah, hey, bro, what's your name, bro? Just so I know who I'm speaking with. What is his name?
Oh, that's Curious One, man, but he left off. That was Curious One, man. OG. He in the 60s, man. That's an OG, man. Be up with Sister Bethy and all that, man. I rock with him and shit like that, man. He cool dude. But appreciate you though, Cos, man. You know what I mean? But now, man, see, me and you, I gotta catch you when it's me and you up here, and then we can go into that, and then we can build off that. Definitely, because I I like to ask questions.
Yeah, I mean, I just understood that I be understanding what I'm reading. Sometimes, this stuff be new, and then we gotta slow down and explain it to our people. You dig what
Pretty
I'm talking
much.
about?
That's why I asked you questions.
If you ain't lying, you ain't capping, and you know what you know, you ought to be able to answer any question.
That's why you didn't get mad.
No, you can't get mad.
If you couldn't answer none of them questions, you would have got pissed off like a motherfucker. Like, goddamn, OTK made me. No, you just chill and let OTK go ahead and keep asking questions upon questions. And
then I answer. I answer right there. Why they calling it he and him. But there's also something else. You dig what I'm talking about? Ain't no he without no her.
That's what you got to do right there. That's what you got to do for me right there. Next time me and you talk, you got to show me why it's called he and him, and it's also referring to he and she, because it say that's the all. That's what you went back and you showed me when you said, yo, I am the all. So even though he's saying I and he's saying he and him, he did start off by saying I am the all. All is me. And
then he also said, they call me he and him.
They call me
they call me he and him because I am positive. That's why I asked the question, why do you call God a male? Because we're taught that that's a man in the sky.
Facts.
Why? Because he's positive force. He would be the creator. He would be the thing doing.
But he also be negative force too.
He is Father Time and Mother Earth all at once. Remember, he said, I am the things that are unseen and everything that is seen.
So I'm gonna leave that alone. I got a question for you. Matter of fact, I got my goddamn ink pen. Let me write this down. Yeah, cause I got a question for you. I ain't gonna ask you that shit now. I got it. I'll be down here for another damn hour. You know what I mean? I'll be there getting text messages like a motherfucker.
You got a silver bullet over that bitch for me, bro.
Man, I'm back here just laughing my ass off.
Hey man, you know my dog. Man.
You got a silver bullet for me, Sword, man.
Hey, Sword, straight up now. Hey, Sword, straight up. I ain't see nobody that really throw up a roadblock for my dog. You know, I be throwing up shit like a brick wall till my dog gotta look at that shit like, hold on. Man, this is some more different type shit right here. But you know what? This is how you get around this. He might figure it out, but it's gonna take him a second. It ain't just that easy.
I don't know. I might have that doc already.
Because I'm not learning nothing. I'm not learning nothing. Hey, Sword. I'm not learning nothing if I ask the same shit that everybody else asks.
That's right. That's right.
I'm not learning nothing.
That's right.
Not learning shit with that.
The proof that you're growing spiritually is that you ask comprehensive questions. You may not even understand it.
Damn, nigga, so what you was saying? Damn, dog. So what you saying? I used to ask dumb questions?
No. I'm saying that you ask questions that most people don't ask, mean that you comprehend on a higher level, which means you have a higher spiritual weight, because you can own the proof that is that you ask questions out of the norm. Right? They're true to the question. You dig what I'm talking about? And it's real. I'm really trying to learn, but it's out of the box. That means you're growing. That means you, first of all, you're realizing it's a box. You dig what I'm talking about? If you think it outside of it, you realize there's one. You already on the path of ascension. I believe, this is just my belief. You dig what I'm talking about? Oh, I speed will back me up, but this is just what Cosmon believe. Cosmon believe it's only two type of people in this world. Two. That's it. You are either on the road of ascension and rising higher, or you are on the road to declension and you're going lower. That's it. That skin shit, all that color, that racism, that hate, don't none of that mean nothing. Because I'll show y'all some fucked up shit. If you ever thought that you could lay a hand on Cosmon, you wouldn't even believe how many white boys would fuck you up. Even before the niggas got to you, the white boys gonna get you. This is what I'm saying, man. It ain't never what it looked like, bro. You can't tell what a thing is by what it looked like. You gotta judge what it do. Right? You gotta judge what it do. Swordfish then gave me these seeds 5 years ago. He told me they was apple seeds. I didn't put these apple seeds in the ground, grew these motherfuckers up. You dig what I'm talking about? 5 years later, I got some big ass orange fruit. Smelling zesty and citrusy than a motherfucker. Now, regardless to what Swordfish then told me that these was apples, objectively, what this thing is produced is oranges. Right? We can't be so set in our ways that we objectively looking past these goddamn oranges and keep thinking they apples. Was he wrong? Was Swordfish wrong? Yeah, but was it like he was trying to hurt me? No, he gave me some seeds he thought was apples. Guess what? We got a whole bunch of oranges now, though. I bet I need to change the plan from making this apple juice to this orange juice. Don't they say when you get lemons, make lemonade? I just always thought that was smarter. You know what I mean? But it is what it is, man. OTK, I'm high as a J-Bird. And put one more in the air, man, and go ahead lay it down, man. Swizzle fizzle. You know what I mean? What y'all blowing on tonight? I'm off this cat piss cookie. This shit smell like cat piss dead cookie. Nigga fell in my bag.
Nigga got some old skunk.
Well, this shit, listen, I got that, they crossed that old school Cali cat piss with this motherfucking, the real Girl Scout cookie. This shit crazy.
Question.
This shit crazy. It smell crazy. It put me to sleep. I'm about to go to sleep.
Got you good. I got a good question for you, Mike. Next time. I swear I wanted to ask you it tonight, man, but I know, like I said, I would have been in another hour, 2 hours, and shit, man. You know what I mean?
You already know. Don't ask me nothing if you don't want no answer.
No, I know you're gonna give me an answer. That's why I said anything I want to know about the Ooopppps, why would I go to somebody else? I'll come to you.
Yeah,
that's retarded shit. If I need to know something about Detroit, I will come to you.
Yeah, just like if I need.
I wouldn't just rely off what I read or what I. No. I got
and look, if I'm going to Buford or I'm going to Goose Creek, I'd be a fucking idiot to call anybody but my bro. That's how I look at it. I don't know how everybody else look at it.
I tell you what, if you do that, when next time you talk, you could be like, man, OTK, I should have called you when I was there. You know what I'm gonna tell you? I'm gonna be like, nah, dog, don't even call me when you come. You just fucked that up. Nah, I'm just tripping. I'm just tripping. I'm gonna be like, see,
nigga, hey, look, I'm gonna tell you like this, nigga. If you down the street from me and you don't call me, nigga, we gonna fall out.
Right, and anywhere in this vicinity, you know what I mean?
Call me, nigga. Even if you see me, nigga, call
away. Yeah, an hour away. You still in my vicinity, bro.
Right, and even if we don't see each other, I'm saying, call me anyway, either way, cause you up my way. I can make sure.
Yeah, we gonna get up now. We gonna get up. If you got the time and you chilling, we gonna get up. Definitely.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It wouldn't be. I wouldn't be crying about it. You would be missing out.
Yeah, word. That's what my grandmama. Really.
You did what I'm talking about? Because I know. If I go to Goose Creek, I don't holler at OTK, I'm gonna be missing out. Nigga, what you talking about?
Yeah, definitely.
Nigga, I know everybody like I know everybody in my hood.
I am Goose Creek shit. I can't. When I say I am Goose Creek, meaning I'm part of the soil of Goose Creek. Not that I'm Mr. Goose Creek. Like I'm part of the soil. Like the dirt know when my foot touch it. I'm trying to tell you, it's a whole different type of feel. You feel me?
OTK, you say you Mr. Goose Creek?
Nah, man.
OTK said he Mr. Goose Creek. Fuck it, nigga. You got the link peppers on.
You crazy as hell,
Nigga, peppers on, nigga. Fuck it, nigga.
Nah, I'm just one part.
That's
one
right.
part of the highest. You know what I'm saying? In the community, I'm just one part. We all play our role
and been running forever.
We got to do. We take care of our community. You know what I mean? I'm just like that mediator between the old and the young.
That's right. We at that age.
Yeah, I asked the young, what do y'all want to keep y'all satisfied? And I come back and I tell the people in the middle. And then I ask the elders, what do y'all need? Are y'all all right? Then they tell me what they, and then boom, I bring it to the table with the people that, like I said, I'm part of, that's on my level, and then we figure it out and we go from there. We take care of our community.
Yep. That's how you do it, man. It only take one of us, man, just to try.
Like, yo, I go to county council. After the community tell me what we want, I go to county council and I tell them, hey, look, this is what we need. They don't make no decisions. We make decisions and then we bring it to them. And then they be like, okay, well, how much y'all need? Such. Okay, let's go.
Yeah. Peace to the brother Curious One, man. I ain't want you to think that you did what I'm talking about. You know, that it was any bad blood or anything like that between us. You know what I mean? Maybe I would just apologize if I took anything wrong or you perceived that may or something. I put it like that because I will turn up. You know what I mean? If I'm perceiving that niggas is trying to play me like I ain't smarter than them.
Yeah. No, he ain't that.
What I'm talking about.
Like
so
that.
yeah.
I can see that you on the rise. I know you've been on the rise of ascension, but I see you done ascended farther from talking to me, man, because you know I'm a work in progress.
Everybody a work in progress.
And for me, you know, I always say, yo, I'm working on myself, though. I gotta do better. For you to say, tell Auntie Sakina Raw, hey, listen, I'm just a loud person, but I'm working on it. I'm like, boy, I'm working on myself, man.
Real talk, man. Hey, listen,
real talk. It start with us first. It start with us first. I'm working on myself, man. You know what I mean? But
I ain't finished yet. OT. God said he ain't finished yet.
Ain't that
what I said?
It was a long journey making this person, boy. It might be a long journey working on it.
Oh man, listen. I was a fucking retard. Goddamn idiot, my
Boy, that shit, man. Boy, you don't need to be half. You don't need to be half diagnosed, boy. That shit cause problems.
Hey,
you don't need to work on yourself.
I was one sandwich short of a picnic. Sometimes, man, I ain't gonna lie. I look back like, God, was I really that fucking stupid? You think what I'm saying? Like, you look at the stuff you did as a kid, you be like, what was I thinking?
So I'm looking at the overall picture, right, Cos?
Yeah.
I'm about 20, 30 years in. Like this.
Man.
So that means it's probably take about what?
Another hot 40. I need about another hot 40, 45 just to get right. You dig what I'm talking about? But I ain't worried about me. I'm gonna do this a long time.
Nigga, me and you will be at a goddamn, matter of fact, we ain't gonna be in South Carolina and we ain't gonna be in Detroit. We gonna be at a goddamn Tennessee volunteer game doing the fucking wave like Martin and goddamn
we doing the Ray and the Claw, nigga. That's what we the Ray and the Claw.
We don't give a shit about the way we act.
Nope.
And
I'm a dirty old
man. I was just tripping though. No, it's not gonna take that long, bro. But no. It ain't no time frame. You can't say how long it's gonna take you to work on yourself. That's what's wrong with you.
I said I'm gonna be a dirty old man with a pocket full of ones. My wife said, I don't know if I should be mad or happy.
Who said that?
My wife.
Oh shit.
He said, I don't know if I should be mad or happy that you're gonna be a nasty old man. Damn.
Hey man, I got a serious bad delay. Hey yo, thank y'all for the Wi-Fi interruptions tonight with nothing but beautiful weather here in South Carolina. In the low country, Goose Creek, South Carolina, beautiful weather. Thank you for the Wi-Fi act up. It's crazy. I missed a lot of conversations, you know what I mean? For real, man. But check it though, man. I'm gonna go ahead and drop this last documentary. And by the time I get to the crib, let me see, how long is it? Oh yeah, it's like 41 minutes, man. So this will take us on out, man. So y'all might recline and just relax and chill on out, man. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, hey OTK, I'm gonna fall back on that note. Hey man, love,
Yeah.
light, balance out there for all the Algonquins, man, all the Iroquois, all the Siouans.
You already know.
Talking about the people of America. You dig what I'm talking about? This your boy Cosmonian, man. Hey, I just want you to breathe in. Let the light in. Cause I'm Cosmon and I'm out. Swizzle fizzle. OTK, man. I'm out this thing, man.
All right, my G. Always, man. Peace and love,
Peace,
man.
Peace, y'all. Peace.
Peace.
All right. Vortex and gang. You know what I'm talking about? Create a gang. Sword, you gonna sit in here and chill?
I can leave the iPad on. I'll probably be knocked out by the time you get where you're going.
Yeah, I could cut it off from where I'm at. I can end the screen once I log on, but I'm gonna go ahead and start it from here. You know what I mean?
For everybody.
Yeah, check this out though. You know what I'm talking about. I keep some crazy shit. This ain't crazy though, man. There's some real good information. I hope somebody else sent this to me too. Shout out to everybody, man, doing their due diligence, man.
By the channel Patreon. who suggested and voted on this topic.
So
this was a very enjoyable episode to make, and there's a part of me that is very sad to be done with it now. If you, dear viewer, would like to support
you can hear that, Sword?
Yeah, I can hear it. I can hear it.
Okay. Hey, Goddess Cake Lover L. Hey, Goddess. Check this out. All right, let's check this out. Let's see what this is. It said ancient history of chocolate. Let's find out what they got going on now. And none of this is my thoughts. I just like to watch stuff that, to see what it is. Yeah. For real, people be sending me stuff, dog. I'm not biased, man. I got people who not gonna come up on the panel and not gonna say nothing in the chat and stuff like that. They just gonna watch, but they hit me up on comments. You know what I mean? So I gotta respect that. So gotta show them love too. So here we go.
The show and suggest and vote on topics. You can do so on Patreon. Also, special thanks to Atlas Altera for helping with the map for this episode. He's got a new video on his channel discussing the origins of different drinks around the world, chocolate among them, so give it a look after this episode. And now back to our regularly scheduled program. Chocolate. I love it, you love it. We all love chocolate. Whether it's a chocolate cake for dessert, chocolates on Valentine's Day, oven-fresh chocolate chip cookies, or a cup of hot cocoa on a cold day, it's near and dear to all of us. Having a bad day? Treat yourself to some chocolate ice cream. I can hardly do justice to the impact chocolate has had on world cuisine. Although most of us think of chocolate as a sweet flavor or candy, for most of its history, it's been a bitter but flavorful drink, often reserved for specific groups in society. Chocolate has always had a huge cultural impact wherever it's been introduced, and Mesoamerica was no exception. They could never get enough of it. They were as crazy about it back then as we still are today. Let's explore the fascinating but often overlooked history of chocolate in the pre-Columbian Americas.
Recordings just got better. Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard. I'm so excited to announce that local recordings are now available on StreamYard. Have you ever done a recording where your guest just had terrible internet issues? They were blurry, they were freezing, you could almost hardly hear them. Well, with local recordings from StreamYard, you'll be able to download a perfect quality video from your guest after the show. This means that no matter what you or your guest's internet connection is like, you'll be able to download the perfect high-quality recording every single time. You can also download both a separate audio and a separate video file for the hosts and guests. Now with StreamYard, you can have freeze-free studio-quality recordings on any connection, anywhere in the world. You can choose to download them, stream them later, or edit and repurpose them. It's your turn to test out local recordings.
To discuss the origins of chocolate, we need to talk about the cacao tree, Theobroma cacao. And for those of you who are intrigued by the name of this episode, all I did was translate the scientific name, because frankly, it's perfect. Theobroma, in its original Greek, means food of the gods, a very appropriate name. But back to the tree itself. The cacao tree is a small understory tree, never exceeding 8 meters or 26 feet. Being a tropical plant, it requires very exact conditions to thrive and will only grow in hot, moist conditions within 20 degrees north or south of the equator. Should anything like frost or drought interrupt these conditions, the tree will not be able to thrive. Another condition that is often underappreciated by cacao growers are the midges that pollinate the tiny flowers produced by the tree. They are vital to the life of the cacao tree. Where midges fare poorly, so does the cacao tree. Once a tree is planted, it usually takes about 3 to 4 years for the tree to bear its fruit, the cacao pods. Cacao pods come in a variety of colors. The pods are cauliflorous, which means that they sprout on the trunk and larger branches. If you're used to seeing fruits like apples, pears, and oranges on the ends of tree branches, these look almost alien, like something out of a cheap sci-fi film from the 60s. And if you think that's weird, just wait until you open them up, because it doesn't look anything like chocolate in there. The cacao beans are encased in a slimy, fleshy pulp. Just to get it out of the way, cacao beans are actually seeds and not technically beans. They're called beans because of their size and shape, and I'm going to be calling them beans in this episode. Just don't get confused, and remember to be careful around your more pedantic friends. The cacao tree relies on animals and humans to disperse the seeds. It has no way of naturally opening and dispersing the seeds itself. Bats, rodents, and monkeys love cacao pods for the sweet pulp, but will avoid the bitter seeds and disperse them. The cacao beans get their bitter flavor from the presence of two alkaloids, theobromine and caffeine. These chemicals are important not just to the chocolate, but also because they provide scientists with very important chemical markers, as we'll see later. Now, some of you may be wondering how you turn these curious cacao beans into the chocolate that we know and love. So let's take a small detour to discuss that. Chocolate has a very strict basic recipe that has not changed over thousands of years, and that recipe has 4 vital steps. Regardless of what kind of technology you have, any aspiring chocolatier is going to follow these. The first step is fermentation. In this step, the beans are removed from the cacao pod and left outside to ferment. Fermentation lasts for 3 to 6 days, depending on the type of cacao and local conditions. During this time, 2 important things happen. First, the pulp on the seeds liquefies and falls off. Second, the seeds germinate but are killed by the high temperatures and acidity, which is what produces the chocolate flavor. This is key because ungerminated seeds will not produce a chocolate flavor. Once the fermentation is complete, the beans are dried out for 1 to 2 weeks, where they lose more than half their weight. After drying, the beans are roasted for 70 to 115 minutes, which helps produce the flavor and aroma that we love so much. The last step is winnowing, in which the thin shell of the bean is removed. With this last step complete, the beans can be ground into powder and made into chocolate. Easy peasy. Now back to the cacao tree itself. Theobroma cacao has 2 subspecies, Criollo and Forastero. Criollo, grown historically in Mesoamerica, is characterized by long, soft, warty pods with deep ridges. It's more disease-prone and produces less cacao than the Forastero variety, but its cacao beans and resulting chocolate have been considered to be of superior quality. On the other hand, the Forastero, which is historically grown in South America, produces harder, rounder, melon-like pods and is hardier and more productive. Technically, there is a third variety, Trinitario, which is a crossbreed of both subspecies that was first produced in the Caribbean in the 18th century. Speaking of geography, let's talk about where exactly cacao is found. Traditionally, the cacao tree is grown in northern South America, throughout Central America, and in the area of southeastern Mexico. But scientists are still uncertain how much of this range is actually natural. There's a lot of debate on the natural range and spread of the cacao tree. It's actually been a bit difficult to tease out because there's a lot of wild varieties that can't always be distinguished from domesticated trees that escaped back into the wild. That said, however, the general consensus is that the cacao tree's origins lie in the upper Amazon basin, because that's where the most genetic diversity among cacao trees are found, and where most of its close relatives are located. Most have interpreted this lack of genetic diversity among cacao trees in Mesoamerica as a result of its more recent arrival in the area, though some scholars disagree. How the tree made its way from its Amazonian cradle to the rest of Central America and Mexico is an unresolved debate, and there's a few theories. One theory states that the cacao tree was taken out of South America and moved north by humans after it was first domesticated. Others have proposed that the tree spread naturally, or with humans northwards along trade routes, and then was later domesticated in Mesoamerica. Still others propose that it was domesticated twice, once in Mesoamerica and once in South America. I don't want to get bogged down in the weeds on this issue, otherwise we'll be here all day, and we've got a lot to cover. Check out the bibliography if you want to read up on it. For now, let's discuss its relationship with humans. As I mentioned before, cacao fruits contain a tasty pulp that attracts animals, and this is probably what initially enticed humans. This pulp can be made into a fruit beverage, or can be fermented into an alcoholic drink. Even today, it's not uncommon in Brazil to find shops selling juices made from the cacao pulp. Other medicinal uses of the cacao tree and its fruit have been documented by ethnographers in South America. Similar uses for the cacao tree's closest relative, the jaguar tree, are also very well documented. If we look at archaeology, the earliest known cacao use comes from the Mayo Chinchipe culture in modern-day Ecuador about 5,000 years ago, although in this instance, it's believed to have been wild cacao. As much as ancient people in South America enjoyed the cacao fruit, there's no evidence that they were ever creating chocolate before colonization. In case you're wondering why cacao beans never took off in South America, especially when it's a ready source of caffeine, it's probably due to the fact that the ancient people of South America had access to more stimulants that required less processing than the cacao bean, such as coca, yerba mate, and guayusa, to name a few. That's the benefit of living next to the Amazon, nature's biodiversity superstore. For the people in Mesoamerica, cacao was a game changer. Once the domesticated cacao tree reached Mesoamerica, it took off. Recent research indicates that cacao was likely domesticated roughly 3,600 years ago, most likely around the Pacific coastal plains of Chiapas. This area, the Soconusco, would later be famous for its high-quality chocolate production, although today it's actually a big coffee-producing region. The earliest evidence of chocolate production and consumption come from this region and date to about 1800 to 1400 BCE. This culture, referred to in archaeology as the Bara phase, was made up of maize farmers eking out a living on the coastal plains. However, their elegant pottery shows that not only were they storing and drinking chocolate, but also that they were treating this as a prized product. Now, some of you thoughtful viewers may be wondering how archaeologists can prove that chocolate was being drunk back then. After all, these are very humid, wet tropical environments where organic material is going to age like milk before it disappears. As it turns out, scientists have figured out a wonderful way to detect chocolate by analyzing pottery. When chocolate is stored in a ceramic vessel, it leaves a chemical residue on the walls of the pot that can be analyzed for the presence of theobromine and caffeine, the alkaloids produced by the cacao bean that we mentioned earlier. This gives archaeologists an extremely reliable way to detect chocolate in the archaeological record. But back to our story. As instrumental as the Bara people were for inventing chocolate, the people who really deserve credit with selling chocolate to wider Mesoamerica are the Olmec. I've already discussed the legacy of the Olmec in Mesoamerica in a previous episode, and chocolate was one of the many Mesoamerican mainstays that they popularized. At the site of El Manatee, ceramics with traces of chocolate residue have been found dating to 1350 BCE. Perhaps the greatest legacy of the Olmec regarding chocolate, however, was the very word cacao. This word, cacao, or some variant of it, appears across Mesoamerica in many different languages and language families. Linguists have traced this word to the ancient Mixe-Sokian word caca, or cacawa. Although there is some debate on this, many scholars believe that this language, which was native to the Gulf Coast area, was probably spoken by the Olmecs themselves. Because of the Olmec's cultural impact, many other Mesoamerican languages borrowed their words for various prestige items, including their word for chocolate. It's probably safe to say that chocolate was an easy sell for the Olmec because it took off in the rest of Mesoamerica and even beyond, as we'll see later. People could not get enough of this delicious drink. From the Olmec, chocolate spread across Mesoamerica, and from that point, we see chocolate appearing in different cultures. One culture that left us a lot of evidence of early chocolate consumption was the Maya, so let's turn our attention there. Recent archaeological studies date the earliest cacao use among the Maya to about 600 BCE. Unfortunately, most of the early evidence for cacao consumption is biased towards the elite because they were the ones writing the books. As a result, our knowledge of how common Maya people consumed cacao during ancient times is poor, although we know from archaeology that common people did have access to it. For the elite, chocolate was an important beverage in feasting rites and rituals. It's not hard to find court scenes with chocolate in Maya art, especially in painted ceramics. This image here represents the earliest depiction of chocolate being made. If you're wondering why it's being poured this way, it's to build up a foam, which was very desirable, not just to the Maya, but to many Mesoamerican tastes. Many of these lavishly decorated drinking vessels were made specifically for drinking chocolate, and there's no ambiguity here because the Maya wrote exactly what they were for. Here's the Maya glyph for cacao that appears on so many of these vessels. For anyone who's curious on how to read this, the fish face stands for the syllable ka, and the two dots here mean that the syllable is said twice. To the right of the fish is the symbol for wa, so this would literally spell kakawa, although literate Maya would have understood that very last vowel to be unspoken, which leaves cacao. I do want to note that the glyph can be written in other ways too, so it may not always look like this. These vessels contain a line of standard text that has been called the primary standard sequence that dedicates the drinking vessel to a person or god, lists the contents of the vessel, and then closes with the name of the patron who commissioned the vessel. This sequence can refer to a number of foods and drinks intended to be served with these wares, but one of the most common drinks these inscriptions refer to is chocolate. These give us a glimpse into how these elite Maya prepared and drank their cacao. Many such texts describe different flavors or recipes, such as bitter cacao, tree fresh cacao, fruity cacao, or foamy cacao. This is a good time to point out that chocolate wasn't just a single drink. It was a drink that could be prepared in many different ways with many different flavorings and served at different temperatures, though it's likely that it was often served hot. Just think of how many types of coffee we have today, and that should give you an idea. These jars and cups would have been prestige items and symbols of political connections and patronage, but they are also commonly found in elite tombs as burial goods. Cacao was one of the foods and drinks that would sustain the dead in the afterlife. A good example comes from the site of Rio Azul in modern-day Guatemala. Here, an undisturbed royal tomb, Tomb 19, was excavated in 1984, and several jars and vessels were recovered, and they tested positive for chocolate. As far as the Maya were concerned, you could take it all with you, even your chocolate. Just a side note here, one of the more interesting cacao vessels found in this tomb was actually a lidded vessel with a screw top lid. This is long before screw-on lids ever took off anywhere else. I thought it was cool and worth mentioning. But cacao had far deeper mythological significance to the Maya. Cacao had a special prominence among fruit trees to the Maya, and it pops up in a lot of religious art. Cacao even had its own divine patron, Ekchua. Colonial sources reported that offerings involving feathers and sacrificed dogs were made in the month of Muan to him. However, the most famous god with connections to cacao is actually the maize god. If you want to know more about the maize god, the hero twins, and their adventures, I'd recommend checking out my video on the Popol Vuh, the Maya creation myth. In that story, as colonial sources recorded it, the severed head of the maize god, Hunhunappu, was hung in a calabash tree by the lords of the underworld. However, there are depictions of this scene from pre-colonial times that show his head hung in a cacao tree. For those that remember the rest of the story, he magically impregnates a daughter of one of the Lords of Death, and she gives birth to the hero twins, Hunahpu and Xbalanque, who eventually return to the underworld and resurrect their father. Other ancient depictions of the maize god's death and resurrection show his lifeless body in the underworld sprouting various fruit trees, cacao among them. These newly sprouted trees come under the patronage of god El, one of the gods of the underworld, and although he's more commonly associated with merchants, he's often displayed with cacao. Once the maize god was resurrected by his twin sons, they brought cacao and the other fruits to the surface for all of mankind. In fact, there are depictions of the maize god that show him as the world tree, sprouting cacao pods. Thus, cacao was a symbol of death and rebirth to the ancient Maya. The Maya were well-experienced cacao cultivators who managed to grow it not just in their tropical backyard, but also in the northern Yucatan. Remember, the cacao tree needs a very wet and humid environment to flourish, and the northern Yucatan is very dry, so this is much more impressive than it initially sounds. To do this, they planted cacao trees in sinkholes and cenotes. These areas had enough moisture to allow the trees to grow. Very ingenious. Now, the Maya were not the only people in Mesoamerica at this time who were enjoying and cultivating chocolate. Cultivation could be found further south and east in Central America. Other noted areas include the Azalcos area of modern El Salvador and the greater Nicoya region of Nicaragua and Costa Rica, the latter representing the southern limit of pre-colonial cacao production as far as archaeology and history can tell. In these areas on the fringe of Mesoamerica, cacao assumed similarly important cultural and economic functions, although it never became an export product as we'll see in other areas. There is some debate about whether cacao was introduced by later Nahuatl migrants, but there's some pretty compelling evidence that cacao production in these areas predates those migrations. But demand for cacao wasn't limited to the restricted environment where it was cultivated. It had a very wide appeal and was in high demand in other areas. That meant that many in Mesoamerica, if not most, who wanted cacao had to trade for it. The desire for chocolate fueled a booming trade that stretched the length of Mesoamerica and beyond. The Petun Maya in the Terminal and Post-Classic were famous traders who could move goods across Mesoamerica by canoe or by foot, and they likely played a large role in moving cacao into the highlands of central Mexico. But cacao didn't stop in central Mexico. Cacao was traded as far away as the American Southwest. Ceramic analysis has shown that the Hohokam and the inhabitants of Chaco Canyon both had access to chocolate despite being well over 1,000 kilometers away from the nearest cacao tree. Cacao was truly the crude oil of its day in Mesoamerica. In fact, chocolate and cacao beans were so desired in Mesoamerica that they became a de facto currency. Cacao beans could be traded for just about anything in ancient times. This might sound odd, but it was actually more practical than you might think. Not only were they universally prized, but their small size and large quantities allowed for small transactions. A few beans could buy you something small. Not only that, cacao beans were durable and could be stored for years without spoiling. In the 16th century, conquistador Hernando de Oviedo y Valdez reported that in Nicaragua, a rabbit could be bought for 10 cacao beans and a slave for 100 beans, give or take. Over in Tlaxcala, colonial records report that a good turkey hen could be expected to sell for 100 beans, a turkey egg for 3 beans, a ripe avocado for 3 beans, and a large tomato for 1 bean. The Spanish even reported that Montezuma II had warehouses of over 900 million cacao beans. If you wanted to be rich in Mesoamerica, you invested in cacao beans. It was all about the Benjamins. For those who want a much better joke, this one gets repeated often by archaeologists and scholars discussing cacao as currency, and I can't resist repeating it here. Mesoamerica was the only place in history where money literally grew on trees. Oh, and just like any other currency out there were counterfeit cacao beans. Spanish chronicler Bernardino de Sahagún reported during colonial times that counterfeiting was common among the Aztecs, and we quote,
"The bad cacao seller sells cacao beans which are placed in hot ashes, toasted, made full in fire. He counterfeits by making fresh cacao beans whitish. He places them in hot ashes, steers them into hot ashes, then treats them with chalky earth, with wet earth. He steers them into wet earth, with amaranth dough, wax, avocado pits, broken into pieces which are then shaped like cacao beans. He counterfeits cacao. He covers this with cacao bean hulls. He places this in the cacao bean shells. The whitish, the fresh cacao beans, he intermixes, mingles, throws in, introduces, ruins with the shrunken, the chili seed-like, the broken, the hollow, the tiny. Indeed, he throws in with them the wild cacao beans to deceive the people."
Proof that some things never change. And speaking of the
Ziploc knows your secret recipes should be shared. That's why we designed the only bag that folds over, stays open, and makes marinating easy. Ziploc. Unlock an extra set of hands. Unlock life. SC Johnson.
Metroplex, I get a free 5G phone when I join.
And I can get the same great deals as new customers when I stay.
of the Aztecs, if there's one culture that can inform us a lot about Mesoamerican chocolate use, it's them. Now, when I say Aztecs, I mean the Mexica, who were one of the many Nahuatl-speaking ethnic groups in central Mexico at Spanish contact. These groups, by most accounts, were actually recent migrants, likely having traveled around the 13th century from the Bajío region into central Mexico. There, they adopted existing traditions of city building, statehood, and culture, including cacao use. The Mexica were among the latest of these Nahuatl groups to settle down when they founded their city of Tenochtitlan, but it would go on to become the largest city in the pre-Columbian Americas and the head of what we know as the Aztec Empire. Depending on your definition, many or all of those other Nahuatl groups and states could be considered Aztec, even the ones not inside the Aztec Empire, and that empire also included groups which weren't Nahuas at all. But just to keep things simple, and for the purposes of this video, when I say Aztec, I mean Mexica. The point is that when the Mexica arrived and settled down in the area, they fully embraced chocolate. The Aztecs, and all the inhabitants of central Mexico for that matter, used the same tried and true techniques for turning cacao beans into chocolate that we discussed earlier. Like their Maya contemporaries, they also appreciated a good head of froth on their chocolate, which they achieved by repeatedly pouring chocolate back and forth, as seen in this illustration here. By the way, some of you who are familiar with chocolate making in Mexico today may be wondering if molinillos or swizzle sticks were used to create the foam, and those appear to be a later Spanish invention, although a few colonial sources mention stirring spoons used by the Aztecs. Most sources state that the Aztec took their chocolate cold, unlike their Maya counterparts who reportedly drank it hot. However, we also know that different brews were served at different temperatures based on the ingredients and preparation. It's suspected that the reason the cold serving temperature is often referenced for Aztec chocolate is due to the humoral attributes that the Spanish later ascribed to it. Colonial sources also distinguish between fine chocolate, tlaquetzali, and an inferior type that was mixed with maize to make a chocolate-flavored gruel. Speaking of additives, the Aztecs had their own recipes for making cacao and chocolate with a variety of different ingredients. We should note that not all of these ingredients were used to enhance flavor. Some of these had medicinal uses rather than culinary uses. One popular ingredient for chocolate was, of all things, ground powdered chili peppers, which produced a drink called chilcacahuat. That may sound a bit weird, but Michael and Sophie Coe, in their seminal book, The True History of Chocolate, informed the reader that they would make their own chocolate ice cream with chilies, and that the pairing of these flavors was excellent. So I got curious and decided to make my own chili-flavored chocolate drink by mixing unsweetened cocoa powder with chili powder in water, and it was actually much better than I expected. But let's set aside my eccentrics and get back on track here. Another very popular flavor was the dried petals of the sacred ear flower, which the Aztecs would have called xochinecatzli. This added a spicy flavor to the chocolate that later Spanish compared to black pepper, nutmeg, allspice, and cinnamon. Another common spice used for flavoring that I think most listeners will appreciate was vanilla, which was native to the tropical lowlands and a very desired import in its own right. Another sweet ingredient that could be added was honey. Other additives could include crushed ceiba seeds, mecachochit, allspice, acuyo, mame sapote, and Mexican magnolia, and that's not even a comprehensive list. There's also some evidence that alcohol may have been mixed with chocolate because our old friend Bernardino de Sahagún noted that excesses of chocolate could intoxicate the drinker, which would only be possible if alcoholic or psychotropic ingredients were added. There's also some evidence that the Aztecs ate chocolate in a solid form, but the sources are vague, so it's uncertain whether this refers to some sort of confection or the beans themselves. The main takeaway here is that the Aztecs could take their chocolate in one of many satisfying and refreshing ways. Unfortunately, when I say Aztecs, I actually mean the Aztec elites because they considered chocolate to be a drink reserved for the upper classes. We aren't certain if this was common for other peoples of the empire. Chocolate may have been more available for other cultures, and there's some evidence to corroborate that, but no one is certain. For the Aztec elite, however, it was synonymous with cultured refinement. In fact, according to Nahuatl traditions, cacao was a legacy from the Toltecs and was bestowed on them by Quetzalcoatl, not the god, mind you, but the mythical, legendary, and possibly historical man and Toltec ruler, Seacatopiltzin Quetzalcoatl, who, it was said, discovered cacao of different colors. Just an FYI, you'll sometimes see people on the internet say that Quetzalcoatl gave chocolate to humanity against the god's wishes, like Prometheus with fire. However, in all my research, I could not find a primary source for this, and I suspect that this has come from someone conflating Quetzalcoatl the man with Quetzalcoatl the god. Darn Toltecs making trouble for us again. If anyone knows a primary source for this, let me know in the comments. For Aztec poets, chocolate was the ultimate symbol of luxury and sensuality. For the elites, chocolate would have been an important part of high society and feasting. It was typically served at the end of a meal after everyone had eaten, much like some people will do coffee after dessert. Prominent figures at these feasts would sip their chocolate from gourd or calabash cups, while the lesser guests drank from ceramic cups. One other group that had access to chocolate was warriors. Moctezuma I had ruled that those who did not go to war could not consume chocolate or other rare foods. This stuff was off limits to the common people unless they were willing to suit up for military service. I know that we don't typically think of chocolate as a martial and masculine food, but the Aztecs thought so, and it was an important part of military rations. Chocolate was baked into a wafer that could be carried in a pack with other foods. Not a bad army ration if I do say so myself. However, if there's one class that we need to highlight in this discussion about the Aztecs and chocolate, it's the Posteca. Who were the Posteca, you ask? The Posteca were a small special group of long-distance merchants who would facilitate commerce and communication beyond the empire's borders. The Spanish actually wrote a lot about the Posteca, and as interesting as they are, we can't go into all of it here, so we're going to keep this cursory and stick to the parts that pertain to chocolate. Posteca traders were invaluable in bringing prized exotic foreign goods into the marketplaces of the empire. Among these goods would have been resplendent feathers, jaguar pelts, amber, and of course, cacao beans. You might have noticed that these goods have a tropical vibe to them, and that's not a coincidence. We mentioned earlier how cacao was widely traded outside of its tropical home, and the Posteca were heavily involved in this trade, journeying to the Soconusco to bring back chocolate. Many became fabulously wealthy from this trade, sometimes even rivaling the wealth of the nobility itself. Because the Posteca were technically considered warriors because they were armed and sometimes were expected to fight, they could also consume chocolate and were noted connoisseurs of it, hosting large banquets to purchase social clout in Aztec society. In fact, chocolate was so desired by the Aztec elites that it fueled conquest. In 1486, Ahuitzot led the Aztec armies to the Soconusco and annexed it, the farthest province they ever conquered, and a very good one at that. Remember, this was the same area that saw the earliest recorded cacao production, so it had a long history of cacao cultivation. In many ways, this was the jewel of the empire, and chocolate was part of their tribute to the Aztecs. Interestingly, though, there was also some ambivalence to chocolate among the Mexica. See, they had once been poor, savage warriors that had risen to glory by their courage and martial prowess. As Mexica rulers became increasingly urbane and rich from conquest, exotic luxuries flowed into Tenochtitlan. Many critics denounced the corrupting influence that these had on the Mexica. In their view, Mexica's strength had been a product of their austerity, and all this new luxury was making them lazy and soft. In their eyes, real men were supposed to drink pulque instead of that fancy sissy chocolate stuff. So yes, ancient Mesoamerica was not immune from the elderly complaining about the kids these days. Those musings aside, chocolate often became a symbol of Aztec decadence and excess. One story that really captures this well comes from the Spanish friar Diego Duran's The History of the Indies of New Spain. In this story, Duran records that Moctezuma I allegedly dispatched an envoy to Aztlan, the purported ancestral home of the Aztecs. Upon reaching Aztlan, the members of the envoy presented gifts to Coatlicue, the mother of Huitzilopochtli. Upon offering chocolate to the goddess, they were warned by an elder,
"You have become old. You have become tired because of the chocolate you drink and because of the foods you eat. They have harmed and weakened you. You have been spoiled by those mantles, feathers, and riches that you wear and that brought you here."
Chocolate also had important ritual and symbolic functions among the Aztec. In the Codex Feovari Mayor, the Aztec cosmos is illustrated with 4 directions emanating from the center. Each direction has its own tree, and the south tree, pointing to the land of the dead, is none other than the cacao tree, next to which stands Mictlantecutli, the god of the dead and the ruler of the underworld. Atop the tree is a scarlet macaw, the bird of the hot lands from which the finest cacao came. Chocolate was also frequently linked to blood, and the cacao pod itself to the human heart, since both were repositories of precious and valuable liquids, blood and chocolate. One ingredient that I deliberately didn't mention earlier was achiote. The crushed seeds of this shrub produce a dye that would have given the chocolate a red and bloody appearance. In fact, the Aztecs even made a brew of chocolate called Itzpacalat with human blood from a sacrificial knife. This was used for a special ritual in which a captive would impersonate Quetzalcoatl, the god this time, not the man, until he was due to be sacrificed. Upon hearing the news from the temple elders of his impending demise, he would drink the Itzpacalat to allay his fears of death and to keep him from getting cold feet before the sacrifice. The Aztecs are a good example of just how deeply prized chocolate was. For them, it was a luxury reserved for the highest echelons of society, which is a stark contrast to what we saw in the more tropical regions of Mesoamerica, where chocolate was available to most people. It was deeply woven into mythology and culture, but chocolate was about to be changed forever by the arrival of the Spanish into the Americas. The first recorded European to actually encounter chocolate is none other than Christopher Columbus himself. During his 4th voyage in 1502 off the coast of Honduras, Columbus came across and captured a massive trading canoe crewed by the Petun Maya. These people would have been completely different from the Caribbean inhabitants he had met on his earlier voyages, and this made him very curious. Among the cargo that Columbus inspected were cotton garments, war clubs, axes, copper bells, and cacao beans. His son Ferdinand noted the importance of cacao beans to these traders.
For their provisions, they had such roots and grains as are eaten in Hispaniola, and a sort of wine made out of maize, which resembled English beer. And many of those almonds, they seemed to hold these almonds at a great price. For I observed that whenever any of these almonds fell, they all stooped to pick it up, as if an eye had fallen.
Columbus, however, never got to taste chocolate. It wouldn't be until the conquest of Mexico that the Spanish would actually begin drinking it. Initially, the conquistadors were repulsed by chocolate as they were by most indigenous food. They found the bitterness unpalatable. However, as a class of Spanish native Creoles began to emerge, chocolate began to find appeal in Spanish circles, particularly among Spanish women who had emigrated from Spain. Now, the Spanish did not take chocolate wholesale from the Aztecs. Although they kept the same basic process for turning cacao beans into chocolate, they made some changes to the traditional chocolate recipes. First, they served their chocolate hot. This may have been an independent development, but it's possible that this may have been something that they learned from the Maya. Second, they sweetened the chocolate to cut the bitterness, most commonly with cane sugar. Third, they substituted Old World spices such as cinnamon, anise seed, and black pepper for the native spices that we discussed earlier. Lastly, they changed the method of creating froth from pouring the chocolate back and forth to using wooden molinillos or swizzle sticks. During the colonial period, chocolate and cacao continued to be important resources for the native populations inside and outside of Spanish control. Because cacao beans could be used as currency, the Spanish wasted no time in exploiting its value among indigenous people, even if they didn't drink chocolate themselves. During the Aztec conquest, conquistadors stole huge stores of cacao beans, knowing full well how valuable they were. After the conquest, it remained a highly sought-after commodity both inside and outside of Spanish control. Remember what we said earlier. Cacao was a perfectly acceptable means to pay the wages of native laborers. Even the Catholic Church got in on this action. If you ever go to the cathedral in Mexico City today, which, mind you, is right next to where the ancient Templo Mayor once stood, you might see this statue in the Capilla de San Jose, with offerings of cacao beans at its base. This statue, the Christ of Cacao, or Lord of Cacao, dates to the 16th century, and it was fashioned as a means for natives to offer up cacao beans as alms to the church. This was a useful source of income for the priests at the cathedral, and later records indicate that many monks in Mexico were avid chocolate drinkers. Even unconquered indigenous producers remained very active in the cacao trade. The It.American, who weren't fully subjugated by the Spanish until 1697, were avid cacao producers who used the cacao trade to enrich themselves and even competed with Spanish traders. Before we continue, I do want to take a detour and discuss the etymology of the word chocolate. You'll often hear that chocolate is a loan word from Nahuatl, and while that makes for a neat and tidy explanation, the truth, as it often is much more complicated and weird. What if I told you that no Aztec prior to the Spanish conquest ever used the word chocolate? But ancient America, as I hear you saying, that doesn't make any sense. Chocolate comes from the Nahuatl word chocolat, which means cacao water. As it turns out, that etymology is highly unlikely. Professional linguists will point out that the root choco doesn't exist in Nahuatl, because the ch sound is never followed by an o. More importantly, though, the word chocolate or chocolat never appears in a single early source on the Nahuatl language or Aztec culture. Some people in the back might want to chime in and say that the original Nahuatl word isn't chocolat, but chocoat, meaning bitter water. While this is a better theory, it's still not likely because there'd be no linguistic reason for European speakers to change the sh to a ch sound and to insert an L. If you're curious what the original Nahuatl word for chocolate was, it was cacahuat, literally cacao water. Recall from earlier that cacao had been the pan-Mesoamerican word for chocolate since Olmec times. So where does the word chocolate come from? Spanish sources began using the word chocolate near the end of the 16th century, and it's worth noting that the Spanish were using this word, not the natives. How or where did they get choco? Tragically, no one is certain. One theory is that chocolate comes from the Nahuatl word chicoli, which means cacao beater, and that it somehow eventually morphed into chocoli and then got picked up as chocolate. Another idea is that the Spanish picked up their words for cacao not in central Mexico, but in the Yucatan, where the Mayan words chacao ha and chocol ha, both of which mean hot water, became the Spanish term for chocolate. But at some point, the Mayan ha was replaced by the Nahuatl at for water. Okay, that sounds a bit more plausible. Michael and Sophie Coe tackle this question from a different angle, and I think it's worth considering. They looked at why the Spanish would not have adopted the simple cacao root for chocolate. They point out that in Spanish, like many other Romance languages, caca is usually a childish term for feces, like how toddlers will use the word poo in English. It doesn't take much to imagine the Spanish being uncomfortable describing a bitter, frothy brown drink with the word caca. So there may have been a lot of incentive to settle on a different word for cacao, and one way or another, we got chocolate. Again, this is just a theory, but one in my opinion that merits consideration. I doubt we'll ever find the exact etymology of the word chocolate, but it's a subject that there's endless debate about. Now that that's out of the way, let's get back to the history. Once chocolate started getting exported back to Europe, it took off. Just as it had been a mainstay of Mesoamerican elite society, so chocolate went into the courts, palaces, and mansions of the European elite. By the early 17th century, it was becoming a common sight at the Spanish court. Originally used for medicinal purposes, it slowly caught on because of its flavor. There's actually a lot of interesting history about the incorporation of chocolate into the humoral theory of European medicine, as well as religious debates about whether or not it was sinful to consume chocolate. Unfortunately, we don't have time for that today, but if you're interested, check out the bibliography as always. From Spain, it spread to the rest of Europe, where it captured the hearts of everyone. Keep in mind that this is before coffee and tea had really taken off in Europe, so chocolate was king, and in fact, many people used to drink chocolate in the morning as a stimulant. In time, chocolate would eventually become a popular commodity and be turned from a drink into chocolate bars and candy that we're familiar with today. This is where familiar flavors and ingredients such as milk and nuts start getting added into the mix. Now, we aren't going to go into the more modern history of chocolate, nor the questionable ethics of the chocolate trade, which can be very exploitative and involve child slavery. It's pretty messed up and tragic. But if you're interested in that, there's plenty of well-made resources online. It's just that it's outside the focus of this channel. Whenever I've seen chocolate discussed in educational contexts, its ancient history usually gets little more than quick lip service. I hope that you can now appreciate what a rich history chocolate has. It's important to humans, the journey that chocolate makes from the tree to the cacao bean to chocolate. The next time that you pour yourself a nice cup of cocoa on a cold day, remember that you're enjoying a flavor that has a rich 3,000-year history, a delight that was beloved by kings and commoners alike. And that's going to wrap us up for today. Hope you all enjoyed this episode on one of the greatest flavors on earth, to which we owe Mesoamerica our undying gratitude. Once again, a special thanks to my patrons for selecting this episode. I enjoyed it immensely. If you would like to join the ranks of these fine individuals and support the show, you can do so on Patreon. The link will be in the description. Also, a special thanks to Majora Z for his help in the research of this episode. It was invaluable. Don't forget to subscribe and follow us on Facebook. Just a quick announcement, this will be the final episode of 2023, and I want to thank everyone for what an incredible year it's been. But now, I bid you all a wonderful holiday. We'll see you next year. Take care.
Angel Soft toilet paper is strong and soft every time. Angel Soft, soft and strong, simple.
Catherine Templeton thinks she's got you fooled. Templeton plays conservative to get your vote, but gutted our state's immigration department and took credit for an immigration bill she didn't write. We can't trust Catherine Templeton, but President Trump and Rand Paul trust Nancy Mace. Nancy Mace voted for 900 miles of border wall and to grant government emergency powers to quickly deport illegal immigrants. Trump endorsed Nancy Mace for Congress.
I'm Nancy Mace, and I approve this message.
I love potatoes. Truly, few other vegetables can match it for its flavor and versatility. It's a terrific tuber that you can cook in so many imaginative ways. You can fry them, you can slice them, you can dice them, you can bake them, you can boil them, you can mash them, you can even stick them in a stew. And that doesn't even touch on the crazy varieties of fries, dumplings, breads, pancakes, chips, pastas, pies, this one weird soda, and who knows what else you can make with them. I mean, heck, just look at this list. Look how many countries are on here. I'm getting hungry just talking about this. As wonderful as the potato tastes, I assure you that the story of how the potato was domesticated, cultivated, and exported around the world is just as wonderful. So grab a bag of your favorite potato chips and sit back, because today we're talking about taters. What is a potato? The potato you cook and eat is the root of the plant Solanum tuberosum. The Solanum family actually includes tomatoes, eggplants, bell peppers, petunias, tobacco, but ironically, not sweet potatoes. Those come from an entirely different family. The potato, though, is a small wonder to behold. Our mundane interactions with the potato often prevent us from appreciating its finer qualities. First and foremost, the potato is very rugged and hardy. They can thrive in a wide variety of environments, and even environments that are often poorly suited to agriculture. Even at elevations over 4,000 meters, they can grow with no issues. So it shouldn't be surprising that they are grown from Scandinavia to the Amazon to the Arabian desert. The potato doesn't care, it just adapts. On top of that, potatoes are very easy to store and can last a long time in storage compared to other vegetables. Second, potatoes are surprisingly nutritious. They're a good source of vitamin C, as well as B-complex vitamins with some extra calcium, iron, phosphorus, and potassium to boot. Potatoes are also rich in essential amino acids. On top of that, they're rich in carbohydrates, although this is where potatoes get a bad rap for the starchy quality of those carbs. Starches are actually a fine source of energy, but the problem is that we often cook starches in fats and oils, which compromise the otherwise nutritious potato with extra fats and oils that we don't need. That's what makes your French fries so unhealthy and delicious. That said, the potato is an exceptional nutritional bundle, so much so that it's actually possible to survive and stay healthy on a diet of just potatoes and little else, which shouldn't be news for anyone who saw The Martian or read the book. That guy conquered Mars with some ingenuity, elbow grease, and a sack of potatoes. But seriously, studies have actually borne this out, so if you ever feel like prepping for the apocalypse, maybe invest in a bunch of taters. Now that we can appreciate what a potato is, let's take a look at the origins of the potato. The potato has over 150 species of wild relatives, so tracking down the exact ancestor of the potato on your plate is no easy thing. These wild relatives can actually be found all over the Americas, from the American Southwest to Central America, but their greatest concentration is found in South America. Thanks to their tenacious adaptability, these wild species have colonized the rainforests, the arid Pacific coast, the Andean highlands, and the southern plains. These wild varieties were known about and consumed by people long before anyone ever gave farming a thought. The best example of this comes from the archaeological site of Monteverde in Chile. Those who have watched my now outdated video on the first Americans should be familiar with this site because of the role that it played in overturning the Clovis first theory. What I didn't mention in that video is that the archaeological site is actually located in an anaerobic wetland. While that detail may sound inconsequential, it's important because anaerobic environments lack the oxygen that would normally allow microbes to consume organic material, which means that they can preserve material that would otherwise be lost to the elements. Now, we don't have time to detail all that was found at the site, but if you're interested, it's pretty easy to look up. What I want to highlight is that among the many plant remains at the site were wild potatoes that were almost certainly being eaten by the inhabitants. Monteverde securely dates to over 12,000 years ago, so humans and potatoes have a very old relationship. Such wild potatoes have a few key differences from the potatoes that we eat today. Most visible is that they're smaller, but more important is their bitter flavor, which comes from the glycoalkaloids that are produced by the plant. These toxic compounds can make you pretty sick, and they're actually a defense mechanism designed to discourage humans and animals from eating them. Interestingly, potatoes belong to the same family as nightshade, which are notorious for producing other deadly types of alkaloids as well. High levels of glycoalkaloids can impact your nervous system and digestive system and can even be lethal. Even today, poisonings can still happen despite the fact that domesticated varieties have been bred to produce negligible amounts of glycoalkaloids. Before all that, though, those toxins would have been way worse with wild potatoes. This actually presents an interesting paradox. Potatoes would have been an unpredictable and potentially dangerous source of food. People using these wild varieties would have had to have carefully weeded out bitter varieties to avoid getting poisoned. At best, it would have been a secondary resource. And yet, those ancient foragers were familiar enough with it that it did eventually get domesticated. Although it's possible that combing through all those wild varieties to get non-bitter varieties may have given them a head start. Who knows? To see this domestication in action, we need to go to the highlands of southern Peru, where the ancestor of the modern potato was chilling on the Andean Altiplano. The Altiplano is a pretty inhospitable environment to most flora, but the wild potatoes that inhabit the region are perfectly adapted to it. Their starchy roots allow them to survive long dry periods that would doom most other plants. To the perspective of ancient hunter-gatherers, these wild potatoes would have constituted a welcome source of ripe, easy-to-harvest food in an otherwise rough landscape. Even more appealing would have been the fact that these could have been harvested and stored for long periods of time. This is in stark contrast to other tubers that Andean peoples were foraging, which will wither and rot much sooner after they've been removed from the ground. They just don't store as well as a potato. In using the potato, early foragers also learned how to deal with those unpleasant glycoalkaloids. Still practiced among some Aymara communities to this day, glycoalkaloids can be neutralized by mixing a special clay with the bitter potatoes. These clays have elements that will bind to the glycoalkaloids and prevent them from being digested. If anyone's curious about how they figure that out, geophagy, as the practice is known, is sometimes practiced by animals, and perhaps people learned it from observing them. Smart move, even if it's a far cry from ketchup or sour cream. Another practice that they developed was to leave a tuber in the ground for every few that were removed. This practice would ensure that the plant would survive, regrow, and produce more potatoes. This basically would have made them farmers of a sort. Well, cultivators is probably the more fitting term. These cultivators began to select and replant potatoes with shorter stolons, larger tubers of different colors and shapes, and most importantly, reduced levels of those bitter glycoalkaloids. Now, which species or species they cultivated and eventually domesticated has had its fair share of controversy due to the number of wild potato species. There was a lot of speculation about whether the modern potato was produced from a single species or multiple crossbred species. However, in the past 20 years, genetics have helped scientists determine that the potato only had one wild ancestor. That honor goes to the Solanum bucasovii, which is a part of the larger Solanum brevucale complex. That species and its relatives still exist and thrive in South America, and it's not uncommon for them to grow as weeds in South American potato farms and plots. It's worth pointing out that the potato was not the only tuber or root crop that the people of the Andes domesticated. Other root vegetables like aracacha, yacon, oca, and mashua, and many others got this treatment as well. Once complete, the people of the Andes were left with a hardy root vegetable that was delicious, nutritious, and could be stored for long periods of time, and they ran with it. Actually, I shouldn't say that the process was completed. It never stopped, and it continues to the present day. Today, there are over 5,000 types of potatoes in every size and color imaginable. That's what I call success. Unfortunately, that success has had its drawbacks. In successfully domesticating the potato, we've unfortunately disarmed it of many of its natural defenses, which leaves it particularly vulnerable to diseases and pests. Modern farmers take great care to protect their crops and usually spray them several times in one season. In fact, over $2 billion gets annually spent on protecting potato crops, and that price tag is only going up. In fact, without the care of humans, the domesticated potato would probably die out. Domestication has made both the potato and people mutually dependent on each other. Potatoes need us just as much as we need them. The earliest evidence that we have for the domestic potato comes from the Chilca district in Peru. In a canyon, potato remains were discovered that were claimed to be 10,000 years old. But that date is a bit suspect because it was based on their position in the deposit rather than on carbon dating. So it's a very fragile date, and it could very easily be incorrect. Much more secure dates have been documented at the site of Hiscaramulco near Lake Titicaca, where potato starch was recovered from tools that date back as far as 3400 BCE. By 2000 BCE, we have actual dried out potatoes in archaeological context appearing not in the highlands, but all the way in the Cosma Valley down on the Peruvian coast. What's very interesting about this is that these potatoes were most likely acquired from people in the highlands because without irrigation, there's no way that these potatoes could have been grown on the coast, and currently, no irrigation has been discovered at the site. And that makes sense. The potato was much more vital to life in the highlands than on the coast. Of the people in the highlands, no one was enjoying the potato quite as much as the people at Lake Titicaca. This is where the Tiwanaku culture flourished in the first millennium CE. During the heyday of Tiwanaku, people were taking the potato's capabilities for long-term storage and pushing it to its utmost limits in an ingenious way. Allow me to introduce you to chuño. For stateside viewers who have never heard of this potatoy delight, it's freeze-dried potatoes. This is created when potatoes are left out in the intense summer sun of the Altiplano to dry out, and then allowed to freeze overnight in cold temperatures. This is done over many days, which allows the potatoes to dry out before they're taken and stamped underfoot by whole communities to get any remaining moisture out of the potato before finally removing the peels. The potatoes may be cleaned to make white chuño or left as they are to make black chuño. Regardless, the chuño that's left is almost completely free of toxins and can last for months or even years with minimal storage effort. In fact, chuño remains have been found at Tiwanaku that date back over 2,000 years ago. No clue on how appetizing it still was after all that time, but that's pretty impressive. Chuño can also be ground into a flour that can be used to thicken soups and stews. To this day, chuño still features prominently in a lot of Peruvian and Bolivian dishes. Fun fact, that same process can also be done on llama or alpaca meat, which produces a dried out meat called charqui, which is where we get our word for jerky. While researching this episode, I remembered that there's a Peruvian restaurant in my city, so I figured, hey, let's grab some lunch, sample some chuño, and call it research. So I did, and chuño what? It's delicious. Highly recommend giving it a try. Tiwanaku made great use of the potato, and if you've watched my previous 2 episodes on Tiwanaku, you'll be familiar with their use of raised field agriculture to grow large amounts of crops very successfully. Cultural surpluses, they could move potatoes and chuño across their territory and abroad, making it a terrific export. Other highland civilizations, such as the Wari and even the Muisca way up in Colombia, also employed the potato as a staple crop. However, highland cultures were not alone in making use of the potato. Coastal cultures had an appetite for it as well. Of particular note are these unsettling potato-human hybrids. Like much of Moche art, the significance of these works is not fully understood, though there's a lot of speculation out there. Until recently, it was assumed that the potato was not grown on the arid coast, but instead imported from the highlands. However, recent research has shown that it was a common part of the diet, so it was either being grown locally with the aid of irrigation or being imported in huge numbers. However, to see the potato realize its full potential as a crop, let's move back up to the highlands and take a look at the later Inca. They get a lot of credit for conquest, monumental architecture, and that dizzying system of roads, but in all took very seriously. and they devoted vast resources to building up agricultural infrastructure to produce as much food as possible. We could devote much more time to this, but today we're just going to focus on one part of this infrastructure. This is a kolkha, an Inca storehouse. These were built up and down the empire and were important depots for storing supplies, commodities, and most importantly, food. You can see in this picture that it's built on the slope of a hill, and that's by design. The hillsides allow the kolkha to be well ventilated and cooled by winds. Many of these were also built with gravel subfloors and drainage channels that kept the structures as dry and cool as possible, making it an ideal place for food storage. In fairness, the Inca were not the first people to construct such buildings. Archaeology has demonstrated that the Wari also produced similar storehouses. But how exactly were these used, and what have they got to do with potatoes? Records from contact indicate that lots of maize and charqui were stored in the kolkhas, but excavations have revealed that potatoes were stored there in huge numbers. Honestly, it's a match made in heaven. Under these conditions, untreated food could last for a few years, but in the case of dried out foods like chuño, they could last double that time, sometimes even a decade. In such a setting, the Inca always had a huge food reserve that they could depend on to supply armies on the march, use for local festivals and feasts, and feed common people in times of famine. Food security on this level was an achievement, and for whole generations, starvation was a thing of the past. In one sense, the system was almost too successful and would actually come back to bite the Inca, because when Pizarro began his conquest, locals who decided to side with the Spanish could open the doors of their kolkhas to him and his men. The kolkhas were so successful that they even survived the conquest for decades. In 1547, a Spanish force of over 2,000 men were able to consume over 800 cubic meters of supplies, and their leaders commented how their appetites in potato also played a part in Andean myths and beliefs. The Spanish noted that among people in the highlands, unusual double potatoes were seen as good omens and were kept in homes, much to the disapproval of the local church. Potatoes often featured in harvest and planting rituals, some of which even persist to this day. In Ayacucho, potatoes are buried with coca leaves, chicha, and llama meat to Pachacama, Mother Earth, so that she'll grant a bountiful harvest. Perhaps the best-known potato myth is that of Huatyacuri, whose name means the potato eater. In this Huarochiri and cannot be healed, and is offered the hand of his beautiful sister in marriage to anyone who can heal him. Huatyacuri sets off from his mountain home and journeys to the village of the chief. The chief, Kamachik, and the rest of the town are thoroughly unimpressed by Huatyacuri's appearance. But the chief's sister, Chaupiñaca, is the only one who can see Huatyacuri for the noble figure that he truly is, despite his appearance. Throughout the myth, Huatyacuri must not only heal Kamachik, but must also pass a series of trials. In doing so, he confounds everyone's expectations and first impressions, and amazes the town people by his talents and skills, and passes every trial, heals the chief, and eventually marries Chaupiñaca. Like the potato, Huatyacuri is dirty and lowly at first glance, but he's full of surprising vigor and talent. He perfectly embodies the power of the humble potato. Now, we can't just end the story of the potato here, because as the title of the episode says, the potato got exported after the conquest, and to say that it had a world impact is a gross understatement. In the decades after the conquest, potatoes slowly made their way across the Atlantic. Interestingly, our word potato comes from some confusion among the Spanish. They had encountered the sweet potato when they arrived in the Caribbean and had actually taken a liking to its flavor. They knew these as batatas. You can probably see where this is going. When they encountered the potato, or the papa as it was called by the Inca, it got confused back home with the sweet potato since they were both similar looking root vegetables. The potato became the patata, which is where our current word comes from. By the end of the 16th century, the potato had been introduced to many areas of Europe, but it was having trouble gaining traction. The potato was little more than a botanical curiosity fighting for acceptance, and that's probably because there was a lot of weird superstitions surrounding it. People believed that potatoes caused rickets, tuberculosis, gout, and leprosy. I mean, what else would you expect from those strange globular vegetables grown in the darkness under the earth? Because it wasn't mentioned in the Bible, Scottish clergymen discouraged their parishioners from consuming it. As late as 1781, the Encyclopedia Britannica referred to the potato as a demoralizing esculent. Charming! Prussian rulers, most notably Frederick the Great, went to huge lengths to promote the use of the potato to a peasantry that stubbornly refused to consider it as a crop. The potato's proponents knew that it could become a valuable food source to supplement traditional crops. Just for some context, farming in Europe was entirely dependent on grain harvests that were about as dependable and predictable as the weather. Throw in things like war and disease, and you've got a pretty fragile food supply. Starvation was always a lingering danger, and child mortality was extraordinarily high. Contrast this with what we saw in the Inca Empire and its incredible food security. There was a lot of room for the potato to take an important role in Europe, and eventually that's what happened. Thankfully, practicality won out. Europeans began to appreciate the potato's qualities just as those Andean farmers had so long ago. Here was a hardy plant that could produce more food on less land, was weather resistant in a way that grains were not, and could be stored easily. Studies have shown that areas that adopted the potato into their farming and diet consequently saw their populations increase, sometimes dramatically. In 1650, Europe had a population of roughly 115 million people. It would rise to 140 million by 1750, then to 188 million by 1800. 50 years later, it would reach 266 million, and 50 years after that, it would be 400 million by 1900. In certain areas like Ireland, the adoption of the potato allowed the population to rise from 1.5 million in the early 17th century to a staggering 8.5 million on the eve of the potato famine in 1845. Just for perspective, Ireland's current population is only 6.5 million. Now, I don't want to go into detail on the Irish potato famine. There are better videos on that topic, but one thing that I will point out is the reason that the Irish potato crop was so devastated. And that's that the island primarily grew one variety of potato, and this left them at a very high risk for crop failure. Something that would have been far less likely in the Andes with the many varieties of potatoes that they cultivated. But let's take a step back real quick. The potato gave people greater food security and greater food productivity. This also allowed more people to leave subsistence farming completely and take up new professions. Many of these people would go to the cities where their labor was put to use in the new industrial centers. Potatoes played a vital role in feeding and fueling the Industrial Revolution by helping ensure an adequate food supply and freeing up labor. Now, the potato wasn't just a hit in Europe. It spread far beyond the continent. Accompanying European colonialism, the potato was introduced to Asia and Africa, where they are still grown today. By far, the biggest success story is in China, where the potato was introduced by the Dutch around 1650, and was even adopted as a delicacy by the imperial family of China. Soon, it had spread throughout China and was being widely cultivated. After China, it reached Central Asia and the Tibetan Plateau, which were ideal environments for the potato to thrive, and in turn, it fueled a population explosion. To this day, China remains the leading producer of potatoes in the world. Mainland Africa also saw the potato's introduction later, and after some initial hesitance, it became a staple in certain areas, and it's still widely cultivated today. I think it's fair to say that the potato is one of South America's important historical exports, perhaps even the most important. It completely changed the world and enabled a period of sustained population growth. The next time you see a population graph that looks like this, remember that one of the big causes for that upward slope is your friend, the potato. At the same time, though, we shouldn't just reduce the potato to a bland label of nutritional facts and calories, but celebrate it for its undying appeal. People love potatoes, and they've worked their way so deeply into culinary traditions all over the world that their absence is almost unimaginable. Can you imagine an England without fish and chips, an India without sagaloo, a Poland without pierogies, a Hanukkah celebration without latkes, a Thanksgiving Day turkey without mashed potatoes? Just imagine poor Samwise Gamgee without his precious taters. I could wax poetry about this, but I think you get the idea. The ancient people of the Andes are owed a debt that we can never repay, and we are much the better for it. And that's going to wrap us up for today. Hope you all enjoyed this ode to the greatest root vegetable on the planet. Special thanks to my patrons listed here. You guys are the best. If you'd like to join the ranks of these fine individuals and support the show, you can do so on Patreon. The link will be in the description below. Don't forget to like and subscribe and follow us on Facebook. Take care, and we'll see you in our next episode.